The story begins at one of Seoul's bus stops right during rush hour. The main character Dylan was talking on the phone with his director. He said that as soon as the bus arrives, he will try to get to the appointed place as soon as possible. The director replied that this is a very important meeting, so he cannot make stupid mistakes. Dylan reassured him that he had nothing to worry about. Suddenly, the ground beneath his feet began to move as if a strong earthquake had struck. Suddenly, he saw a black hole appear in space right in front of him. Dylan, along with the other passers-by, stared into the hole in horror, trying to convince themselves that it wasn't what he thought it was. The next moment, a whole crowd of monsters poured out of the hole. They looked like goblins. They had green skin and red eyes. Passers-by immediately scattered, shouting that it was a flash. Dylan knew that the outbreak was a phenomenon where monsters could enter the human reality through dimensional gates that connected their dimension to the human one. People tried to run as fast as they could to report that an outbreak had started. The hero understood that he also needed to escape from here as quickly as possible. However, suddenly he heard someone's voice. The little girl lay on her stomach on the asphalt, crying and calling for her mother to help. Dylan immediately ran up to her and asked her to stop crying, telling her to take his hand. The girl wrapped her arms and legs around the guy, trying to find protection in him. But when the hero looked up, he saw a crowd of monsters above him, who were eager to devour him and the girl. Then Dylan prepared himself for his death to come. He squeezed his eyes shut and tensed, but when he heard the sound of flesh tearing, he realized he wasn't in pain. When he and the girl opened their eyes, they heard someone's voice asking if they were okay. The hero realized that those who deal with the monsters that entered the world from the gates of dimensions had come to their aid. Those who were chosen by Deus were called awakened. In front of him stood a guy and a red-haired girl. She said that now they could rest easy. Dylan was ecstatic, knowing that he had escaped death. He soon arrived at work and was greeted by the director with a furious shout. He warned him that this meeting was very important, and Dylan returned to the office without even attending that meeting. He stated that if there was a flash near him, he needed to quickly run to the meeting place. The hero's colleagues began to whisper behind his back, saying that, according to him, he was walking on business, and a gate appeared right on the road in front of him. At that moment, the director threw an envelope at the hero, saying that this was the last straw. He stated that if Dylan did not get this contract signed by the evening, he would definitely fire him. Dylan soon went outside to discuss what happened with his colleague. He said that he could not have influenced the outbreak in any way, which was what the director asked him to do. He also stated that he would like to become awakened and get a lot of money, but his colleague advised him to stop thinking about it. However, Dylan didn't let up. He said that it would be cool if he could be like an awakened version of his favorite game. He said that was the only thing he could be completely sure of. However, his colleague kept insisting that he stop talking nonsense and think of something more feasible. Then Dylan resigned himself and said that apparently these thoughts filled his head again after the director scolded him. Then the guy suddenly pointed his finger somewhere and asked if his bus had just pulled up. After that, the main character said goodbye to his partner and said that they would see each other tomorrow. The guy wished him luck and said that this time he should definitely succeed. When he arrived at the right place, it was already 6 o'clock in the evening. The hero was a little unhappy that he had to travel so far just to sign that damn contract. He was sure that this idiot was unlikely to give him another break, so he was determined to sign the contract no matter what. However, suddenly he felt the ground shaking under his feet again. Dylan was terrified as this was the second time that day that the earthquake had caught him by surprise. At that moment, someone called out to him from afar and beckoned him over. Dylan immediately rushed towards the stranger, and behind him, monsters were already starting to emerge from the portal. They ran right after him, intending to catch him. At that moment, one of the goblins grabbed his suitcase, which contained that very contract. However, the hero had no intention of giving up what he had traveled so many kilometers for. He swung and punched one of the monsters who wanted to take his suitcase. But at that moment, another monster flew at him with a club in his hands. The guy who called out to the main character ran up to him and asked what he was doing, then reached out his hand to grab him. He grabbed him by the collar and pulled him towards himself. After that, the gates right in front of them closed, leaving the bloodthirsty monsters behind. After this, the stranger pressed a button on his remote control. The next moment, the electric discharge he launched at the gate hit all the monsters standing next to it at once. He then told the hero that, unfortunately, this would only delay them for a short time. He then continued by saying that the awakened ones would soon come here. At that moment, several cars drove up to the site and began to knock down the goblins. The guys standing behind the cars couldn't believe their eyes, as there were too many goblins this time. But they decided that it was good news for them, as they would be able to make a lot of money. Then one of them suddenly shouted, saying that today the goblins would fight them. It was the E-rank fighter, Kim. His nickname was Fireball. He ordered his partners to attack, and then the monsters also rushed towards them. The fighters used police shields as well as melee weapons to fight the monsters. Some of them also used magic wands to strike the monsters with magical lightning. However, most still fought with melee weapons. Meanwhile, Kim decided to strike from above. He charged his fire fists and prepared to attack the monsters from the air. It crashed down on them like a meteorite, throwing the goblins away from it and creating a huge shockwave. After some time, all the goblins that were here were defeated. Dylan couldn't believe his eyes at first, as this was the first time he had seen the Awakened and seen them fight. However, he still did not understand where his briefcase with documents was now. At that moment, the Awakened ones called out to him and asked him not to approach the place of the fight, since they were not finished here yet. Then the hero apologized and said that he just wanted to find something. At that moment, Kim came up to him and handed him his suitcase, asking if this was what he was looking for. He said that as Awakened ones, they should always help weak people. The guy said that there is a power that Deus awarded them. That is why they were given this power, to restore justice in the world. At this moment, one of the fighters noticed that their captain had again started showing off in front of the others. He jokingly decided to make a bet with his friends on how long their captain would talk about himself this time. But at that moment, someone's body flew right in front of his face. Suddenly, Kim and Dylan heard someone scream and immediately turned towards the sound. Suddenly, they saw that a huge goblin with a club in his hands was carrying Kim's partner, the same white-haired guy by the head. Kim then turned to Dylan and ordered him to hide immediately. However, at that moment, the hero realized that his body could not move due to extreme fear. Then Kim shouted, telling him to run away from there as soon as he could move. He then turned to his partners, asking them for help. He charged his fists again and rushed at the goblin, intending to buy his partners some time. At that moment, a terrible sound was heard. The main character watched in horror what was happening. Soon he saw Kim lying on the ground, defeated. He was unable to defeat this goblin, as he was too strong for him. At that moment, the monster approached the guy and put his foot on his head. The next moment, there was a disgusting crunch of a broken skull. Kim's partners immediately started running away, because they realized that since this goblin had dealt with their captain in just a second, they definitely wouldn't be able to defeat him. So, only Dylan was left on the court, and the monster looked at him with its bloodthirsty gaze. The main character could not believe that his life would end exactly like this, because he had not managed to do anything in his short life. Then he screamed, saying that he did not want to die. However, he saw the monster's club flying straight towards him and closed his eyes, preparing for death. At that moment, a voice in his head told him that he had been awakened, but the goblin still managed to strike. However, when the dust settled, the goblin looked at the impact site and realized that his club had been imprinted into the ground, and there was no man underneath it. As it turned out, Dylan somehow managed to move behind the monster and hide near the car. At that moment, a message appeared before his eyes, which said that the Awakened one could use certain skills, but the hero did not understand why he awakened at such a moment. Then the system reported that in order for Dylan to get to know the system better, he was given access to all the necessary experience. However, at that moment the hero noticed that the goblin was running at him again with a club in his hands. The system informed the hero that control over his body had been changed due to danger. Dylan saw the goblin swinging his club at him again, but he didn't just watch as they tried to kill him. Instead, he extended his hand and used a skill called Magic Projectile. The warriors watching this were shocked. They thought that Dylan was an ordinary person, but judging by his attack, they realized that he was awakened. However, they did not understand what rank he was, since they had never seen such strength before. The monster's gaze was clouded by fog, and then the hero took advantage of the moment and slipped between his legs. Soon he found himself behind the goblin and extended his hand towards him again. Then it's time to use the skill called Flaming Palms. The goblin turned to look at his victim, but before he could blink, there was a powerful explosion. The protagonist patiently watched what would happen next. Suddenly, the goblin, seemingly unharmed, flew out of the fog, but the hero managed to react and used his shield skill. The goblin was about to deliver another powerful blow with his club, but saw that the man's body was enveloped in a protective sphere. At that moment, Dylan saw that there was someone's sword lying on the ground behind him. He quickly rushed towards it and took it in his hands, thus giving him a weapon as well. Then he used the enchanted weapon skill. He looked menacingly into the goblin's eyes and then rushed towards him, intending to strike. The monster thought that this man couldn't be faster than him, but Dylan easily flew past him and stabbed him with his sword. At that moment, he heard a crunching sound and realized that the goblin's body had begun to crumble like a stone statue. A moment later, the particles of his body began to disperse in the wind, and the system informed him that the danger had been eliminated, and control of the body and skills had been returned to the owner. The rest of the warriors watched everything that was happening in horror, not believing that an awakened duelist was standing before them. However, They soon realized that this guy might be even more powerful than the awakened duelist. The fact is that 20 years ago, in the year 2000, magic towers began to appear in capitals all over the world. They were made from materials that were previously unknown to the world. Someone said that a creature called Deus lived in these towers. Nowadays, these towers were under state control, and for some time there were various rumors about them. Then so-called outbreaks began to occur all over the world. After this, those who were chosen by Deus appeared to help and contain the creatures that came out from there. So, 20 years later, in the year 2020, the whole world recognized the Awakened Ones, and this time was called the Heyday. Thus, the main character Dylan was also awakened. Soon after this incident, he went to his apartment. The guy slept, but when he woke up, he didn't understand whether all this had really happened. However, judging by his shabby suit, he understood that yesterday's incident was not a dream. He remembered the moment when, sword in hand, he rushed through a huge goblin and made him crumble into small pieces. As he turned to look at his opponent, the system informed him that the danger had been eliminated, and Dylan had regained control of his body and his skills. At that moment, the hero realized that someone's voice appeared in his head. He began to look around, but there was not a single person around. He soon found himself holding an iron sword in his hands, but he did not understand how this weapon ended up in his hands. Suddenly, he thought that he had just seen a goblin warrior. At that moment, it seemed to him that this huge monster was right behind his back, ready to devour him at any moment. However, when the hero turned to check if the monster was still alive, he realized that there was no one behind him. Where the goblin's body had just been, there lay only his club and a strange blue stone. Dylan tried to convince himself that this trash couldn't come back and harm him. As Dylan looked at the weapon in front of him, windows resembling computer tabs appeared in front of his eyes again, telling him that what was in front of him was a goblin warrior's club and a low-rank crystal. Dylan couldn't believe that he actually woke up and destroyed this monster. At that moment, a strange guy and girl ran up to him. They were delighted, because they saw how Dylan dealt with a goblin with the help of cool magic. But Dylan did not understand what they were talking about. Strangers continued to claim that, compared to other magicians they had seen, Dylan was very modest. Dylan suggested that they leave quickly, since there were corpses lying around. But the strangers said that this was normal, since in places where outbreaks occurred, this happens often. Dylan couldn't believe that people dying was considered normal. But the boy and girl kept calling him teacher and asking him to join them since their boss had died. Dylan remembered how just a few minutes ago these people had abandoned him in panic when their leader died. But now they considered it normal. Then he asked them to give him time to think. At that moment, a woman approached them and asked the strangers to calm down. The boy and girl turned towards her in horror. Fear was visible in their eyes. The girl with 2 ponytails, wearing a shirt and a short skirt, said that they should now obey her instructions. Dylan realized that the people from the Awakened administration had finally arrived, which he was very happy about. 20 years ago, with the advent of the Awakened, guilds began to form in the world. The task of one of these organizations was to ensure the safety of citizens and the state. This organization was called the Awakened Authority. The girl, whose name was Lily, said that they arrived here even faster than usual. Then she called over a guy and a girl in bulletproof vests. However, when they turned around, they saw Dylan running away. They immediately chased after him, asking their teacher to return. At this point, one of Lily's bodyguards asked what they should do, and the girl replied that it was inappropriate to ask such a question. She ordered the men to immediately grab the two, and they quickly caught up with the boy and girl and pinned them to the ground. Then one of the bodyguards noticed Dylan running away and asked if they should catch up with him. But Lily noticed the suitcase lying on the ground and said that it was not necessary. She picked up the suitcase and added that they would meet this guy again. At 7 in the morning, Dylan was woken up by his alarm clock. He didn't know what to do now and how to explain to the director that he couldn't sign the contract because he woke up. But he soon reassured himself, deciding that he could not influence the events that took place. Then he suddenly slapped himself on the cheeks in the hope that it was all a dream and he would wake up. But nothing changed. Dylan then realized that he first needed to learn his abilities in order to survive as an awakened being. He remembered that the system had written something to him about his abilities, like in the game. Dylan asked the system out loud to show him his stats, but realized that the system was responding to his thoughts, not his words. It turned out that all his indicators were equal to 5, and he had seen something like this before. He realized that it was a combination of classes, like his first character in his favorite game. Then he realized that he simply repeated 3 classes, like in that very game. Even dual awakened people, that is, people with 2 classes, were rare, and the guilds offered them huge amounts of money. However, Dylan appeared to be a triple awakener. Realizing this, he jumped up on the bed, not believing his luck. But then, a neighbor's voice came from behind the wall, asking him to be quieter. Dylan got out of bed and headed to the refrigerator, realizing that going into the dungeon now would be stupid. Many awakened died on their first visits there, so he needed to first improve his skills. He began to think about how he could earn money without fighting. While he was drinking milk, thoughts about ways to earn money that weren't related to military action didn't leave him. Suddenly, he remembered his numbers. Among them was the spell Double Max Level, which allowed the creation of an exact copy of an item. Dylan decided to try using this skill. He started with the glass he was holding in his hands. Dylan asked the system to double the item, and his palm suddenly glowed with a blue aura that enveloped the glass. Soon a cube appeared in front of him, resembling a large glowing cage. An exact copy of the glass began to form inside the cube. The copying was complete, and an identical glass appeared in front of him. Dylan looked at the created object with delight, at first not believing his eyes. He compared both glasses and realized that they were absolutely identical, even in weight. The hero realized that the skills here were even better than in his favorite game. Since the test was completed, it was time to look for treasures. Then he came up with the idea of looking for relics. Relics are objects that have absorbed enormous energy during the largest outbreak in the year 2000. The relics were divided into several levels. The value of relics of rare level and above reached tens of billions. People whose antiques suddenly turned into relics and acquired powerful energy became rich. The problem was that many of the old items had become relics, but no awakened one could sense them. However, Dylan had an identification skill that he got from the game, so he soon headed to the nearest antique shop. He decided that this was a great place to look for relics. 3 hours later, Dylan found several valuable items, including a rare ring. The system told him that it was an order ring, and it was of a rare level. Dylan couldn't believe he had found something so valuable. He looked at the rest of the items and decided that this was enough to go home. The salesman was surprised that the guy had been in his shop since early morning, but Dylan explained that it was just his hobby to look for interesting antiques on weekends. After that, he packed his things, put them in a bag, and left the store. At that moment, his phone rang. As it turned out, it was his director. At first, Dylan was scared, but soon realized that now he could not worry about his job. When he picked up the phone, the director immediately started yelling at him, asking why he was still not at work. Then the hero said that from now on, he was no longer going to work in an office that did not value its employees. At which point the director continued to yell at him, asking if he really did not want to receive money at all, and stated that there were not many companies in the world that treated their employees as well as they did. These words made the hero very angry. He said that he was given tasks that were impossible to complete in one day. They did not give him any vacation or even days off, and they demanded that he go to work even in his free time. After that, he said that from that day on, he would never come to that office again and hung up. As the hero walked down the street, he thought that now his work was over and he could go home and start selling items. Suddenly he heard that there was some kind of quarrel between two men on the next street. One of them said that he had offended the other completely by accident, and that the other was being overly aggressive towards him. But his opponent stated that if he had offended a person, then he needed to apologize. The guys couldn't come to a common decision, since none of them wanted to admit their guilt. People began to say that it was better not to interfere in a quarrel involving two awakened ones, because in that case, they could hurt them with their powers. Meanwhile, the guys got really angry, and it was clear that a major conflict was brewing. They charged their fists with magical energy and intended to rush at each other. At that moment, Lily appeared in front of them, standing right between them. With one deft movement, the girl grabbed both guys by the arms and threw them in different directions. She said that fighting between awakened ones was forbidden, and ordered them to read the instructions carefully. The girl said that she would forgive this prank the first time, but next time she would send them to jail. People standing on the other side of the road started shouting, saying that she was very cool and beautiful. However, Lily didn't pay attention to this. She was more attracted to the guy who was standing among the crowd. The girl and Dylan met eyes and stared at each other for a moment. Then the girl called the guy to her, but the hero was a little scared, trying to convince himself that she was not talking to him. However, it was rather impolite to ignore her, so he waved his hand at her, catching envious glances from the men standing next to him. Then Lily asked him to take back the thing he left last time. After that, they went with the girl to the office where she worked. She said that unfortunately, they only had instant coffee, but the hero said that this drink would suit him. After that, they sat down at a table, and he asked the girl about his things. Lily handed him a battered suitcase, and told him he had left it at the scene during the last outbreak. She then stated that she had to rummage through the suitcase to find out who its owner was. But the hero thanked her and said that the main thing was that his things were returned to him. Then Lily said that they needed to get down to business. She said that she was informed that the fighters were unable to cope with the monster that came out of the gate, and she thought that Dylan was able to do it. The two fighters who remained alive also confirmed this. Then the hero asked if the girl was really looking for him in order to hire him. The girl said she didn't want to hire him, but if he had power, he should register as an awakened one. That's why she wanted to tell him how the test was going. Dylan soon checked in and was asked to collect his belongings from the check-in desk. Soon his results were ready, and Lily asked him to sit down next to her. She said that she would explain everything to him now. But at that moment, the hero felt that he was starting to worry a little. At that moment, the girl carefully read his results, and judging by her face, something interested her. The hero assumed that his numbers were too low, but the girl said that this was not the case. She handed him a paper that said his application had been approved, meaning he had passed. Afterwards, Lily wished him luck as an awakened one. Then she smiled slyly and said that she also wished him a long life. The hero thought that this girl was completely incapable of making normal wishes. But at that moment, Lily announced that their conversation was over and pointed him to the exit. As the hero headed towards the exit, one of the workers approached the girl. He asked why she was being so nice to this guy when he had absolutely no prospects. Then Lily chuckled and said that it was all pure curiosity, really. Shortly after, the protagonist walked out of the building, and right at the entrance, he met several employees who were trying to attract ordinary people from the street to their company. Then the hero realized that they were trying to lure newcomers right on the doorstep. However, he felt relieved when he realized that they were not interested in him at all. It is much better for him now to remain alone without attracting attention to himself, because he only needs to earn money. When he returned home, he decided to use the doubling skill on that very rare ring he found in the antique shop. Soon, a glowing blue cell appeared in front of him again, in which the synthesis of the object began. However, the system soon informed the hero that the creation of the copy failed because his current level was insufficient, and the success rate of copying at the moment was 0%. Then Dylan realized that at his level, it was too early to try to copy such a rare relic. However, he still had some items he found in the shop, and he decided to try his skill on them. Among them was an ordinary 67-year-old teapot, an ordinary writer's fountain pen, and a champion's magic belt. Then the hero decided that he would put this ring on his hand for now, because since he already had an awakened registration, he could use Deus Ne and find out the price of this ring. He was going to copy the rest of the items and put them up for auction. Over the last 20 years, many awakened people have appeared all over the world, and Deus Ne has become a kind of space that unites them all. Here they share news, information about dungeons and other things, and also have their own auction site where you can exchange or sell items. Meanwhile, the awakened gunslinger girl named Renata was in her home in Japan, watching the auction. She soon found something interesting there. It was the same pen that Dylan had put on display. The girl noted that such things rarely become relics. However, judging by the description, this pen raised the level of wisdom quite well. Renata thought that it was very difficult to lift, so she definitely needed to buy it. However, several people were bidding on this pen since the price was quite attractive, but despite this, Renata was still able to purchase this antique. Meanwhile, the story moves back to Seoul, to the White Lotus Guild building. On the highest floor of this building there was an office, which also had something like a sauna. The girl turned to her boyfriend and said that he already knew that she was receiving a list of the latest transactions on Deus Ne. This guy was the master of White Lotus, the best guild in the Republic of Korea. His name was Connor. But he didn't understand what his girlfriend was getting at. Then she explained that someone recently put up one rare and one common relic, and one of them had already been bought. Connor assumed that the seller was not an ordinary person. His girlfriend, the vice leader of the guild named Maria, reported that this seller has a new ID, about which there is no data, and also with one awakened license you can only create one login. She stated that there was something fishy here, since these were relics that were unlikely to be found even if you went through 30 dungeons. Then Connor realized that she was hinting that this man had a hidden ability to find relics. Maria reported that expensive relics are usually sold at the market, but weak relics can easily be sold online. However, the seller did not look like those who often sell common and rare relics. The guy said that such things cannot be had by just anyone. Then he understood his girlfriend's hint, and said that he would contact the development team and ask to find out information about this person. Hearing this, Maria thanked him for his help. Meanwhile, the main character went to one of the parks, which was located near his house. Even though his physical fitness was not that strong, he decided to start doing push-ups because the system gave him the task of doing 50 push-ups. It was very difficult for him, but he still managed. For this, the system gave him skill points, and also increased his level to 11th, and informed him that he had reached the second class of a magician. At first, Dylan didn't believe that he would succeed, but he felt joy from the fact that he could improve his skills just like in that very game. Moreover, he could also distribute points to the required indicators and thus slowly collect the characteristics of that very magician from the game. Then he decided to try to get the passive skills of movement spells and concentration. He needed these abilities to fight monsters, because all mages fight them, which is why these spells are mandatory in the game. However, skills could only be acquired through training. As Dylan ran, he used his finger to draw one of the spells called Strong Sturdy Armor. However, the system informed him that the spell concentration failed and it was cancelled. The hero realized that he would hardly succeed the first time. However, he was determined to keep doing it until something worked. After some time, he tried to use the spell again, but again, it didn't work. His spell crumbled right before his eyes. When after 20 attempts the hero still had no success, he began to think about what the problem might be. Meanwhile, the children who were playing in the park were watching him and were surprised that this guy had already run so much but was still not tired. One of the boys was so engrossed in looking at him that he lost the ball. So his friend asked him to go and find the ball before it got lost. The boy apologized and ran to look for the ball. As it turned out, the soccer ball rolled right onto the road. But despite this, the boy continued to run after it, not looking around. Meanwhile, his friend noticed a huge truck moving at high speed right down the road and shouted to his friend to stop. The main character observed everything that was happening. He saw a little boy running onto the road right under the wheels of a truck. Then he immediately rushed from his place, intending to save the boy. The boy had almost lifted the soccer ball, but the truck was already very close. When he turned his head, he saw that the headlights were a few centimeters away from him. At that moment, the hero decided to use his strong, sturdy armor skill again, and flew straight onto the road, covering the boy with his body. As it turned out, this time he was able to use this skill, and he stopped the truck with his body, breaking the windshield. It was as if his entire body was enveloped in an invisible shield that did not allow him to move even under the force of the vehicle moving towards him. However, the hero soon noticed that a cut had appeared on his cheek, and then he realized that this shield did not cover his entire body. Then he suddenly remembered why he had appeared on this road in the first place, turned around and asked the boy if he was okay. The boy looked incredibly scared, not understanding how this guy had just saved him from the car. Then his face suddenly became filled with delight, and he called Dylan a real hero. After that, the system informed the hero that he could use the spell ability on the move, as well as the spell concentration ability. The hero then turned to the boy and said that he was very glad that he was okay. After that, he stroked the boy's head, trying to calm him down. Meanwhile, passers-by gathered near the road. Some of them called an ambulance and said that a car almost ran over a child. Then the hero decided that it was time for him to leave here. However, the boy grabbed his hand and asked him to tell him his name before he left. At first, the main character was hesitant, because he thought that if he gave his name, the whole area would start talking about him. He didn't know what to do in this situation. However, an idea soon occurred to him. He told his real name and said that since he really was some kind of superhero, the boy should promise him that he would not tell his name to anyone. The boy was delighted and promised to keep his name a secret. After this, the main character immediately disappeared, telling the boy to be careful in the future when playing near the road. Passers-by couldn't believe their eyes. They didn't understand why this guy ran away because he had no reason to do so. Then they turned to the boy and asked if he knew him. However, he replied that he had no idea who it was. When evening came, the protagonist met with one of Lily's agents. The man told him that they had checked everything, and everything was in perfect order. Without a commission for the pen, they received more than 1 billion. And for the belt, they were willing to give them 450 million won. Soon they transferred money to the main character for the artifacts, and asked him to tell him when he would receive confirmation. Then Dylan took out his phone and asked the man to wait a bit. When he opened the bank app, he saw that he had indeed received 1.5 billion won. The main character was delighted because he had never had more than 10 million. He told the men that the money had arrived. They thanked him for the deal and said they would take care of the relics. After that, they left, leaving the protagonist alone. Left alone, he thought about how many events had happened that day. The next day, the main character went to the bus stop. Soon he got off the bus and headed to the right place. He needed to know which bus went to the Road of the Awakened. Looking at the schedule, he realized that bus number 30 was going there and would arrive in 15 minutes. However, at that moment the ground beneath his feet began to shake again. He couldn't believe this was happening again. The faces of those terrible goblins he had seen recently appeared before his eyes again. He also remembered a fighter named Kim who gave his life fighting these monsters. But this time, the main character was determined and decided to find out in advance where the gate would open. At that moment, the young man standing behind him suddenly fell to the ground. Dylan turned around and asked if he was okay. Then the young man pointed his finger somewhere behind him and said that there was something up there behind him. When Dylan raised his head and looked up, he was terrified. The gate opened right above his head, and it seemed like glass shards were pouring out of it. The next moment he realized that spears were flying straight at him. However, thanks to his skills, the main character managed to react and dodged all 3 spears flying at him. When he turned around, He saw that these spears were so sharp that they could pierce the ground. Apparently, they were owned by unusual monsters. When he saw another spear land right in front of him, he began to guess who he was dealing with. In front of him stood a monster with glasses, an old face, but a young body. Dylan thought that someone who creates incredible things that no one has ever seen before might be a gnome. Dylan realized that a dwarf was standing in front of him now. Soon, the gnome jumped out of the spatial gate and looked angrily at the main character. At that moment, someone called out to them, and Dylan and the gnome turned their heads towards the sound. A girl appeared in front of them. She threw off her jacket, finding herself in a sweatshirt and armor with a rapier in her hand. She looked at the dwarf and told him to fight her. Without waiting for an answer, she jumped high and rushed at him. The dwarf shouted in rage, calling his allies to gather. The next moment, several more gnomes appeared behind him, and the girl was horrified to see this. They immediately pointed crossbows with iron arrows at her. Since the girl was already in flight, she could not dodge the arrows. She prepared herself for the fact that she would die now, but soon the arrows dug into her body, but she did not feel pain. When she opened her eyes, she saw that her entire body was covered with an invisible shield that did not let the dwarves' arrows through. As it turned out, it was Dylan's spell. At the last moment, he managed to use the shield to protect the girl. At first, she didn't believe that this guy could really save her. However, he told her to stop looking around, because another gnome was attacking her. The girl covered herself with her hands from his attack, but could barely withstand such a strong pressure. Then Dylan decided to use his spells: Magic Harmony, Pole Coherence, and Magic Projectile. Soon the gnome's body was pierced by several laser-like shots. The next moment, half of the gnome's head flew off to the side. The girl looked at what was happening in horror, not believing that she had been saved again. Dylan then told her that it was too dangerous here and that she should leave, but the girl replied that she was also awakened and had to fight. Dylan then pointed to the iron golem and said that she would change her mind once she saw it in battle. At that moment, the earth shook, and a huge iron golem landed on the ground with a hammer in its hands and a giant iron shield. When the golem looked at the girl with his red glowing eyes, her body became paralyzed and she did not understand what was happening. Dylan approached her and explained that this was the intimidation ability of the higher monsters. If she got scared, her body would no longer be able to move. Then the girl asked how he dealt with it himself. The main character picked her up in his arms and said that he had once experienced something similar. After that, he jumped high, holding the girl in his arms. At first, the girl looked at him with distrust, because he saved her again, and she herself could not move. A moment later, they landed in a safe place, and the rapier fell from her hands as she was still unable to move. Dylan then said that even though he had used the shield, she was probably still in shock from the arrows, and suggested that she rest. The girl, with a trembling voice, thanked him for saving her. After this, the protagonist asked if he could borrow her rapier. The girl agreed, but warned him to beware of arrows, because this sword is not very effective against them. When Dylan took the rapier in his hands, the system told him that it was a normal motif's rapier that increased strength by 10 points. He thought that this weapon would be quite suitable for this fight. Without thinking, he rushed into the attack. In a moment, he found himself above the heads of the remaining dwarves. In flight, he counted 10 dwarves with hammers and 9 shooters. Also among them was the captain, the iron golem. Dylan knew that with such equipment, he wouldn't be able to defeat the golem with a magic projectile. So he decided to start with the minions, and the golem's shield was surrounded by a strange aura. Then the hero decided to use his skills and rushed into the attack. Soon, several lasers flew out of his palm, piercing the gnomes right in their heads. When some of them were dealt with, he finally landed on the ground. He thought with a smile that the effectiveness of the magic projectile in reality would be better than in the game. The surviving gnomes looked at the guy with hatred, because he had just killed their partners. After that, they immediately rushed to attack, but the main character kept his cool. The next moment, he used a skill called Fear, and a huge shadow with red eyes appeared behind him, terrifying everyone who looked at it. When the dwarves saw her, they immediately stopped, unable to resist such strong fear. One of them thought that there was a huge dragon standing in front of him, which was about to attack him. The monster suddenly rose to its feet and growled loudly at the dwarf. The dwarf had no choice but to shoot him with his crossbow. With his own eyes, he saw the arrow pierce the dragon's forehead. However, in reality, he shot one of his partners. The protagonist understood that fear was much more effective than many skills, because under the influence of the wisdom skill, it could cause hallucinations. He also thought he had done the right thing by getting a replica fountain pen. However, the hero understood that its effect would not last long, so he needed to hurry and deal with the boss. He then used the magic projectile skill again and fired beams straight towards the golem. However, they were all reflected by his shield, which was enveloped in an incomprehensible green aura. Dylan realized that this shield had high resistance to magic, so he decided to use another method. After this, he decided to use magic on the rapier. turning to Mother Nature and asking her to allow him to use the power of disharmony and enchant the weapon. Thus, the rapier acquired a rare level, and also significantly increased the strength and damage of the main character. He then charged straight at the golem, whose body was shrouded in a dark aura. He aimed his enchanted weapon straight at his shield, and this time he managed to pierce it. He noticed that the golem's limbs began to shake. At this point, Dylan chuckled, saying that the golem had placed too much trust in its shield. The powerful blow left a huge hole in the golem's head, and soon its helmet flew off. However, when the protagonist saw what was under the helmet, he was shocked. As it turned out, there was absolutely nothing inside. Not believing his eyes, Dylan stepped back, deciding to think about what to do next. At that moment, the golem raised its hammer again and intended to hit the hero. The impact was so strong that it shattered the rocks. And at that moment, the glowing light bulb that was in the golem's head made an incomprehensible sound. At this moment, the hero decided to use his skill again. He jumped high above the golem and fired magic projectiles at it again. The blow was so powerful that parts of the golem's armor flew off his body. At that moment, Dylan realized that one of the goblins had been inside all this time. Apparently it was the boss. However, he realized that the shield was broken, and his spells seemed to be starting to work against him. Then the protagonist looked back at the rest of the gnomes, realizing that the effect of fear would soon begin to end. Realizing that he needed to end this as soon as possible, he rushed into the attack. He once again used the magic projectile skill and aimed them at the golem. Having lost almost all of his armor, the dwarf was forced to defend himself with only a shield. He held it out in front of him, blocking the magical projectiles. However, at that moment the main character quietly ran behind the golem. While he was distracted, he struck him again with magic projectiles, but this time in the back, which was not protected. At that moment, the gnome realized that he had just been deceived. Dylan watched the events with a smile, thinking that this dwarf was clearly mistaken when he decided that an ordinary magician was in front of him. He then decided it was time to end it and jumped high into the air, charging straight at the dwarf, intending to kill him with an aerial attack. In flight, he used his skills again. Soon, magical projectiles flew out of his palm and struck the dwarf. His body began to fly apart as soon as the magic projectiles touched him. When it was all over, the protagonist approached the golem, who lay helplessly in a pool of the dwarf's blood. Then he realized that he had almost finished this battle. All he had to do was deal with the gnomes, who were slowly coming to their senses. Without thinking, he rushed at them with his enchanted rapier. It took him only a few moments to defeat these completely incompetent opponents. After that, he sat down on the bench to rest a little. The hero thought that, fortunately, this time only the leader had an enchanted shield, but he did not know what could happen next time. He understood that he needed to quickly find a second-class spell. At that moment, Lily came up to him and greeted him. She said that apparently they began to meet very often. Then she looked around the battlefield and asked if he had really managed to cope here alone. The hero replied that it was. Then Lily asked him what about that girl Katarina who fought with him. The hero said that she was wounded at the beginning of the battle, so he carried her away. However, he had a more important proposal. He wanted to talk about compensation for this outbreak. The thing is, in cases where the awakened are involved in stopping an unexpected outbreak, they are offered compensation from the spoils. However, Lily said that he didn't have to worry about it. She looked over the battlefield again and said that he had defeated 19 dwarves, as well as one leader. Now it was necessary to count the crystals that were left from them, as well as weapons, armor, and corpses. But judging by the preliminary inspection, Dylan should have received about 500 million. When the hero heard this, he decided that it was time for him to move on from here. But the girl asked in surprise where he was going. She stopped him and asked if he didn't want to give an interview. However, the hero smiled awkwardly and said that he did not want to be conspicuous, so he asked the girl to sort everything out herself. Lily said that in that case, they would do it themselves, and thanked the hero again for his work, after which Dylan headed towards his house and asked to give the rapier back to its owner. At that moment, journalists approached the girl and asked where the awakened one who had fought those gnomes alone had gone, since they wanted to know more about him. Meanwhile, the story moves to a large building with many floors. In one of the offices on the upper floors, a girl was sitting. At that moment, a man named Charlie entered her. When he crossed the threshold of the room, she said that she warned him that he should knock before entering. Then Charlie awkwardly said that in that case, he should go out and come back again. But the girl stopped him and asked what happened. As it turned out, the man was the deputy head of the Plum Blossom Guild. He reported that there was an outbreak in the Shinen area, but there were no deaths, only one injured. He said that there were 2 awakened F-ranks on the spot. One of them figured everything out. Then the girl asked him to stop dragging it out and tell her what he was getting at. The guy said that an F-rank rookie was able to deal with a pack of E-rank dwarves with just magic and a single sword, but it was said that what he used was like a spell. The girl said that she had never seen such a thing in real life, and asked if the man thought that this was a special kind of awakened ability. Charlie said that this was the first time he had ever seen someone use their awakened powers in this way. He also added that, aside from that, he used something like crowd control and a magical force field while being an F-rank awakened. As it turned out, the girl was the master of the Plum Blossom Guild. Her name was Lizzie. She said that while the other guilds were not awake, they should take the initiative into their own hands. She then asked the man why he came here when he heard the news. But Charlie did not understand her question, because the girl herself asked him to report everything to her. These words made Lizzie very angry, and she tried to contain her anger. But then she suddenly screamed, saying that in that case Charlie should have rushed to the scene immediately to hire this newcomer, since this was the first time they had heard of such an ability. It was clearly something out of the ordinary, and she was surprised that Charlie didn't realize that such a person needed to be brought into the guild. Feeling a little awkward, Charlie said he would go there right away. Without waiting for him to come out on his own, Lizzie kicked him out of the office, telling him to stop talking and get in there immediately. Meanwhile, the story moves to one of the city's districts. An expensive white car was driving along one of the roads. Maria, the deputy head of the White Lotus Guild, was driving, and the news said that this time the outbreak occurred in the Shining area. However, the main topic was that during this outbreak, a rookie F-rank named Dylan dealt with the dwarves in one blow. At that moment, the girl received a call from her boyfriend Connor, and she asked him what happened. The man was unhappy, saying that she left all the work to him. Then Maria said that they agreed that she would handle external relations, and also asked what price they should set. Connor suggested that they should set a price of 3 billion. However, Maria doubted that such an amount would be enough to attract such an unusual awakened. Then Connor said that they would offer 10 billion, and in exchange Maria would pass an internal test for the guild. The girl grinned, but agreed. She said that she would use all her charm and would definitely bring this guy to them. However, Connor told her to mind her business and not flirt with other men. The story moves to the house where the main character lived. On the door of his house there was a sign that its price was 100 billion won, and if someone was not going to pay that amount, then they should not bother him. The people who gathered around his house thought that he was either a very amazing person or just crazy. Some of them were very annoyed that this guy thought he was so important that he asked such a price for his abilities. Meanwhile, Maria's car pulled up to his house. She got out of the car, thereby attracting everyone's attention. The reporters immediately recognized her as the deputy head of the White Lotus, which was the best guild in Korea. Some of them couldn't believe that Maria came here personally to hire this guy. Then the journalists started discussing that they should leave here, since this guy still has no plans to sign a contract. Maria addressed them, saying that they had no chance from the beginning, and asked why they came here. She stated that only with the wealth of the White Lotus could such an unusual recruit be obtained. However, when she noticed the note that was hanging on his door, she was confused that this guy was actually asking for 100 billion. She then turned to one of the men standing and asked him what he thought about it. The deputy head of the Mukon Guild was furious and told the girl not to dare say his name with her filthy mouth. He stated that no guild would dare to pay that much money to an F-rank awakened for some obscure spells. However, Maria said that this is not just a spell, this guy is actually unusual. Then the man said that although he had never seen the guy in person, he was sure that this was just a crazy price, and he would never be able to get this 100 billion in his life. But Maria doubted it. She said that, apparently, Mr. Dylan wanted to find a place that would appreciate his talents. She then called out Dylan's name, asking him to come out of the house, but there was no response. Then she said that she would leave today, but offered to meet him next time with conditions that would satisfy both parties. After that, she got into her car and drove away. When the protagonist heard that they had finally moved away from his house, he thought that it was nice to feel that so many people were trying to get his attention. However, he had no plans to join the guild for the money yet. Besides, working in a guild requires some sacrifices, and then the guy can say goodbye to his freedom. However, all he needed now was strength and height, and with such data he could raise his level. Then he decided that it was time for him to act on his plan. 5 days later, he went to an area where there was a high probability of monsters appearing. During these 5 days, he continued to collect relics of different levels. He also found a suit that he managed to assemble from what was left in Shinin. He also spent 500 million on armored transport, and his performance was much higher than 5 days ago. The man guarding the entrance to the area told the hero that he had checked his license and therefore he could go inside. Then he asked to open the gates. Seeing a bright flash of light in front of him, the hero grinned and headed inside. 20 years have passed since the Awakened appeared, and during this time, dozens of dungeons have appeared throughout the country. However, most of them belong to either the Awakened administration or the guilds, and in order to use the dungeons, one must adhere to a number of inviolable rules. For an Awakened who does not belong to any guild, Going there will be an extremely difficult task, but the territories are different from dungeons. This word refers to places where, due to the differences in the ecosystem, monsters appear most often. They are fenced with a high fence 10 meters long, and monsters live and breed inside. The reason for such content is that by killing monsters you can get magic crystals and raise your level. Mainly awakened loners go to such places. Soon the protagonist entered inside and saw 3 small goblins surrounding a mountain of meat. They immediately pounced on the meat and began to eat it, not paying attention to anything around them. Meanwhile, the main character watched them from above, sitting on one of the tree branches. While the goblins were distracted, he used his magic projectile skills. In an instant, laser projectiles pierced the goblins' bodies. Soon, nothing remained of them but their headless bodies lying in a pool of their own blood. The hero was pleased. His stats had finally increased, so now he didn't have to run around like crazy after these goblins, trying to hit them. He had a feeling that he had already seen something like this. Although it all looked good, the hero already understood that he had gotten used to his new life. He wondered if this was what they had meant when the system had informed him that he had received all the experience. Clutching the suitcase he was carrying tightly in his hands, the hero thought that this system wasn't so bad. Then he pulled out the remains of the meat from the suitcase. At this moment, the goblins who were nearby smelled the fresh meat and immediately followed the smell. Besides this, there was an animal in the forest that looked like a large wolf. Soon the main character was surrounded by goblins and wolves. However, he was confident in himself, as he had already raised his skills to the required level for this territory. Meanwhile, the story moves to a building that was used to receive monster corpses. The worker counted the corpses of the monsters and soon reached the 50 mark. It was the first time the man had seen such well-preserved goblin corpses, as well as the corpses of other demons. He thanked the protagonist for selling him such good corpses. Then Dylan asked him how much money he was entitled to for all this. The man said that they would take 300 million for all these corpses. The other fighters who were next to the main character said that it was the first time they had seen someone receive such a large sum for corpses. The morgue worker reported that a package had arrived for Dylan. It was a book, but it was not in its packaging. The man explained that they had to open it for safety reasons, but they did not harm the item in any way. He then thanked Dylan again for bringing them such good corpses, but the hero said that he was just lucky to have acquired such talent. Feeling the envious glances of the other fighters, he thought that he would very much like to do without all this fuss. When the hero received his money, he was watched by an unfamiliar guy with black hair and a white strand in the middle. There were 2 other guys standing next to him with similar hairstyles. However, one version had blue hair and the other had pink hair. They were discussing that this guy got 300 million for the corpses. They didn't like it at all, because they had worked tirelessly for several days and barely got 30 million. Moreover, the worker who received the corpses was never so kind to them. The 3 guys once again looked with hatred at the newcomer who was able to get such a large amount of money. One of them said that he seemed to think he was better than the others because he could use magic. Otherwise, he wouldn't have acted so arrogantly. Then the guys decided it would be a great idea to just kill this upstart. One of them smiled slyly and suggested that his brothers kill this idiot. The other 2 boys looked at him in surprise, not believing that their brother was actually suggesting doing this. Then the blue-haired guy said that he had earned so much today and would definitely come back again. And they had been here for 2 years and had never met him, so he was sure that this guy was new. He already had a plan. He decided to lie in wait for him when he was stuffing the corpses into the truck. After that, they will come up behind him and finish him off. They will then take the truck and say that they are its fellow travelers. And after that, they will leave this area forever. In addition, upon entering the territory, everyone signs an agreement that the person entering is responsible for everything that happens to him inside. The guys decided that in this case, they could take his money, armored truck, and crystals. The next day, the protagonist came to the territory again, and when he dealt with the monsters, he began to pack their corpses into his truck. He thought that collecting all these corpses was much more difficult than killing these monsters. Meanwhile, the guys who planned to kill him were already hiding in the bushes and preparing to attack. However, they moved too noisily, causing the bushes in which they were hiding to rustle. The main character noticed strange sounds behind him. When he turned around, he saw one of the guys flying towards him with a gun in his hands. However, the protagonist's reaction was very fast, and he managed to use his shield to protect himself from the attack. The boy with yellow hair stated that he shouldn't have been so careless about his safety. Meanwhile, his brothers were watching the battle and cheering their brother on from the bushes, saying that he was doing a great job of fighting this guy. Then the guy raised his weapon over the main character again, intending to deal him a fatal blow. He used a huge club to attack, but the protagonist was able to stop it with one hand. There seemed to be absolutely no emotion on his face. However, he then opened his eyes and turned gloomily to the attacker, asking if he really intended to kill him. He then grabbed his head and asked him if he really dared to attack him with such skills. He then said that if he killed the man who tried to attack him, it would be self-defense. After that, the protagonist used the skill Flaming Hands, burning the head and body of the yellow-haired guy. He watched emotionlessly as his face melted right into his hand. The boy screamed in horror as his body was burned by fire, but soon his screams stopped. His brothers watched everything that was happening in horror, not daring to move from their place. When the guy died, the main character released his lifeless body to the ground. Suddenly he heard strange sounds behind him, and at that very moment he activated his shield again. It was just in time, because a moment later, plates crashed into him that could have cut off his limbs if not for his protection. Then he turned to the source of the sound. Behind him he saw two men standing in the bushes, still unable to move from horror. The pink-haired boy asked his brother if he had just missed, but the blue-haired boy was sure that he had hit the target. Then he shouted, saying that this guy was not a newbie at all, and told his brother to run away from here. The protagonist addressed them, saying that their skills and ability to work together left much to be desired, and yet they decided to attack him. After that, he used a magic projectile and sent it straight at the running blue-haired guy. His brother watched in horror as he fell to the ground. However, he decided that he was not going to leave it like that. After that, the guy took the shield and sword in his hands and looked menacingly at the main character. He thought that despite the protagonist's strength, he still couldn't use his spells forever. He then charged forward, intending to finish him off with his impenetrable shield. At this moment, the main character used a spell called Colorful Death. He also used the Color Jet spell and directed it straight towards his opponent. The guy didn't believe that Dylan was going to limit his view. The thing is that the color stream can affect the enemy's vision, and also stun them with prolonged use. But Dylan's level has increased significantly, and now this spell can send vibration waves through the enemy's body. The next moment, the pink-haired boy felt bloody tears start to flow from his eyes. A moment later, he fell to his knees, not understanding what was happening, because he did not even feel the force of the blow. When he looked up and at Dylan, he realized he had been wrong to doubt the guy's strength. Now he understood that he was not just a newbie. The main character decided not to stand on ceremony, and with one deft movement cut off the head of his opponent. These guys wanted to take his life, but now they have paid a high price for that attempt. Then the hero realized that there was still one enemy left alive. Meanwhile, the blue-haired guy, badly wounded, tried to run away and hide in the bushes. However, when he looked back, he noticed with horror that he was completely alone. Then he screamed, begging for mercy, and said that he would never set foot in Dylan's sight again. However, the hero said that he was not so holy as to let go of the one who tried to kill him. After that, he directed magical projectiles directly into the guy's body. The blue-haired boy tried to run away, but the projectiles were faster and hit him right in the back. The boy screamed in intense pain, feeling his life leaving him. The protagonist watched emotionlessly as his body fell to the ground. When he approached him, he saw that the guy was already dead. Moreover, all the trees that were in the path of his magic projectiles were broken in half. At that moment, the hero realized that these guys couldn't withstand even one of his spells. Soon he heard two people running towards him. It was the agents. When they looked at the scene, they were horrified and asked Dylan what happened here. At that moment, the hero looked at the bodies of his opponents, who lay near his feet. He did not interfere with the agents, and said that he would definitely tell them what happened here. He approached one of them and described in detail the battle that took place between him and the three attackers. The agents then said they would check the video footage again, but assumed it would be considered self-defense. But they still insisted that Dylan cooperate with them. When he agreed, the agents said that they needed to remove the bodies and move out of here. At which point the hero thought that because of these idiots, he would have to finish his work for today and lose some money. However, at that moment, he felt an ominous aura approaching him. He turned to the agents and asked if they could feel this magic. But the men did not understand what he meant. He then pointed to the bushes from which two blue eyes were glowing and said that magic was coming from this place. One of the agents said that he seemed to be very sensitive right now because he had just been in a fight, so he said he would go and check the place out. However, the protagonist understood that it would be too dangerous and ordered the agents to leave immediately. Nevertheless, the man still went to the place indicated by the main character and looked at it carefully. At that moment, a giant monster that looked like a saber-toothed wolf appeared right in front of him. Seeing the man in front of him, he howled furiously at him, baring his razor-sharp teeth. The hero understood that in front of him stood the leader of the wolves in this territory, which he hunted when he played the game. The agent was frozen with fear and could not move. At that moment, the wolf rushed straight at him. However, the protagonist's reaction was amazing, so he immediately activated his shield, protecting the agent. The man looked ahead in shock, not understanding why he was still alive. Then the main character shouted at him to get out of there immediately. After that, he used his skill called Fingertip Fireworks. He then used the skill Flaming Hands once he was sure the agent was out of the skill's range. The wolf wanted to rush at the guy, but realized in time what he was going to do and jumped out of the fireball. Then the hero realized that such attacks would not work, because the wolf was too fast. Moreover, with the help of his roar he could summon his flock. So now a whole pack of wolves, slightly smaller, was approaching them. The agents watched in horror, not knowing what to do in this situation. Soon they were surrounded by a pack of wolves, and they didn't even understand where they came from. Then the main character ordered them to get into his truck and leave here. He said that it was armored, so they would be able to get out of this territory without any problems. However, the agents said they had to help him deal with these wolves. However, Dylan stood his ground and said that these agents had just almost died. He stated that if they were not here, it would be much easier for him to deal with these monsters. Then the agents came to the conclusion that they really couldn't do anything in this situation, and decided to leave here and call for help. At that moment, the wolf growled again, and the sound of his roar echoed throughout the entire area. When the hero turned around, he saw that one of the agents was surrounded by wolves. The man put his fists in front of him, saying that he would stay here and that the rest should get into the car and leave. At that moment, one of the wolves opened its mouth and rushed at the man. However, the man punched him in the lower jaw, causing his mouth to close. He then hit him so hard that his head shattered into pieces, at which point the man decided that even without armor he could handle these wolves. However, his mind quickly changed as the rest of the wolves were closing in on him, and he couldn't handle them all on his own. The monsters then threw him to the ground and were about to kill him. However, at that moment, their bodies were pierced by magical projectiles fired by the main character. One of the agents ran up to his wounded comrade and grabbed him by the collar, dragging him inside the car. After that, they went to the exit from the territory, promising the main character that they would return with help. At that moment, Dylan thought he had finally gotten those agents out of here. However, when he looked around, he was horrified. A huge wolf was flying towards him, intending to kill him with its clawed paw. He realized that the claws on the wolf's paw were unusual. They emitted a magical aura. After this, the wolf delivered a crushing blow, which landed right on the ground. The thing is that the main character managed to run behind his back, noticing that the wolf first jumped, then hit with his paw, and after that had to swing his tail. The hero was sure of this because he saw his attack in the game. He knew that if he returned from this attack, the others would attack him. And so it happened. As soon as he returned from the tail attack, 3 small wolves immediately jumped on him. However, their attack also fell on empty ground. The main character managed to jump up, leaving the wolves on the ground. Then he began to remember what attacks should follow this. He saw that the body of the large wolf seemed to be pierced by lightning. Then the wolf let out another loud roar, and lightning flashed upward. The main character watched in surprise what would happen next. The next moment, lightning struck straight into the ground. After that, a wolf ran out from there, with intense rage visible on his face. When the smoke cleared, the rest of the wolves saw that a fairly large crater had formed at the site of the impact. Then the monsters looked up and realized that more magic projectiles were flying at them. However, their reaction was too slow, and so the next moment their bodies were pierced by magical lasers. The protagonist also aimed the projectiles at the main wolf, but it seemed that they did absolutely no damage to him. Dylan then laughed, saying that just like in the game, the wolf couldn't move after using the ability. Then he raised his finger up and began to draw another spell, deciding that it was time to finish with this. He then summoned 1,000 magic projectiles and aimed them at the wolf. After that, he used the fireworks spell on his fingertips. Then came the spell Flaming Hands. Dylan finished off by using a magic projectile and sending the spell combination straight at his opponent. The wolf watched in horror as fiery magical projectiles flew at him, which he could not dodge. The next moment, there was a deafening explosion. After some time, workers appeared on the territory and checked whether the leader of the wolves was really dead, after which the main character was interrogated about the trio. Thanks to the black box that was built into the truck, it was easy to prove the guilt of those guys. However, they might not be the only ones who decided to steal items from other awakened ones, so the hero decided to stay on guard. He decided that relying only on armor and weapons was too dangerous, so he needed a companion. Dylan decided that his current level would be enough for him to buy some kind of mini-drone. Soon, the protagonist reached level 5 in mechanics and again arrived on the territory in his armored car. He decided that all this could be done at home, but he was too eager to test the new items. And besides, all the necessary parts that he ordered on the internet had already arrived. Dylan was nervous, as if it was his first time trying to use the doubling skill. He thought that a dimension stone coated with metal would make a great drone. He realized that he was watching the process of creating an object that he had only seen in games. The guy was delighted and decided that he could watch this forever. After that, he picked up 2 sticks, deciding that he shouldn't forget about them. The system soon reported that the Avland wand had been added to the drone, and that the device was 75% complete. Shortly thereafter, the system reported that the drone was fully manufactured. The main character looked with delight at the creation he held in his hands. His drone emitted such a bright light that it attracted other monsters. A small flock of goblins noticed the bright light and moved towards its source. Then the main character grinned and decided to test his new invention on these monsters. He sent 2 of his drones to deal with the goblins. Although they looked no different from normal drones, due to the fact that they were created using a mechanic spell, they could gain great speed. Against monsters that didn't have high skills, these drones were like the top predator. The drones easily tracked down the goblins and aimed at their heads. The next moment they fired lasers, which the goblins were unable to dodge. The main character was delighted when he saw the result of his creation. He understood that now even his fellow tribesmen would not be able to identify the bodies of these goblins. Then he decided to check out the rest of the drone's functions. He decided that first he needed to try to raise his level of mechanics. He knew that to create a golem he needed to be at least level 11, and then he only had to fulfill one condition. As it turned out, the video of the fight between Dylan and those 3 guys was posted on the internet. Some admired the guy's strength, and some were horrified, not understanding how an awakened one could be capable of such strength. This video was posted by a girl with purple hair, and she watched with pleasure as the number of views and her subscribers grew. She knew that with this video, she would be able to gain enough subscribers, and Dylan would become more popular. So in this situation, everyone wins. Soon this news reached other people. Charlie told Lizzie that he had found an interesting video and asked her to watch it. At first, the girl was skeptical about this proposal, asking what could be unusual there. However, she soon realized that the video was of the same Dylan, and Charlie then said that he thought it was just a video of him hunting. Lizzie was stunned when she saw the full video. Then she suddenly rose from her seat and turned to Charlie. She said it looked like she would have to talk to Dylan in person. When Charlie asked her if she was going to meet him in person, the girl got angry, saying that from this video it was clear that this guy was unusually strong. She then grabbed the man by the collar, saying that this low-ranking fighter had killed 3 awakened and a wolf leader. But Charlie still doubted that offering 100 billion to a newbie was too much. Lizzie then asked him if he could kill such a monster himself as an F-rank fighter. But Charlie said that it would be too difficult. The girl screamed that she had never heard of such a thing either. But this guy was very strong now, and if he became even stronger, he would be worth much more than 100 billion. She then grabbed the man by the tie and said that they didn't have time to sit around doing nothing. She dragged him towards the exit of the office, saying that they needed to leave immediately. The same thing happened in other guilds. They decided that there was no time to waste, and they urgently needed to go and meet this guy. They were confident that if they could get such a fighter, they would immediately break into the top. Thus, serious competition for Dylan arose between the guilds. Meanwhile, the main character continued his work in the territory and soon earned 700 million. However, now he was not even surprised by such sums, since this had become a routine matter for him. At that moment, Charlie called him. The protagonist knew that he was the deputy head of the Plum Blossom Guild, who had recently invited him to their place. And then the protagonist took his number from the business card he left. Dylan decided to pick up the phone, but instead of Charlie, he heard a female voice who introduced herself as Lizzie, the head of the guild. She said that Charlie was currently driving and she wanted to talk to Dylan in person and asked where he was now, to which the protagonist replied that he was currently busy on the territory, but if it was not something urgent, then he hangs up. Then the girl quickly stopped him, saying that even if he was busy, there was nothing wrong with that. She stated that she wanted to talk about his admission to the guild. Lizzie said that Dylan posted a price of 100 billion on the door that time. And if what they saw on the video is true, they are considering paying him that amount. At this point, Charlie intervened in the conversation, saying that in his opinion this was still too much money. But the girl ordered him to shut up and look at the road. She then turned back to the protagonist, asking if he agreed to such conditions. But Dylan asked what she meant when she talked about some video. The girl explained that a girl named Helena had posted a video of Dylan, but the main character said that this was the first he had heard about it. He stated that he needed to sort out the situation first, and therefore he was forced to end the conversation. This time, Lizzie failed to stop him, and the protagonist hung up. Then Charlie turned to her again, telling her to stop thinking about this stupid plan. At that moment, the girl grabbed him by the throat, asking if he really had nothing else to say besides that. Soon the protagonist found out that someone had actually posted a video of him fighting with those 3 guys. He realized that apparently, this was done in order to gain subscribers. However, he also understood that someone might misunderstand the video and think that he was the killer. However, since everyone already knew that he was using a spell, he needed to take advantage of the moment. The protagonist thought that he was not going to join a guild, but he would be able to go down into the dungeon, thereby increasing his level much faster. Dylan then decided to send a message to everyone who invited him to join the guild. He said that even though he wasn't the one who posted the video of his hunt, his skills are no longer worth 100 billion. Dylan said he would explain the reason for this decision at midnight tonight, and if anyone is interested, they can come and see it in person. Meanwhile, the story moves to the Jongsong building. Jongsong Group CEO Peter turned to his daughter Daniela and said he had already told her to dress more modestly. His daughter was the head of the Jongsong Guild. She said that she was not comfortable moving around in the dungeons in other clothes. Then Peter showed her a tablet with an image of armor and said that the guild could make such a suit for her, and she would be able to defend herself in it. However, Daniela said that this armor provides much worse protection than her own. She also stated that this time she didn't want to sit on the sidelines in this situation. So Peter asked if she was also attracted to this guy. Daniela confirmed this by saying that she watched the video and was now sure of it. Then her father said that he contacted the Awakened administration, and they said that this man was a very ordinary magician. He said that magicians are usually rated so low because it is impossible to develop your skills in several directions at once. However, Daniela said that after watching the video of this guy, she was sure that he was not just an awakened mage. Peter asked her if she really thought this guy was worth that much money, but the girl wasn't sure yet. However, her intuition usually never failed her. Peter was extremely surprised by this reaction from his daughter. He smiled as he hadn't seen her so lively in a long time. However, in his opinion, that guy was just an ordinary low-ranking newbie. However, he decided to change his mind as his daughter was very excited about it. Then he asked her if she really came to him only for this reason, and asked how much money she needed. He asked if 10 billion would be enough for her. However, Daniela said that she would need about 200 billion. At first, Peter was surprised, but said that he would prepare everything, but asked not to waste money. Hearing this, the girl rushed to hug the man and said that her dad was the best and she loved him very much. When it was 12 o'clock at night, Lily went to Deos Market. She greeted everyone present and introduced herself as Lily from the Awakened administration. Lizzie and Charlie were also inside. Then the girl said that they were going to have a bit of a weird auction today, but she thought that many people already knew what she meant. Then she decided to introduce the most hotly discussed face of society in recent days. The spotlight fell directly on Dylan, who was standing in the middle of the stage. The main character took the microphone in his hands and introduced himself, saying that he was pleased to meet everyone present. He said that as they could see in the video, unlike other awakened mages, after using magic, he does not need time to rest and accumulate mana. One of the guests said that this was a lie, since there had never been a time when a person could use magic without wasting mana. He asked Dylan to stop this whole mess, otherwise he would face his abilities. The man was sure that the guy just edited this video. Then the main character raised his hand and drew a shield spell with his finger. At that moment, the man discovered that he was surrounded by a shield, and armor appeared on his body. The guests sitting next to him were shocked that the spell worked so quickly, and there was not even any delay between the two spells. Then Dylan said that the speed was indeed different. He grinned and asked if the man was happy with the result. When the man realized that he had lost the argument, he decided not to respond. Then the guests started saying that such a trick could be done since the shield skill was very simple, but they doubted that the attack spells would work. Then the protagonist said that he expected the guests to start doubting, so he prepared well. He pointed to an unusual pole that stood on the stage and said that he would demonstrate his skills on his assistant. At that moment, Daniela, who was sitting among the guests, raised her hand and said that she would like to help him with the demonstration. She said that she brought the tank from the Jongsong Guild here because she thought that she could help a lot more than the dummy that Dylan had prepared. At that moment, a girl with short dark hair with a purple streak stood up from her seat wearing heavy armor. The protagonist understood that in order to use his skills, an awakened mage needed to weave a spell. However, regular magic takes a certain amount of time and also does not allow movement while weaving the spell. However, this does have its downsides, as sometimes mages will face attacks from large monsters. In such a case, they have to turn to tanks for help. However, as long as he could chant the spell, it would work at that very moment. And because he didn't waste time weaving spells, he could move around freely. However, attack power does not need to be accumulated compared to normal skills. Moreover, she comes out stronger. That was what was special about Dylan. At that moment, a girl in armor came out on stage. The guests behind her were talking about how in order to invite her to the raid, they would have to pay a considerable sum. But the girl ignored these words and introduced herself, saying that her name was Sonia. Dylan asked her if she was sure she could handle it, and Sonia told him not to worry. She said she would definitely be better than his assistant. Besides, she would like to personally experience the power of Dylan's spells. The girl then addressed the crowd, introducing herself by name and saying that she worked for the Jongsong Guild. She then invited the guests to look at her characteristics, which were presented on tablets. Lizzie stated that with Sonia's help, they would truly be able to assess Dylan's strength. She knew that the defense level could not be raised with other stat points. One could only rely on relics and skills. However, if this girl has such excellent indicators in a normal state, then during a fight, they are probably even higher. At that moment, the main character saw the same battle with the 3 guys who wanted to kill him flash before his eyes again. He understood that, apart from those 3 weaklings, this would be his chance to test his magic on a tank that specialized in defense. Then Sonia prepared her shield, and said that she was ready to test the guy's abilities. She watched his actions carefully from behind her shield. At this point, the announcer said that for the safety of the audience, they would cordon off the stage with a shield. Soon the guests saw that a shield appeared in front of them, similar to a glowing cage. At this moment, the main character began to call upon his spells. He then fired 5 magic projectiles at the girl, and soon a loud explosion was heard, but her shield was not damaged. However, Sonia understood that each of his blows was incredibly strong, and he launched 5 projectiles at once. After that, the guy used a combination of the skills fingertip fireworks and flaming hands. The audience was delighted when they realized that the guy was using such devastating attacks, but wasted no time in weaving spells. At that moment, Sonia realized that her shield could not withstand such strong attacks, and cracks appeared on it. Soon her shield completely cracked, leaving her virtually defenseless. Daniela watched in horror as Sonia's initial defense was destroyed, despite being one of the strongest D rank awakened. However, Dylan was still unable to destroy her shield. Then, Sonia turned to him, asking if he was going to show anything else. She stated that she could still continue because she didn't feel anything and wanted Dylan to show everything he could do. There was a smirk on her face. It seemed like she was provoking the guy. Daniela chuckled. She knew that Sonia rarely acknowledged mages other than the most outstanding ones. But she was finally interested in someone. If they could get Dylan, they would make a great team. Then the protagonist said that they really should stop playing and decided to use stronger skills. He used the flaming hand spell again and sent more projectiles towards the girl. This time there were many more shells, and soon a deafening explosion was heard on the stage. Sonia watched his attacks in surprise, not knowing how strong they would be. However, when they touched her shield, an even more deafening explosion occurred, which made it impossible for the guests to see what was happening on stage. They soon discovered to their horror that the shield that had protected them from what was happening on stage had begun to crack. All the guild representatives present in the hall were horrified. However, when the smoke cleared, they saw that Sonia was still standing and holding her shield. However, when she came to, she discovered that such a strong flame had burnt her hair. At that moment, the protagonist approached her and apologized, saying that he did not mean to use such strong magic. However, Sonia stated that it was an honor for her to be injured after so long, after which Dylan smiled and thanked her for her help. He took her hand, and the girl said that she would like to see him in action again. After this, the announcer announced to everyone present that they were ending the demonstration. Dylan then addressed the crowd, saying he would like to make one more condition. He said that he had no plans to join any guild and would like to sign the contract not as a guild member, but as a mercenary and partner. Connor was furious. He said that if he wasn't going to join the guild, then there was no point in paying him so much money. Then the main character declared that it was only his choice. Connor yelled that this guy shouldn't show off his skills, then called Maria and said that they were leaving here. The rest of the guests also headed for the exit, since they were not interested in paying so much money just to hire this guy solely as a mercenary. Then Dylan realized that there were only 2 girls left in the room, Lizzie and Daniela. Lizzie asked the guy why they would pay so much money for a mercenary and not for a guild member. Dylan said he wasn't happy with the idea of just getting paid for the contract, since he was going to sell items like this, and then pointed at his drone. Charlie was shocked when he realized that he could create items. The girl was also shocked because she thought that he could only use spells. She then asked him if he was really a double awakened, but the protagonist said it was a secret. At that moment, Lizzie screamed that she accepted his terms and was ready to pay 100 billion for a 5-year contract. However, Daniela interrupted her, saying that she was ready to pay 150 billion. She said that she would give Dylan 1.5 times more money than the Flower Guild would offer him. Thus, the protagonist entered into a contract with the Jongsong Guild. Only a few days had passed since then, and he was surprised that the news had spread so quickly. He didn't even tell his parents about it, because he was afraid that they would be very worried, but it seemed that they themselves were not against such a development of events. His mother said that in the end he should value his life and not take unnecessary risks. But she was very pleased that her son turned out to be so talented. The protagonist realized that during the break he had also collected several more relics. Among them were a bracelet, marathon runner's shoes, an old prayer book, and a twilight ring. After that, he decided to check his statistics and realized that his level of wisdom and magic was already more than 300, and the rest of the indicators had about 100 points. Then the hero realized that with such characteristics, he was already pulling for rank C, and decided to focus on learning spells, and not on relics. Meanwhile, the story moves to the lobby of the Jongsong Guild building. The main character arrived there, and stopped near the entrance. Behind him, various people were whispering, saying that they were very unhappy that the guild had invited a newcomer. The protagonist assumed that there would be a lot of discontent due to his presence. After that, he went to the reception and said that he came to meet the guildmaster. At that moment, a man came up behind him and smirked. He asked if it was really that super newbie standing in front of him. The two fighters watching this noted that the guy was at it again, but they were interested to see how Dylan's rookie initiation would go. Then, the stranger extended his hand to the main character, saying that his name was Matthew, and he was very pleased to meet him. Dylan shook his hand and introduced himself, giving his name. Hearing this, Matthew grinned slyly. After that, he squeezed the man's palm with force. The main character didn't expect this, and his face even twisted a little in pain. He thought to himself that this initiation rite was just a cliched handshake like in the movies. But he couldn't just give up. He put his free hand behind his back and used his armor skill. Matthew watched him, thinking that with such strength this guy should have reacted, but there was no emotion on his face. Then the protagonist leaned over and whispered in his ear that he didn't believe that was all he could do, and asked him to show him something more. These words made Matthew furious. He squeezed Dylan's hand even tighter, causing the walls of the room to suddenly begin to shake. The other warriors thought that this was too much, but they were very surprised. Dylan didn't seem to care at all about the strength of the handshake. When Matthew realized that his skills weren't working, he became even more angry. The protagonist asked with a grin if that was all he could do, and then stated that, apparently, this initiation rite was nothing special. At that moment, a murderous expression appeared on Matthew's face. He said that now the super newbie would regret his words. At that moment, the hero thought about how easy it was to piss this guy off. He then used all his power. His body was enveloped in an evil aura, and dust began to smoke around the guy. The other warriors watched this in horror, realizing that the situation was already going beyond the boundaries of normality, and they urgently needed to call someone for help. However, there was still no emotion on the protagonist's face. Seeing this, Matthew screamed in rage and despair. However, he felt as if something had pierced his head. After that, he finally released his grip and began to fall. Soon he was lying on the floor unconscious. At that moment, a girl entered the hall and witnessed everything that was happening. It was Daniela in a combat suit, and she said that she had just come from the dungeon, and the men were doing some nonsense here. She then turned to her teacher, telling him to take care of Matthew's manners, but the man said that it seemed he had taught him too poorly, and it was time for him to take him seriously again. The main character thought that all this was similar to an army, where each soldier was trained and educated personally. However, his thoughts were interrupted by Daniela, who said that she heard that Dylan had come to meet her, and so they could do it right now. Then the main character thought that she came at a very convenient time, and began to guess that they wanted him to show his abilities in front of everyone. However, he soon decided that he was simply making things up and agreed to go with the girl. The man picked up Matthew, who was still unconscious, and Daniela went with the guests to a quieter place. Soon they arrived at the guild master's office. The protagonist jokingly asked if they were using the guild leader's office as a room. However, the girl said that it was nothing special since the place was practically her home, but she was surprised, thinking that Dylan must have been busy spending money for his contract. The protagonist said that spending money is not his priority, and he came here for a specific reason. He needs a special dungeon for his abilities. He asked the girl if she'd heard anything about the Dungeon of the Goblin Mechanics. Daniela said that she has this dungeon on her list. It is E rank, and inside there is a goblin engineer who is the boss. She then threw the notebook to the hero, saying that he could look at the list of dungeons himself. She said that she was helping him because they had signed a contract as a mercenary, and if Dylan's powers grew, it would bring them even more benefits. The hero thought to himself that although he came to get the golem diagram in this dungeon, apparently he will be able to get much more. This dungeon is too similar to the one in the game, so the diagram is definitely there. However, his thoughts were interrupted by Daniela, as she wanted to say something to the guy. She said that this dungeon was currently under their control, so in exchange for permission to enter, she would like to ask him for a favor. The girl asked if she could go with him. Meanwhile, the story moves to the underground training pavilion of the Jongsong Guild. At that moment, Sonya was inside, practicing on robots. Her strength was running out, but she was able to deal with all her opponents. At that moment, a man entered the pavilion, holding the defeated Matthew in his arms. He asked if Sonya was tired of training since the morning. The girl greeted Teacher Parker. Then she turned her attention to the man he was carrying on his shoulder. Parker threw him to the floor and said that the master had seen him when he got into a confrontation with Dylan in the hall and had been assigned to teach him a lesson. Sonya said she heard that Dylan got a contract for 150 billion. Parker said that this is the biggest contract ever. Then he asked the girl what she thought of this guy because she blocked his attacks and probably knows his strength. Sonia replied that it was the first time in a long time that she had been injured, and the first time that she had had so much fun. She stated that she wanted to have another proper fight with him. Parker said she had indeed found herself a worthy long-range fighter. He then noticed that the girl couldn't stop talking like she was in the army, and said that if she stopped doing that, she would be more attractive. However, Sonia said that she was used to speaking that way because she grew up in a military family. She then asked the man to forgive her for this. Parker then said that he would try to keep her place anyway. He also said that it would be great to unite her and Dylan, but asked her not to overdo it with the training, since nothing good would come of it. At 6 o'clock the next morning, the protagonist went to one of the stations where he was supposed to meet Daniela. He said that the girl worked very quickly, and he didn't expect to go on his first raid as an awakened so early in the morning. However, Daniela said that it was nothing special, and now that he was part of the guild, he should get used to it. She said she had also called the porters, and so they were only expecting Dylan. The protagonist knew that most often the porters were ordinary people who collected corpses, but somehow it was expected from the 7th best guild in the country that even their porters would be awakened. He understood that all of this was some kind of training for newbies to learn what a dungeon was, since the chances of encountering monsters other than during outbreaks and in the territory were practically zero. Then he asked the girl if he could come in. She said that she knew it was too late to ask, but she still wondered if he was sure he could handle it alone. Then the protagonist stated that he was sure that he would not die. However, Daniela considered his behavior too arrogant. In response to this, the protagonist stated that his arrogance was based on precise calculations. After that, he approached the portal that led to the dungeon. The boy was delighted because it was his first trip underground. He entered the portal and Daniela followed after him. Soon, the main character came out on the other side of the portal. He found himself in a place that looked like a quiet, scary forest. Daniela reported that the structure of the dungeon is always different, but this dungeon looks like some kind of forest, and so far she hasn't seen anything special here. Then she turned to the guy with a smile. She told him that she was just going to be there and watch everything from behind, and in the meantime, he could show what he was capable of. Then Dylan started thinking about where he should go first. On one side, there was a deep forest, full of tall trees and bushes, and on the other side, there was a meadow, which at first glance looked very well kept. Usually people chose the second option, but the main character decided to go into the forest, having prepared armor and a shield in advance. He knew that the goblins, being intelligent, would play dirty by setting traps in the meadow where they expected people to go. After this, the main character headed deeper into the forest. Soon he noticed that 3 shells were flying towards him. A moment later, there was a deafening explosion. As it turned out, they were goblins holding something like a grenade launcher in their hands. However, the protagonist's reaction was very fast, so he quickly identified the opponents and used magic projectiles on them. The shells hit all the enemies precisely, and the main character managed to run past them. However, there were those who were hiding in the trees. They aimed their grenade launchers directly at the main character. Dylan already knew in advance where they would be, so he used his magic projectile skill again and ran forward. The shells hit their targets and explosions were heard where the goblins were sitting. At this moment, the main character began to think about where the rest of the opponents were. When he looked up, he saw several goblins flying towards him. They began to charge their metal fists, intending to attack Dylan. However, the main character did not lose his head, and used his shield skill again. When the goblins attacked him, several deafening explosions were heard from the impact of their fists with the protagonist's shield. Dylan laughed, saying that such an attack wouldn't work against him. He then extended his hand forward and used a skill called fingertip fireworks. He then used flame hands and a huge blast wave was released from his palm. She was so strong that she blew up the attacking goblins. After some time, nothing remained of the attackers but ashes. When the main character looked around, he saw sparks falling from the sky. He smiled and noted that there was nothing special about this fight. Behind him lay the corpses of goblins with their heads and limbs torn off. When the main character realized that there was no one left here, he decided to continue on his way. He walked further into the forest, and the further he went, the thicker the fog became. He soon found himself approaching something enormous. He realized that in front of him was the very same labyrinth famous for its multiple traps. After this, the main character immediately went inside. Daniela, who was watching everything, realized that this guy had exceeded her expectations. She thought that the goblins with bazookas would give him enough trouble. However, she was surprised by the accuracy of Dylan's spells. Usually awakened mages of his level have an accuracy of about 35%, so she couldn't believe that he had only received these abilities a month ago. Moreover, a mechanical labyrinth awaited him ahead if he went the wrong way. He would be met with wasps, vampires, poisonous thorns, and various traps with saws. At that moment, the girl noticed something strange. She didn't understand why Dylan stopped abruptly. At first, she thought he wanted to give up. However, she soon noticed in his hand the very drone that he had shown during his performance. The girl couldn't believe that this drone was functioning in the dungeon. She knew that no human product could work in the dungeons, so she was very shocked. Meanwhile, the main character sent his drones for reconnaissance. He used the vision skill and was therefore able to see everything that his drones could see. A map appeared in his head, where he could see where the goblins had hidden traps, and he realized that there were quite a few of these traps. He realized that he could attack the goblins to gain a small amount of experience. He then began to move further through the maze, based on the map the drones provided him with. With the help of drones, he is unlikely to get lost or trapped. And then he reached the right place and looked around the corner. He saw a whole squad of goblins, armed with various weapons, approaching him. Their leader shouted for the goblins to attack. However, at that moment the protagonist jumped and rose high above his opponents. The goblin leader then ordered the others to aim their long-range weapons at him. The next moment, the hero saw several projectiles flying towards him. He put his hands out in front of him, shielding himself from the bullets flying at him. Soon, a powerful explosion was heard at the place where he was. However, when the smoke cleared, the goblins saw that in the place where their enemy had been, there was only his shadow, dissolving along with the smoke. The protagonist chuckled, saying that he used an illusion skill, and asked the goblins how it felt to attack his clone. He then used the shield skill and combined it with the flaming hands skill. And then he directed this spell at the crowd of goblins. The monsters were terrified and could not withstand such a strong attack. Soon, the system informed the hero that his level had been increased several times. Meanwhile, Daniela entered the labyrinth and silently watched the fight. She thought he would repeat his techniques, but he cornered the goblins and killed them. She looked with delight at what was left of the monsters after Dylan's attack. The girl thought that even an S-rank awakened like her couldn't attack, defend, and strengthen herself at the same time. Moreover, this guy also had drones. Then she realized that those 150 billion were a great investment. Meanwhile, the main character approached the entrance to the boss's room. Without thinking, he stepped into the portal, intending to look at his opponent. When he poked his head out from the other side of the portal, he was quite surprised. Inside, cannons were waiting for him, attached to both sides of the wall. Inside the room was a goblin sitting on what was called a throne. Dylan knew that the emerald in his forehead must be connected to the guns around him. They were probably at least 5 times more powerful than the ones his minions used. He then realized that he would hardly be able to withstand this attack with only armor and a shield. But since the cannons had a recovery time of 1 minute, it would be more than enough. After that, he entered the boss room and immediately began to use magic harmony and polar alignment spells. The goblin boss looked at him with fury, but there was not a trace of worry on Dylan's face. After that, he sent dozens of magic projectiles towards the goblin. However, at that moment something appeared in front of the goblin and blocked him from the projectiles. After this, the monster stepped down from his throne and headed towards the car that appeared in front of him. As he sat inside the car, the ruby on his forehead glowed a bright red light. As it turned out, this was a signal to activate the cannons, which pointed their barrels directly at the main character. Dylan noticed this, but his face still showed no emotion. After this, the boss shouted, ordering his minions to come out. At that moment, a huge mechanical hand appeared from underground. Soon the main character found himself surrounded by robot goblins that were crawling out from underground. The robots stood up and immediately went on the attack, taking huge blades from their hands and running towards the main character. Dylan, however, didn't seem to be at all intimidated by this. When he saw that the monsters had come close enough to him, he rushed at them himself, summoning magical projectiles. The next moment, he touched one of the robots and used magic projectiles on it, which pierced its mechanical body. The hero decided that this would be enough to deal with the boss's minions. However, at that moment, the eyes of the robot in front of him lit up red. At first, Dylan didn't understand what this meant. The robot then slammed its fists together, preparing for the next attack. At that moment, the boss, sitting inside one of the robots, appeared in front of the main character and swung his fist at him. However, the main character managed to dodge and used his skill. Thus, the robot's blow hit his shield directly. The powerful blow caused dust to rise, and for some time the goblin could not see where his opponent was. However, when the dust cleared, he saw that Dylan was protected by his shield, and was using the skills of magic harmony and pole coherence. At that moment, 2 drones appeared behind the goblin. The protagonist smirked and ordered them to release magic projectiles. The next moment there was a loud explosion as the shells hit their target. After that, he ordered the drones to attack the car again. However, at that moment, another robot appeared due to the sound. This attack was quite unexpected, so the main character barely managed to dodge it. At this moment, the goblin boss noticed that one of his eyes was injured. He watched as his robot subordinate tried to catch Dylan. However, no matter how hard the robot tried, he could not harm the guy. At this point, the protagonist decided to activate another batch of magic projectiles while the robot was confused after another attack. He touched the robot's body and fired several projectiles. This attack was very successful, and the robot's head was badly damaged. When the robot fell to the ground, its head fell off its body and rolled to the side. Seeing this, the main character was very pleased with himself. Meanwhile, the goblin watched what was happening with fury, realizing that he was starting to lose. He then used his car and fired a fireball straight towards Dylan. The main character was busy watching the defeated robot, and did not immediately notice the fiery sphere flying towards him. Meanwhile, a fiery projectile hit right where the main character was. Dylan was terrified because he didn't expect such a strong attack. Shortly after this, a powerful explosion was heard. The protagonist realized that his armor and shield were beginning to crumble. He jumped back when he realized that his shield was reduced to mere fragments. He knew that if it weren't for his armor, things would be very bad for him. Then he looked to the side and realized that the guns were almost fully loaded. The goblin decided to release another fire attack from his machine. The hero understood that he didn't have much time left, so he rushed into the attack. However, his path to the goblin was blocked by other robots that were still alive. However, for Dylan, they were not an insurmountable obstacle. The robots launched a synchronized strike at the location where Dylan was supposed to be. However, the smoke cleared and they saw that it was not the real Dylan in front of them, but just a copy of him. As it turned out, the protagonist once again used the illusion skill to run through the opponents unnoticed. Soon, he found himself right in front of the goblin, who was preparing another fire attack. At this moment, the main character used his drone to jump very high from it. He used a mid-air somersault to avoid the fireball flying towards him. The goblin was horrified when he realized that he had missed his opponent, who was so close to him. The main character decided not to waste time and used the skill of fireworks on his fingertips. After that, he used the skill Flaming Hands and released a huge shockwave made of fire straight at his opponent. He watched in awe as the goblin burned alive from such an attack. However, he soon realized that he was celebrating too early, as he saw two goblin hands flying towards him from the smokescreen. The goblin, dying from the heat, grabbed him by the neck and tried to pull him towards himself. Meanwhile, the cannons that were on the walls were fully reloaded and fired at once at the uninvited guest. At that moment, a look of horror appeared on Dylan's face. Daniela, who was watching everything that was happening with horror, watched as cannon shells flew towards the main character. Meanwhile, the goblin, on his last legs, was still holding the guy by the collar. At this moment, the main character did not understand what he needed to do to save himself. Then Daniela decided that she couldn't let him die here like this, and intervened. She charged her sword with magical energy, and it began to emit orange lightning. However, suddenly she noticed something strange. Dylan, while in the goblin's grip, used his finger and drew a heart-shaped spell. As it turned out, he used the charm skill. Suddenly, the goblin's eyes stopped glowing with a frightening red light, and his pupils took the shape of a heart. He began to look at the main character with adoration. After that, he released him from his grip, and the hero happily realized that he had managed to free himself. The next moment, the guns finally fired, but they were aiming at the place where Dylan was, but the hero was no longer there. Thus, they hit the owner of the premises, who was at gunpoint. When the protagonist turned around, he saw that the robot in which the goblin was sitting began to fall. As he fell to his knees, there was a deafening explosion. Soon the smoke cleared and Daniela entered the room. She couldn't believe that the boss had apparently just protected Dylan from a missile attack. She looked closer and saw that the robot the goblin was sitting in was kneeling, and Dylan was hiding under its body. However, soon the robot's body began to crack, preparing to explode. Soon after, the robot completely broke down and its fragments fell to the ground. Then Daniela ran up to the protagonist and asked if he was okay. Dylan crawled out from under the rubble and said that it could have been a pretty dangerous situation. He was surprised, but he didn't expect the boss to be such a tough nut to crack. He thought he would finish him off with his fiery hands. And although everything didn't go according to plan, in the end, everything ended exactly as he expected. He turned to the robot and saw the dead goblin still sitting inside. At this moment, the system reported that the protagonist's magic level had reached 20. Dylan assumed he got so much experience because he killed the boss alone. Moreover, after the boss, a lot of items were left behind. Then Daniela said that she had a lot of questions about the spells he used against the boss. But for now, she should go and give the guy time to check all the remaining items. Before leaving, she told him that today's raid had proven to her that he was truly worth the money, and she was very much looking forward to working with Dylan further. After this, the girl entered the portal and left the dungeon. The protagonist began to check the items left behind by the boss. Among them was a mid-level space stone. There were also 3 second-class spellbooks that gave him 3 different skills. One of them gave him a large boost to strength, another the ability to shoot webs, and the third the ability to summon a clone. There were also scrolls with the golem schematics that Dylan wanted to get his hands on, and now he could finally leave the dungeon with peace of mind. He decided that since he had received the second-class spell and the schematics, he could begin his plan right away. 3 days later, he arrived at the training hall, which was located underground. The voice from the speakers asked if he really thought he could handle it. The protagonist replied that he believed in himself and asked to set the opponents to the maximum level. Parker said that since the robots are set to maximum level, they will attack as soon as they spot a target. At that moment, Daniela entered the hall. She said that they had only just emerged from the dungeon, and Dylan was already up to something new. Then the guy said that he had a proposal for the girl. He asked her to look at the robots that were standing behind her. Daniela replied that they looked like the drones he showed her last time. Parker soon reported that the robots' setup was complete and they would attack immediately. At that moment, the robots immediately targeted Dylan and Daniela. Their bodies glowed red and they immediately went on the attack. Then the main character turned to someone at the side and asked him to get up. That someone was Akron, the golem he created. In just one moment, he appeared from the portal and dealt a crushing blow to the robots. His blow was so strong that nothing remained of the robots except broken parts. After this, the golem slammed its fists menacingly, showing that it had done its job. At first, Dylan and Daniela didn't know what to say. The girl then asked the guy if he was going to sell this golem, but the hero replied that this robot was made for himself. He said he brought it here to check before going down into the dungeon. After this, the hero turned to the robot, calling him by name, Akron, and the robot responded to him with obedience. Dylan asked him to show how he would cope with the rest of the robots, and then the golem said that he would immediately begin the task. He extended his palm and pointed it towards one of the robots. Then his palm seemed to be on fire as he used the flaming hand spell. After that, he released a huge wave of fire towards his opponent. When it dissipated, everyone present saw that only broken parts remained of the robot. Daniela was shocked. She did not expect such incredible power from this golem. She turned to the main character and said that she was very surprised, as she had never met such golems. However, Dylan understood her surprise, because she really was seeing his Akron for the first time. Then the girl asked what he was going to do with this golem if not sell it. The hero handed her a ball with a skull painted on it, and said that he would use this giant bomb to start with. He then put another ball on the table and said that he also had an ice bomb with a surprise. Eventually he got another bomb, called a blinding one, but the girl was not entirely happy with it. The hero looked at her with a smile, not understanding what she meant. Then Daniela asked what kind of space he was using and why he could get bombs from there. The hero replied that apparently he had received such an ability, but the girl did not calm down and said that interdimensional ability is not something that you get for free. She thought to herself that only S-rank awakened people could use this ability. Then the hero said that apparently he was just lucky. Daniela replied that what he had just demonstrated proved that this characteristic surpassed his rank. However, the hero continued to play the fool and said that apparently this makes him quite unusual. After this, he turned to his assistant and asked him to open the doors of the hall. He turned to the girl and said that instead of words, he would show her what these bombs were capable of. To begin with, he decided to use a giant bomb and threw it forward. As the bomb flew, it began to burn red. The next moment, there was a deafening explosion, and the main characters watched with interest what would happen next. Meanwhile, Parker watched everything that was happening from another room, noting that this power was simply incredible. The walls covered with stones of space were simply melting, and everything could have ended badly if they had not lowered the temperature. However, Dylan advised them not to worry, saying that he would deal with it with his next bomb. He picked up the ice bomb and rolled it across the broken floor. A second later, there was an explosion, and in the place where the bomb landed, a huge glacier grew, like an ice flower. The hero explained that this was temporary ice, and it would disappear in 10 seconds. He then asked the girl what she thought about it. Daniela replied that she liked everything so far, and asked to see the last bomb. Then the main character gave her sunglasses and said that first she needed to put them on. The girl obediently put on her glasses, saying that the guy had prepared very well. After that, Dylan took the last bomb and threw it to the side. Then he closed his eyes because when the bomb exploded, it began to emit a blindingly bright light. The main character and the girl watched what was happening with interest. After that, Daniela said that all 3 bombs seemed very useful, but she was interested in the cost of their production. But the hero replied that it was a secret, and he planned to sell them to the guild for 6 million, and to the rest for 10. Daniela said that she was very sorry, but Dylan could not name the production price, to which the hero replied that Pandora's box is beautiful when it is closed. Then the girl said that the price he had voiced was quite acceptable, even without taking into account the cost of production, because these bombs could be used not only in dungeons, but also in other places. Dylan said he thought it was a small price to pay to save a life. After that, Daniela smiled and said that she wanted to make him an offer. She said that if he would sell bombs only to them, then the guild would pay him 10 million apiece. Thus, the protagonist made a deal with the master. The next day, Lizzie returned to her guild and put on her battlesuit. At that moment, Charlie burst into her office and said that they had serious problems. Afterwards, he handed her documents that showed the growth of the Jongsong Guild. The man explained that thanks to their exclusive contract with Dylan, they began selling explosives that could be used in dungeons. When the girl saw this, she was furious and hit the table with her fist. She had seen Dylan's skills and his ability to craft, and now she felt very sad that she had not gotten such a cadre into her guild, even despite the high price she would have to pay. Charlie said that his contract expired in 3 years and then they could invite him to join them. At that moment, the girl straightened her shoulders and quietly turned to her deputy. After this, she forcefully threw him out of her office, telling him that he should think before opening his mouth. The rest of the guild workers guessed that the director and the deputy director had quarreled again today. They assumed that it was because of the news about the Jongsong Guild. Lizzie told her deputy that Dylan, who is currently at level F, is worth 150 billion. And with such characteristics, it will not remain at the same level in 3 years. After that, the girl headed towards the exit of the office, and Charlie, having recovered, asked where she was going. The girl turned around and shouted at him, saying that she was going to negotiate with the Jongsong Guild, and Charlie would go with her. Meanwhile, the story moves to the sales department of the Jongsong Guild. It turned out that many people had arrived at the guild who wanted to sign a contract for the supply of new goods. However, the workers explained that they were selling these bombs under an exclusive contract. Daniela stood on the top floor and watched everything that was happening with a smile. At that moment, a man approached her and asked why she was there, to which the girl replied that today was the first day of sales. She thought it would be quite a funny performance. The girl who approached her asked what she meant. Then Daniela asked her if she remembered what happened 2 years ago. It turns out that 2 years ago, due to issues with the exclusive rights to the dungeon near Namyeon Station, Jongseon and Plum Blossom became rivals. At that time, Lizzie began spreading dirty rumors about Jungsoon and Daniel, who was only 18 years old at the time. She eventually gained the rights to the dungeon, and the bad reputation has followed Jongsong to this day. Daniela said she understood why Lizzie acted the way she did. At that moment, she looked down and saw that Lizzie had arrived for the first day of sales with her deputy. Then Daniela said that despite what happened in the past, she never wanted to miss the opportunity to look at her face today. Then she turned to the girl and said that they should go downstairs. At this moment, Lizzie felt a little chilly, but Charlie didn't feel the same. A man approached them and addressed the girl, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time. When Lizzie turned her gaze, she looked quite confused. The person turned out to be Daniela, with a forced smile. She said that she could have met Lizzie if she had warned that she was coming. In response to this, Lizzie only laughed awkwardly and asked Daniela why she was here. Daniela said that it was the first day of Dylan's bomb sales, and she couldn't miss such an important day for their guild. Lizzie laughed, saying it was just a pleasant coincidence and she had just wanted to meet her on her way here. Then Lizzie suggested that they talk about it separately in the reception area. Although the girls smiled at each other, they both understood that a serious rivalry was brewing between them. Dylan watched all this from a separate office, as what was happening on the first floor was broadcast on his television. He laughed and said he wouldn't want to be there at that moment. Soon, a man entered his office and asked where he should put the new crystals. Then the hero said that he could put the boxes next to him. The man placed the boxes directly on the table, which was near the main character. Dylan said he couldn't move during the assembly, so he thanked the man for his help. However, when he turned his gaze towards this man, he was very surprised. Sonia stood in front of him and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The protagonist asked how she got here, to which the girl replied that she was looking for him, and the master said that Dylan was here. Then the main character asked if she really wanted something from him, and the girl answered in the affirmative. Sonia asked him to fight her again. The main character was quite surprised by this proposal. Sonia then explained that last time she only blocked his attacks, but this time she wanted to fight him one-on-one. That's why she asked the guy for a favor. In response, Dylan smiled and agreed to have a one-on-one fight. Sonia was very surprised because she didn't expect him to agree. She smiled and her cheeks turned red, and she said that in that case she should go get ready. But the hero stopped her and asked her to wait a little since he was a little busy right now, and it would take some time. Instead of answering, the girl walked over to one of the empty chairs and pulled it out from behind the table. After that, she sat down in a chair and began to watch the guy expectantly. Dylan felt a little awkward, and said that the girl could come later, but she replied that she would like to wait here. She said that if he needed anything, he could tell her about it. At that moment, an awkward silence hung between them. However, Dylan decided that it was not worth keeping the girl waiting too long and rose from his seat. He said he had done enough for sales today, and besides, he was really bored just sitting there and building stuff. He headed towards the exit of the office and called the girl with him. Sonia immediately jumped up from her seat and ran after him. She looked very happy and felt incredible anticipation. After a while, they went to the locker room, and the main character put on a combat suit. When he touched it, the suit made an incomprehensible sound. Dylan decided to approach the girl and asked what it meant. Sonia explained to him that it was protective equipment that would adapt to them and help increase their endurance. Depending on their health status, the suit would glow green, yellow, or red. It also absorbs most attacks, and when the health drops to 0, the suit will turn off as if the person died, in which case the match will be over. The protagonist felt a little strange, but he understood why this suit cost 25 billion for one piece. Sonia explained that the master said it was cheaper than receiving injured guild members every time. Then Dylan said that since they were wearing such an expensive item, he even felt sorry to fight for nothing. He offered the girl a small bet. At first, Sonia was perplexed, not understanding what he meant. Then the hero said that if he wins, the girl will be his personal tanker, and if she defeats him, he will become her personal magician. Then Sonia asked how long this contract would last. The hero smiled slyly and replied that the contract would last for 3 months, and the loser would work for free. He suggested that it would be quite fun. At that moment, Daniela entered the training room and said that this would indeed be very interesting. The protagonist thought that at this time she should be on the first floor and talking to Lizzie. Then Daniela grinned and asked if he really saw them together. She said that thanks to the guy's inventions, she was able to have fun with this girl, for which she was very grateful to him. At this point, Sonia interrupted their conversation and said that she was a D-rank fighter, and Dylan was an F-rank fighter, and asked if he was entitled to a small head start. The hero replied that in that case he would refuse the fight, since he could do without it. Daniela replied that he was incredibly confident in himself, and decided to ask what Sonia herself thought about it. The girl said that she agreed to start the fight without concessions. Then Daniela raised her hand and asked the 2 opponents to get ready. Sonia said that this time she was going to give it her all. The main character answered her that he was no longer the same as she saw him in Deus Market. Then Daniela loudly announced the start of the fight. To herself, Sonia thought that she had to strike him down before he could cast his spells. The protagonist was amazed that the girl began her attack so suddenly and put so much effort into it. He noticed that his legs began to move on their own and assumed that this was her provocation skill. At that moment, he decided to use the armor on himself, as well as the harmony of magic and the coherence of the poles. He then released magic projectiles and ran straight towards the girl. However, at this moment Sonia used the skill Iron Wall. Movement during the use of the skill was prohibited, but the defense increased by 50%, and she also gained the ability to counterattack. As the hero ran, he thought that she had used provocation to get him to come closer, and now she was using Iron Wall to increase her defense. The girl must have been waiting for an opportunity to counterattack. The hero understood that this was a fairly standard defense strategy. He could have simply broken through with fire, but he decided to use another method since that was not the outcome he wanted. He used magic projectiles and aimed them at the girl, after which several large explosions were heard. Sonia was a little confused and began to look around. She realized that the guy had decided to use smokescreen to reduce her line of sight. In response to this, she decided to use the mana locator skill, which allows the user to sense mana for 3 minutes. However, when Sonia looked forward, she saw many glowing dots in front of her. She couldn't believe that Dylan had already used so many spells. The next moment, these dots rushed at her, causing destructive explosions. Sonia barely managed to cover herself with a shield, thinking that the guy must have already spent a significant amount of mana. Just when she thought he was going to attack her to finish her off, she saw Dylan running straight towards her. At that moment, Sonia decided she could counterattack him. She quickly turned around and pointed her weapon at him, but the hero said that only his double was in front of her. After that, he used the mirror image skill, summoning several clones of himself, and the girl could not determine which one was the real one. After that, Dylan used harmony of magic and pole coherence. Sonia watched in horror as he attacked her, not giving her a single chance. However, she was not going to give up and began to cut down the clones that were flying towards her with her weapon. At that moment, the real Dylan walked around her from behind. Sonia heard that someone was behind her and turned around, but at that moment, the hero was already preparing to fire more shells at her. He placed his palm on her back and fired the projectiles straight into her body. He put all his strength into this blow, but when the magic dissipated a little, he was in shock. Daniela, who was watching all this, thought that Sonia was the one that their guild trained with special diligence. That's why this girl doesn't give up so easily. It turned out that the girl had no wounds. This attack only made her more excited, and she decided to strike back. Sonia turned to Dylan and ran towards him, about to strike him with her sword. The main character was so stunned that he did not have time to dodge and received a sword blow right to the chest. After this, Sonia put out her shield and hit him in the chest, pushing him back. She then imbued the shield with magical aura, strengthening her attack. The main character was horrified and even felt dizzy from such a strong blow. After that, he felt himself flying straight into the wall that was behind him. At this moment, Sonya, with a menacing look, ordered the iron wall to be cancelled and used the next skill called Swift Wind, which increased her speed by 40% for 5 seconds. As Dylan flew into the wall, she quickly darted towards him. After that, she imbued her sword with magical aura and raised it to attack. The main character watched what was happening with horror, realizing what awaited him in the next moment. In 1 second, Sonya delivered more than 3 crushing blows, pressing the guy harder and harder against the wall. Finally, the time came for the final blow. She thrust her sword forward and rushed at the main character. She released a shockwave of magic from her sword, which sent Dylan flying backwards with incredible force, causing him to crash into the wall, causing it to crumble into stones. When it was all over, Sonya was finally able to catch her breath and watched carefully what had become of her opponent. Opposite her, the wall was completely destroyed, and in front of it lay a pile of stones. At that moment, Daniela came onto the battlefield and said that this was exactly what was to be expected from Sonya. She was able to improve her skills in the short time they had not seen each other. However, at that moment, Sonya felt as if her body was enveloped in invisible magical threads that prevented her from moving. Daniela didn't understand what was happening either. She decided to touch these threads, and soon realized that they were very similar to a spider web. When she looked up, she saw that the entire training hall was covered in this web. Sonya was terrified because she could not move from the spot because of this spell. When she looked up, she saw that the protagonist had crawled out from under a pile of stones, and then she asked him what it was. Dylan replied with a smile that while there was smoke here, he managed to install this web in the hall. He said that no matter how much these suits protected them, he still didn't want to hurt Sonya. At that moment, the girl began to guess that he did not come closer not because of a lack of mana. The protagonist explained that he wanted the girl to attack and remove the iron wall, although it was quite risky for her to release the armor. At this point, it began to dawn on Sonya what had happened. However, she was not upset. Instead, she smiled and said that she lost this fight, but next time she would definitely win. Dylan smiled too and said that they would definitely meet again. Then Sonya laughed and said that in that case he could free her from this web. The protagonist approached her and freed her from the shackles, saying that he had forgotten about it while they were talking. At that moment, they heard Daniela clapping her hands and turned to look at her. The girl said that they both did a great job. Then she approached the main character and said that today the victory was his. She leaned towards his ear and asked him to take care of Sonya. In response to this, Dylan smiled and said that he would definitely do so. Meanwhile, the story moves to the White Lotus Guild office. Maria stood by the window and mysteriously thought about something of her own. At that moment, one of the guild workers entered the office and said that the mercenaries had just arrived in the country. She then asked if they had been provided with security, to which the man replied in the affirmative. He said that the transaction was done through the Ghost Ant account, and it would not lead anyone to the girl. So Maria thanked him for his excellent work and said that he could go. Soon after, she was left alone in the office. When she picked up her phone, she saw the news that Dylan had signed a 150 billion contract with Daniela's guild. She began to think that this guy's abilities were like a goose that laid golden eggs. And yet with such excellent abilities, this guy decided to join the Jongsong Guild. This made Maria very angry. She squeezed the screen of her phone so hard that it cracked, and then she declared that if she couldn't have Dylan, then no one would. Meanwhile, the story moves to one of the city stations, where a bus arrives. Soon 3 middle-aged men got off the bus. One of them called someone and said that they had arrived, asking them to pass this information on to someone else. Then the other man said that they would leave this town as soon as they dealt with that scoundrel. The man walking behind said that this Dylan seemed very popular, and so they would have to find him very quickly. His partner suggested that they split up to make the search go faster. However, one of the men doubted that the price on his head was too high since Dylan was an F-rank awakened. But his partners said that they only needed to carry out the order and not ask unnecessary questions. So they decided to begin their mission. Meanwhile, the story moves to one of the dungeons, teeming with monsters. Sonya went there to practice her abilities. She used various skills endlessly, but the monsters seemed to never end. Soon a strange blue glow appeared behind her. Before she could even think about it, magical projectiles flew through her and headed straight for the monsters. Each of the monsters that wanted to attack Sonya suddenly exploded from the projectile that hit them. After this, the decapitated and dismembered monsters fell to the ground. The girl had felt Dylan's strength during their sparring, but it still surprised her a lot. Then the main character turned to him and asked to finish here quickly, because these guys were making him sad. Sonya understood that with such spell power he didn't even need a tank, and she felt like some kind of mule. However, Sonya realized that she couldn't allow herself to become a tank that didn't help the team in any way. She decided that she had to find something that she could help with. At that moment, Dylan asked her what she was thinking about. The girl said that she thought about it for a while, and then added that she was a little surprised. She had no idea that Dylan's drones could be used in dungeons. The main character said that if they continue, the girl will see something more interesting. Moreover, he added that Sonya could speak to him informally. Apparently, it was still difficult for her to switch to this style of communication. The girl froze for a bit, not knowing what to answer. Then the hero said that there are many people who find it difficult to switch to informal speech, so she can take her time with it. He said it would be their first day. He would be improving himself, so the girl could move more freely. And even though she was a tank, she didn't have to follow Dylan's rhythm. They just needed to be on the same page. Sonya was completely in agreement with this plan. Suddenly, the boys heard some large monster approaching them. When they turned their heads, they saw several large monsters with red eyes and almost no noses approaching them. The main character said that these are the main monsters of the dungeon. In front of them stood trolls. They were huge, slow, and had high regeneration. But they were not very difficult to defeat. However, there were always exceptions. Dylan said he wanted to ask Sonya to take on the trolls so they could direct their attacks at her. But she said she was afraid she wouldn't last long. However, the main character was satisfied with this state of affairs. He said that in the meantime, he would deal with the goblin shaman who was standing behind the trolls. The goblin looked quite frightening. He was wearing black torn clothes, and he was giving off an ominous aura. When goblins are accompanied by a shaman, the goblins and trolls are reborn into powerful berserkers with the help of the enhancement. Soon after, the chief goblin shaman ordered his subordinates to attack the intruders, and they too rushed into battle. However, at that moment, the main character called Akron, and with one blow he knocked the troll, who was running ahead of everyone, to the ground. The blow was so strong that his head flew off and broke the ground beneath their feet. Sonya looked at the robot in bewilderment, not understanding where he came from. However, the protagonist said that she shouldn't worry. Stating that it was his golem Akron, he said that he would leave it to the girl to help. After that, he used an invisibility spell and seemed to disappear into thin air. When Sonya turned around, she saw that all that was left of the guy were a few sparks glittering in the air. She was surprised by his drone and golem, but was even more surprised when she saw that he could use the invisibility skill, which was only available at rank A. The girl smiled, thinking about how long he would continue to surprise her. Meanwhile, the trolls continued their attack, but the golem successfully held them back. At that moment, the girl realized that she seemed to be still far from providing real help to Dylan. However, she decided that she had to try her best and support him. Meanwhile, the story moves to one of the city's abandoned construction sites. A man, who apparently was a worker for one of the guilds, was caught by bandits and beaten beyond recognition. Then he decided to ask them why they were doing this. The men who had recently arrived in town said that they were just picking up trash from the floor, and that there was no special reason for it, and this guy was just unlucky. The next moment, they dealt him a fatal blow, splattering his blood onto the wall behind him. Meanwhile, the other two men had already put on their combat suits. One of them said that he noticed Dylan's tracks while he was surveying the area. He didn't even imagine that it would be so easy. Another man said that these Koreans should be punished for guarding the gate so poorly. His partner said that Korea was a small country, and they didn't have extra hands to guard. Plus, it was a D-rank dungeon, so they put the first person they could find there. He then said that the mules were due to arrive soon, so they needed to deal with Dylan before they arrived. After this, the men opened a portal, intending to quickly finish this business and get out of here. Meanwhile, the confrontation between Sonya and the trolls continued. When the monsters got too close to her, she pushed them away with her shield. However, she doubted that Dylan would be able to get past so many monsters. The thing is, he had to get past all the monsters and go straight to the shaman. Meanwhile, the goblin was endlessly using his spells, directing his subjects to attack. However, he didn't notice that Dylan, being invisible, appeared right behind him. When the goblin turned around, he saw that the boy was already directing a spell at him. And then he decided to use the counter spell Alohomora. He stuck his staff into the ground and designs began to appear around it, emitting a red, ominous aura. Meanwhile, the main character decided to use a spell called Whisper of Pain. He pointed his finger at the villain and used Poison Arrow. In an instant, a beam of green light flew through the goblin's head, and he didn't even have time to react to it. A few moments later, the protagonist saw that there was a huge hole in the goblin's head, from which the green liquid of his arrow was flowing. Seeing this, Dylan chuckled contentedly. Meanwhile, Sonya continued to fight the trolls. They attacked her continuously, but she blocked their attacks with her shield. After that, she decided to dart behind the back of one of the trolls. Before the monster could react, she was right behind him and raised her sword to attack. She imbued him with a magical aura and struck him straight in the arm. However, since trolls had enhanced regeneration, literally within moments his severed arm began to glow brightly and regenerate. Sonya stepped back and sank to the ground, deciding to think about what to do next. Meanwhile, two goblins in masks flew at her. However, before she even had time to turn towards them, an incredibly bright glow appeared. When the girl turned towards the goblins attacking her, she saw that they were swept away by an incredibly powerful blast wave. When the smoke cleared, she saw a golem in front of her, holding out his hand, from which that same blast wave had just appeared. He stated that he was here to carry out the orders of his master. Sonia was confused as she couldn't believe that this golem was capable of such a thing. Meanwhile, the protagonist watched everything that was happening and praised Akron for his excellent work. After that, he jumped behind the back of one of the trolls who remained alive and decided to attack him. He cast the unexpected wave spell in a lightning bolt, causing a bright flash of light to pierce the troll's body. When the smoke cleared, Sonia saw his lifeless body fall to the ground. As it turned out, all the monsters that were in this dungeon were defeated. Dylan happily stated that it seemed like their battles were finally getting a little more difficult. Sonia told him that he was completely different from who he was in their fight with her. She asked if it was because he had met his head after the fight. Then the guy said that they needed to discuss something personal. As it turns out, after the duel, he acquired 3 books from the Jongsong storage facility, which from the outside appear to be completely useless books written in common language. But thanks to the identification spell, he was able to find the spells he needed in them, which included invisibility, poison arrow, and lightning bolt spells. After this, the main character invited the girl to continue. They soon dealt with the remaining monsters in the dungeon. The golem also actively helped them in the fight. When they realized there weren't many monsters left, Dylan said that Sonia could rest. However, the girl said that she was not that tired. Then the guy suggested that they relax together for a bit. However, at that moment he heard a strange sound. Sonia heard it too, and she and Dylan turned to look at the source of the sound. The main character got the drone from the otherworldly space. A little unhappy that he was just going to rest, but now he won't be able to do it. He used the reality spell Invisible Invisibility and sent drone to scout. He then decided to connect to the drone using a vision spell. The next moment, a picture opened up before him, in which 3 men in combat clothes were walking deep into the dungeon. The hero immediately realized that these people were not from his guild. However, the hero was sure that the entrance to the dungeon was guarded by people from the administration, so he did not know who these strangers were. Then he decided to turn to Sonia for help. He asked what to do if people got into the dungeon without permission. The girl replied that first they needed to check whether they really did not have permission, but if they attacked, they were allowed to kill them. The protagonist replied that in that case they needed to do exactly that. After that, the guys took on the remaining underground monsters. Suddenly, from behind one of the rocks that were behind Dylan, someone's red eyes appeared. Looking at the battle between Dylan and his girlfriend, the men discussed that this guy's magic was not as strong as they said. They saw that the guy was having a hard time dealing with even such low-ranking monsters. However, since they were being paid enough money, they decided not to complain about it. They said they were just curious how such an unremarkable guy became their target. Then one of the men asked his partner to provoke the group, but the man said that they were trying to take the easy way out and, apparently, wanted to hide behind and attack the trolls when they ran away. Then the man laughed and said that his partners understood him even without words. After this, one of the men went to carry out the mission assigned to him. The leader instructed the other man to make sure they didn't do anything strange. Meanwhile, the battle with the trolls continued. The protagonist told Sonia that they needed to take a break, as the battle was harder than he thought. However, the girl said that their ability to regenerate was higher than they thought, but she was sure that they had enough strength for it. Meanwhile, the man still couldn't believe that this guy was actually worth 150 billion. But the leader ordered him not to talk too much and mind his own business. He said that, apparently, the angry monsters were already on their way. 6 trolls and 9 goblins were advancing towards them. At this point, Sonia screamed, saying that she could hear the trolls. The protagonist was surprised, saying that they shouldn't have even moved in their direction unless someone provoked them. Meanwhile, behind them stood a man who was just doing this. He said he was confident he could finish off those 2 without even a fight. He then took out his knives and used them as brass knuckles, saying he could kill them in 2 seconds. He was going to kill Dylan, but he had other plans for Sonia. After that, he threw his knives towards his target. However, since this was all part of the plan, when he saw the enchanted knives flying at him, he only smirked. After that, he used the shield on himself, and the knives flew away as soon as they touched his body. The men were confused, not understanding why this guy was not dead yet. Meanwhile, Akron appeared behind them, and the protagonist ordered him to act. When the chieftain turned around, he didn't even realize at first that there was a huge golem standing right behind them. When this dawned on him, he immediately jerked from his seat, intending to run. However, the golem was faster. It quickly grabbed him by the neck and lifted him into the air. After that, he waved his hand with incredible force, throwing the men aside. Meanwhile, The hero calmly watched as the men, thrown back by his golem, flew straight into the trolls. When the men landed, at first they didn't even understand what was happening to them. When they opened their eyes, they saw Dylan standing in front of them. He asked them how it felt to be attacked like that. He asked them if they really planned to attack him from behind like rats. At that moment, one of the men jumped up from his seat, took out his knives, and immediately rushed towards Dylan, intending to kill him right then and there. However, the main character didn't even move from his place. He only used the spark spell on his fingertips. After that, he put out his hand and used the flame hand spell, releasing a huge ball of flame from his palm. The leader watched in horror as his subordinate dissolved in this incredible fire. He thought that this guy's powers were on a completely different level compared to what they saw during the fight with the trolls. He didn't understand why he didn't show his power, and guessed that he did it on purpose. It began to dawn on him that Dylan had realized they were attacking him from behind and had known all along and planned the trap. At this moment, the main character turned to the man and asked if he was really going to stand aside. At that moment, one of the trolls approached him and grabbed him by the torso, lifting him off the ground. The monster looked at him with a bloodthirsty gaze and made terrifying sounds. The man screamed in horror, hoping that someone would save him. At this moment, the third member of the team, who had been in the shadows all this time, decided to attack the main character from behind. However, when his knife touched the target, he suddenly saw the guy's silhouette blurring right into the air. Soon, nothing remained of Dylan's body but glittering specks of dust. The man didn't know what was happening, and so he decided to stop his attack and landed on the ground. When he looked up, he saw the real Dylan in front of him, who had already managed to summon several magic projectiles and direct them at his enemy. The next moment, they immediately headed towards their target, causing a huge explosion. When the smoke cleared, the protagonist saw that the man was seriously injured and could barely stand on his knees. Meanwhile, the man was trying to figure out how this guy was able to notice his attack. Dylan then walked closer to him and pointed one of his drones at him, at which point the man assumed that it was with the help of this device that Dylan revealed their location. Dylan arrogantly told the man that they relied too much on their skills. Meanwhile, 3 huge trolls appeared behind the man, eager to taste him. The protagonist decided to leave him to be eaten by the monsters, because in the end, they were just playing according to their plan. Meanwhile, the story moves to the Jongsong Guild Tower. Once the dungeon was finished, the protagonist went there to meet Daniela. The girl reported that the department had received the results of the investigation into yesterday's incident. As it turns out, all 3 men are fairly well-known mercenaries, and it looks like they were hired by Ghost Ant. However, the protagonist did not know who the Ghost Ant was, and so he asked the woman about him. She explained that he was an awakened one from China, but no one knew his name, so everyone called him by his nickname. Moreover, no one had ever seen his face. Dylan said he had never heard any news or rumors about such a thing, but it was no surprise to Daniela. She explained that Ghost Ant is a cold-blooded killer who is known for his penchant for killing only famous awakened. However, then the main character had a question about why he sent intermediaries to him. The girl answered that he probably has a group working under his protection, and in Dylan's case, someone simply ordered mercenaries through him. Dylan then asked what they knew about the customer. The girl said that it was just her personal guess, but thanks to the sales of the bombs, their guild's stock had risen significantly, which is why it seemed that it was someone who was interested in stopping them. Dylan guessed that this person might be someone from the White Lotus or Plum Blossom Guild. Daniela said it was someone who thought that if he couldn't have Dylan, no one would have him. Moreover, the girl almost certainly knew who this person could be. Then the hero asked who she thought this person was. After a short silence, the girl said that since she didn't know, it was better for her to remain silent so that no problems would arise. Dylan said it was enough for him that the girl knew who it could be. Daniela then handed him a business card with the number of a home improvement company written on it. However, the hero did not understand why he needed this business card. Then the girl said that there was a chance that this matter would not end with just one attack, and therefore it would be a good idea for him to install security, and also install an alarm system in the house. Then the hero thanked her for her concern. After that, he stood up from his seat and said that he still had things to do. Then Daniela asked what those things were. The guy said that he received a quest to increase his rank to level E. Meanwhile, the story moves to the area near the entrance to Deus's tower. The main character walked along a spacious corridor decorated with tall columns. Soon he reached the place where there was a board with the names and the time it took the subjects to complete the task. It was even brighter in this building than the hero had expected. As he approached the board, a man wearing dark glasses approached him and asked him to come with him. He said that the rank-up quest was just starting, so Dylan needed to get in line. Then the hero asked what information was on this monitor. The man said that this is a rating of the time spent on completing the quest. The results are also recorded in the management database. These results show the level of a person's skills. The hero thought to himself that he had already attracted enough attention to himself. If he set a record this time, he would be able to draw the attention of the administration to himself and gain access to the archives. After that, he was going to find traces of that very customer. At that moment, a middle-aged man with large scars on his face approached him. He asked how it was possible to come to the quest looking so poor. However, Dylan said that he fights from afar, so he doesn't worry too much about his appearance. After this, the man laughed, saying that it was not because he simply had no money. Then he suggested that in such a miserable state he would not be able to return back. In response to this, the hero said that he believed that everything would be just the opposite. Judging by the fact that the man spends a lot of money on all sorts of unnecessary junk, he cannot judge who will complete the quest and who will not. Hearing this, the man shouted, asking if this brat didn't know who he was. He then pointed to his armor, which had a flower emblem on it. He stated that he was from the White Lotus Guild. However, Dylan wasn't interested. He told the man to shut up and prove his words with skills. The man called him a pathetic piece of trash who couldn't even get into the guild and, what's more, wore cheap items. The hero thought that this was a rather logical conclusion, if you look only at what he was wearing. However, he only smirked in response, saying that they would find out everything from the results. At that moment, the dimension door opened right next to the men. After this, the system ordered the men to prepare for the test. The protagonist was calm, but the man standing next to him seemed to be furious at his behavior. When everything was ready, the system told Dylan he could begin. The man also prepared his weapon and said that it would be easy for him. He's a newbie who came into the White Lotus Guild for 5 billion, and some trash and cheap items can't compare to him. Pleased with himself, he said that he had definitely spent only 4 hours and should now be third in the ranking. When the results were ready, all the subjects ran to the board to look at them. They were thrilled to see Dylan completely swept the entire rankings by completing the quest in 59 minutes and 35 seconds. When the man looked at the result, he couldn't believe his eyes at first. While everyone else was discussing the fact that they now understood why Dylan asked for 150 billion for his hire. At that moment, the man realized that this was the same Dylan who had signed a contract with Jongsong for 150 billion and had recently created bombs that could be used in dungeons. The man realized that all this looked completely incredible. Out of despair, he fell to his knees, not believing in his defeat. At that moment, he saw Dylan come up to him and look down at him. The hero asked, with a smile on his face, how it felt to lose to the scum. During the quest, the main character had to destroy the monsters on his territory and move to the specified location. To do this, he decided to use the help of his golem. The golem used flaming hands and burned a large number of monsters at once. However, one of the monsters still survived. Even though his body was on fire, he continued to fight. The monster jumped high and intended to hit the golem with its axe. However, the robot managed to dodge, and the blow landed on the stones that were under his feet. The protagonist was quite surprised that this monster was able to withstand Akron's attack. At that moment, he saw that his golem was attacked once again, but the monster's axe did not cause any damage to it. After this, the golem fell to its knees, and its body began to emit fire. Then the protagonist realized that even despite this monster would not be able to survive against Akron. After some time, when all 100 monsters were killed, the main character saw a glow in the distance and realized that they were already near the finish line. As soon as he crossed the line drawn on the ground, the system notified him that he had completed the rank-up quest. Meanwhile, the story moves to Dylan's new house, which he was able to afford after receiving a huge amount of money. He thought to himself that that quest was pretty simple. Akron and the drones weren't strong enough for the trolls and ogres. He decided that he should first increase his alchemist level, and in this way he would strengthen not only himself, but also the golem and drones. Then he decided to turn to his system to change his profession to an alchemist. He used the points he had been saving up all this time, and the system notified him that he had raised his rank to E and was given the opportunity to choose a special spell. Special spells work passively and are given depending on the character of the user. In the game, a person could get this spell only at the beginning of the game, when creating a character. After that, there will be no such chance. However, the main character didn't even think that he could get a special spell with his current abilities. He understood that he was very lucky, because for someone like him, who already has attack, defense, and summoning spells, nothing else is needed. Then he decided that he should choose a healing spell. He can handle it even without a healer. However, all this time the main character felt as if someone was watching him. Meanwhile, the story moves to the private building of the White Lotus Guild. Maria sat in her bedroom and greeted the unexpected guest. She said she hadn't contacted him since that meeting at Deos Market, and he decided to visit her so early in the morning. She then told her guest Dylan that she wanted to meet him. She said he was the new guy everyone was talking about now. However, the hero said that they planned to stay here for a long time and asked to get down to business right away. Then the girl got up from her bed and said that she also liked to get straight to the point, without wasting time on foreplay, and asked the guy what he wanted to talk about. Then the hero decided to ask her directly, and asked her why she tried to kill him. The girl made a surprised expression, saying that she didn't understand what he was talking about. Dylan then continued by saying that he knew that it was Maria who hired people through Ghost Ant to kill him. However, Maria continued to stand her ground, saying that she did not understand what he was talking about, and did not even know who the Ghost Ant was. Then she decided to come closer to him, asking if he really thought she had decided to kill him. Then she took the guy by the hands and asked what happened to him. The hero thought that this girl looked very excited at first glance. However, the White Lotus had long been famous for its unclean reputation, and he could not trust the people from this guild. He especially couldn't trust Maria. She was known for being willing to do anything for money. Then the hero said that he was prepared for such an answer, and therefore would give the girl two options. Maria continued to stand her ground, saying that she did not understand what he was talking about. Dylan decided not to play along and sat down in the chair opposite her, voicing his options. The first option was that if Maria provided him with sufficient compensation, he would not hold a grudge against her and make an enemy out of her. The girl wanted to be indignant, but the hero said that he was not finished yet. Then he said that the second option was that if they didn't give him anything, he would expose their attempt to kill him. Maria firmly stated that everything he said had nothing to do with their guild. However, Dylan stood up from his seat and said that the girl was free to choose any option. After that, he headed for the exit, saying that she needed to know who would suffer first if he revealed all the information. He then said goodbye to her and said that they would better pretend that this conversation never happened. However, at that moment, Maria stood up from her seat and stopped the guy. She asked how much money he wanted for his silence and offered him 3 billion. However, this did not suit the guy, and he said that he needed 10 billion. The girl was furious, saying that he couldn't ask for that much when he wasn't even sure that she did it. Then Dylan said that judging by her reaction, she had exposed herself. When Maria realized this, she bit her finger nervously. After thinking for a while, she said that she agreed to these conditions. However, at that moment, she seemed to be enveloped in an ominous aura. She stated that if this information came out, she would definitely kill Dylan. Shortly after, the protagonist left the building and headed towards his car. At that moment, he received a notification on his phone, which said that a huge amount of money had been deposited into his account, and he also received a message with detailed information about strengthening the security of his home. At that moment, the hero thought that the rumors about Maria were true. He doubted that this was her last attempt to stop him. Besides, when this ghost finds out that his order has failed, he will probably send more of his thugs. So Dylan decided he needed to prepare for it. To do this, he needed to become even stronger than he was now. At that moment, the Information Guild contacted him, and he decided to go there, since he was going to pick up a couple of books from there anyway. Meanwhile, the story moves to a park near Issue Station. In one of the gazebos sat a man who absolutely did not understand what his problem was in his hands. He held a business card which said that any person can plan their bright future. The man thought that everything would get better once he started working as a financial planner. However, the results were not yet visible. At that moment, a message from a group chat came to his phone. He learned that while he was barely earning any money, some Dylan had received so many artifacts from just one dungeon. The man was very annoyed that this guy was showing off so much. Then he stood up from his seat and resolutely headed off somewhere to the side. He thought that it was not his fault that he was born unawakened at such a time. However, his thoughts were interrupted by a sudden earthquake. He couldn't understand what kind of strange vibrations he felt. Well, as it turned out, right in the middle of space it had burst and opened a gate for monsters. Before he could do anything, he was blinded by a bright flash of light. Soon, all the people standing near the hole seemed to be sucked inside. At that moment, the main character, who was nearby, felt that a flash had occurred somewhere nearby. He thought that he had never seen people being pulled into space. And since they are drawing in ordinary people, the unawakened, they will be immediately killed by the monsters. So the hero decided that he needed to hurry up and save these people. However, when he arrived at the scene, he noticed something strange. Someone put up a sign that prohibited anyone from entering the area where the incident occurred. There were 2 men standing next to him. They called themselves Awakened and said that they had already reported everything to the administration. Then the hero realized that the presence of other awakened ones was good news, and he ran up to them, saying that he had come to help. One of the men gave him a sword and told him to take it and go regulate the roads. Then Dylan said that he didn't understand what they were talking about, because he came here to save people. The men laughed, saying that an E-rank fighter couldn't save people. One of the guys grabbed him by the shoulder and said that instead of creating more trouble and going to a dungeon of unknown rank, he should go and regulate the road. Then the hero asked, since when was this the duty of the Awakened? He decided to remind them of the Awakened Charter. The first article of the first chapter stated that in the event of an emergency, all awakened in South Korea are obligated to protect citizens. The man then laughed, saying that he had no idea that this guy was so cool, and asked if he could protect everyone here, to which the hero replied that he could do so if he removed his hands. The man was very angry at these words, so he decided to call him a bastard, in response to which the protagonist used an instant surge of power. After that, he used the boost and flew past the guys, throwing them into the air. In an instant, he found himself right in a spatial hole. Meanwhile, the one who had been sitting on the bench just a minute ago realized that he was in an unknown place. He was alone in the middle of the forest, and did not understand how he ended up there. At that moment, he felt severe pain in his leg. When he looked up, he saw that there was a deep scratch on his left leg. The man soon realized that because of this wound, he could not get up. Then he heard terrible sounds coming from the forest. The next moment, he saw a monster looking like a toad with red eyes and huge fangs looking out from behind the trees. The man was terrified, and all he could do was scream for help. Hearing this, the toad immediately rushed at him, intending to devour him. Despite the severe pain in his leg, the man still got up and ran away from the monster. However, the wound was very severe, so after a few meters he fell and had to crawl and call for help. At that moment, the toad reached out its hand and grabbed the man, lifting him off the ground. Then she opened her huge mouth, intending to devour the man. At that moment, the man prayed to all the gods, saying that if they exist, then they must save him. In exchange for saving him, he would do anything. At that moment, the green arrow flew straight into the monster's paw. The blow was so strong that the monster was forced to relax its fingers and release the man. However, its mouth was still open, and so the man flew straight into it. At that moment, someone managed to grab him and throw him away from the jaws. As it turned out, it was Dylan. In an instant, he was next to the man and saved him from being eaten by the monster. He quietly asked him if everything was okay. When the man asked who saved him, the hero said that his name was Dylan. In the eyes of the stranger, this guy looked like a deity, whom he summoned a few seconds ago. However, the man then saw that the toad still had no intention of leaving them alone, but he could not move because of the wound on his leg. At this moment, the hero noticed that there was indeed a large wound on his leg. Then he decided to use his healing power, which he received the other day. He used a healing skill, and the man seemed to be enveloped in a beneficial aura. In just a few seconds, the wound on the man's leg disappeared. Then the hero asked him if he could walk now. The man thanked him for his help, saying that now his leg moves freely. Then Dylan said that he needed to hide behind him and go in that direction, and then he would be able to get back to the station. However, at that moment, the man screamed in horror because he saw a monster. The still living toad rushed at the men, its mouth wide open. However, at that moment, Akron appeared out of nowhere and stopped the monster with his hand. The monster stopped literally a few centimeters from the man, but the hero didn't care at all. As it turned out, the golem grabbed him by the tail, preventing the monster from moving further. Then Dylan calmly turned around and ordered the golem to send the monster flying. The golem said that he understood the order, and then tightened his grip on the creature's tail. Then he began to spin it, lifting it high above the ground. After a while, he launched the monster into the sky like a rocket. Once they were safe, Dylan extended his hand to the man. He said that there might be other people here who needed help, so the man needed to hurry and get out of there. Meanwhile, the two awakened ones continued to guard the spatial portal, saying that all residents needed to evacuate immediately. At that moment, Lily and a man in a suit entered the scene of the incident. The awakened ones cried out, saying that this area was fenced off and they couldn't just walk around here. The man then introduced himself as Morgan from the Soul branch of the Awakened administration. He turned to the guys and asked if they had checked the area inside. The boys immediately bowed to the man, saying that it was an honor for them to meet him. But Morgan did not understand what they were doing. The guys said they were just really happy to meet him. They said they were regulating traffic in this place, but one crazy awakened one ran inside. Hearing this, Morgan grabbed his forehead in displeasure. He asked the boys what they were doing while he was entering the dimension gate, to which the boys replied that they were waiting for instructions from the management, since they can't just go and die, since monsters can pour out of this portal at any moment. Morgan then asked if any monsters had appeared during the entire time they had been standing there, but the boys were forced to admit that there had been no monsters here. The man then asked them why they didn't even think about helping the citizens and the awakened one who got inside. He asked if they had forgotten their duties as awakened ones. Morgan asked if they didn't know that the awakened had a much higher responsibility in the event of an emergency. At this point, Lily interrupted their conversation and said that apparently they didn't have time for this. The man agreed with her and asked her to come with him. Meanwhile, inside the space, one of the protagonist's drones was surveying the area. Dylan soon realized that there was only one survivor left on the territory, a young girl. The next moment he appeared right above her head and began to load a magic arrow. he used a spell called Whisper of Pain and directed it at the monster. He then fired several poisonous arrows straight into the monster's body. After that, he landed next to the girl, who had been unable to move all this time due to horror. However, at that moment Dylan felt a severe headache. He realized that the constant use of spells was causing headaches. However, he also understood that he could tolerate her for the sake of saving people. At that moment, he realized that they were surrounded by 2 more monsters. One of the monsters prepared to hit the people with his powerful fist. At that moment, the main character picked up the girl from the ground, took her in his arms, and used a web spell on the go. He asked the girl to be patient for a little while, as he saw that she was clearly uncomfortable. After that, he used an instant boost of strength, as well as acceleration. After another blow from the monster, he jumped high and found himself right above it, using another spell. He fired several bolts of webbing at the monster, while it was unaware that its victim was right above its head. The next moment, the monster found himself entangled in a web and unable to move. When the main character realized that they were safe, he decided to land on the ground with the girl. After that, he used Hellfire Replenishment on his palm. He then summoned a fireball and launched it straight at the monster. At that moment, Lily and Morgan entered through the gate. The man said they needed to split up to search. However, at that moment, the girl saw a bright flash of light somewhere in the middle of the forest. When they looked up, they saw something that looked like fireworks. This glow was so strong that it could be seen from any point in this space. As it turned out, these were fireballs that the main character directed at one of the monsters. When the balls touched the monster, there was a powerful explosion, and a column of flame rose in the middle of the forest. After a while, when it died down, Lily and Morgan quietly watched the fire somewhere in the middle of the forest. Then they heard a strange rustling sound in the bushes, and Morgan asked who it was. Soon a golem appeared from there, but it had no intention of attacking people. Nevertheless, Morgan prepared to defend himself. However, the next moment, a man appeared from behind the golem's body and asked if they had really arrived. When he looked up, he saw 2 management workers in front of him. There were also other survivors behind the man, and they were very happy to see the management workers there. They immediately rushed to the organ, saying that rescuers had finally come to them. The man guessed that these people were the ones who were sucked into the portal. However, he was curious about what kind of golem was next to them. He didn't know anyone who could create something like that. At this moment, the golem approached Lily and said that the connection with the control was confirmed by the reaction of those around him. He reported the completion of the mission and his return to the owner. When the girl asked him who his master was, the golem replied that his master was Dylan. Morgan then asked the girl if this was the same Dylan who was actually a magician, to which Lily replied that the guy also designed the bombs. At that moment, the man realized that the control database was incomplete. This guy had abilities that were not mentioned anywhere. After that, he asked the girl to take people away from this place. There, he decided that he needed to look for something else here. After this, the man headed deeper into the forest, but soon he encountered something that surprised him greatly. In the middle of the forest, he saw a huge crater. Around this crater lay defeated monsters. The man came closer to examine them and realized that it was a rank S monster with fire resistance, but someone had managed to burn it. When he touched the monster with his hand, an incomprehensible slime remained on his fingers. Then the man guessed that the one who killed them used this substance. At that moment, the main character came out of the forest and asked the man who he was. Morgan realized that Dylan was standing in front of him and asked him if there were any survivors left. The main character pointed to the girl who was standing behind him and said that he had saved the last survivor and was going to leave here. Morgan then introduced himself as the deputy director of the Soul Office and thanked the guy for his help. Thus, the outbreak at the station ended in the evening of the same day. The news about it took the front page on the internet. One of the articles was devoted to an interview with the awakened rank SS Morgan. He said that in his opinion, he showed what a real awakened should be like. He was not afraid of death and immediately went into the portal opened after the outbreak to help with only one thought: to save people. He also reported that all 10 citizens who were sucked into the portal were successfully rescued thanks to Dylan. Sonia saw this news release and asked the guy if this was really what he had been doing all these days, but the hero said that it was just a coincidence. He said that he had some things to do that took a little longer. As it turned out, after traveling through this portal, the protagonist reached level 9 in alchemy. Before the outbreak occurred on the station, he received a 3rd-class spell. After he was able to destroy many sea devils, he obtained many relics, and thanks to this, he was able to reach the 9th level of alchemy. Then he tried to strengthen Akron. He made his limbs and mana costs much more efficient. He also added a new slot for Akron, and the system asked him to name the formula he wanted to add. The main character decided to give him an instant boost in strength and acceleration. Soon, the system informed him that the addition of the new formula was complete. After this, the golem appeared before him in a renewed form. Dylan immediately noticed that he had become much stronger. After this, he turned to the golem, asking it to take care of him. Hearing this, Akron said that he would protect his master until his death. After some time, the main character and Sonya went into the dungeon. They were preparing for the next wave of monsters. This time, they were up against armored trolls. They were much more ferocious than normal trolls, and as soon as they spotted their opponents, they immediately rushed to attack. Then the main character asked Sonya to repeat what they wanted to check. The girl immediately rushed into the attack, holding a shield in front of her. At that moment, the protagonist used a web spell and directed it at the trolls. The next moment, the web entangled their limbs, preventing them from moving. Then Sonya realized that it was her turn and filled her sword with magical energy. She then made several sweeping blows at the trolls. When she was behind them, one of the trolls noticed that there were many cut wounds on his body. Then he saw Sonya, who was emitting a magical aura. Meanwhile, Dylan continued to cast spells and use webs. Sonya knew what she had to do next and let out a war cry, then held her shield out in front of her. At that moment, the trolls turned to face her. The armored trolls were unique in that they could not be defeated by attacking from the front, so it was necessary to approach them from behind. Sonya's job was to distract them. After this, the main character immediately rushed into attack. The girl shouted back to him that she was ready. Dylan then used a fireball spell and fired them straight at the trolls who had their backs to him. The impact was so deafening that it raised a high column of flame. When the smoke cleared, the hero saw that the trolls' bodies were in flames. He wondered if Sonya was okay. At that moment, the girl ran out of the flames, holding her shield in front of her. She had some minor scratches, but she didn't suffer any serious damage. Seeing this, the main character was happy because he had no doubt that everything would be fine with the girl. However, he then saw that a troll had appeared behind the girl, which apparently had not burned in the flames. His attack was unexpected, but Sonya managed to turn around and cover herself with a shield. However, the troll was furious, and his strength increased many times over, causing him to throw the girl into a stone wall. The hero immediately shouted the girl's name, hoping that she was still alive. As it turned out, the girl hit the rocks very hard, but she was okay. She said that the monster seemed to be in a frenzy, and so the protagonist needed to be careful. The troll's entire body and weapon were engulfed in fire, and as soon as he saw the protagonist, he immediately rushed at him, at which point Dylan wondered if he could knock him out in one blow. Attacking them with fire was a good idea, but there was a risk that one of them would be able to block it, so the protagonist decided to use the lightning strike skill. He knew that if he concentrated the charge, it would be able to penetrate his armor. Dylan then used a momentary surge of power, followed by acceleration, and took off. He rushed straight at the fire troll, intending to attack him. Seeing this, Sonya screamed in horror, thinking that this was a very dangerous undertaking. At that moment, the hero thought that it would be better if this girl trusted his skills more. The next moment, he pressed his palm to the troll's body and released a bolt of lightning at him. When he removed his hand, he saw that in the place where his palm had just been, a huge hole had formed, from which the troll's blood was flowing. The next moment, the exhausted and dead troll fell to the ground face down. Meanwhile, a drone that was scouting the area discovered a strange cave nearby. Once the trolls were dealt with, Sonya informed her partner that what he had just done was too dangerous. However, Dylan said he was more worried about the girl herself. Sonya replied that she was a tank, and therefore minor wounds meant nothing to her. Then she decided not to hold back, and said that all this time she was worried that something would happen to Dylan. At that moment, an awkward silence hung between them. Then the main character put his hand on the girl's head and thanked her for her concern. He stated that he would not take unnecessary risks. He thought everything through carefully and only then attacked. Sonya admitted that for a moment she was afraid that she would lose such a good partner. However, the main character said that next time he would try to use safer methods so as not to worry the girl. At that moment, his drone returned to him and brought some information. The main character asked Sonya to rest here, but the girl excitedly asked him where he was going. The hero said that because of the previous incident, he began placing drones around the area, and it seemed that they had detected something suspicious, so Sonya said that she would go with him. However, Dylan insisted, saying that if he was in danger, he would return immediately. Otherwise, they would not have time to rest before the boss. He said that he would leave the drone here and asked him to keep an eye on Sonya so the girl could relax. And finally, she asked the guy to be extremely careful. After some time, the main character approached the cave that the drone had found. He walked inside and realized that he had never seen caves like this in the game. However, when he thought that it was an artificial structure, he realized that it was there for a reason. As he went a little deeper, he felt as if a dark aura was enveloping him. Walking a little further, the main character found himself in a place that looked like a road. The road was very wide and led to some building that looked like a castle. When the guy looked around, he saw that this road seemed to be in the middle of a huge bloody sea. Dylan had no idea where he was, but at that moment a bright flash of light appeared from the sky. When he turned towards the sound, he saw a thick fog in front of him. After a few moments, he saw a human silhouette in it. When the hero looked even closer, he was shocked, realizing that he was seeing something impossible. In front of him, he saw a man with long gray hair on his shoulders, and also in a wine-colored robe. In his hand, he held a staff, at the end of which a blue stone shone. And then he realized that the legendary Bernhard was standing in front of him. The man laughed in response, and said that Dylan was the first one who called him by name so confidently. Bernhard asked him how he knew his name. Dylan didn't know what to say, not understanding how a character from the game had suddenly appeared here. He said that in their world there was a game, and there was a character exactly like Bernhard. Hearing this, the man said that it sounded very amazing. The hero said that he was also surprised, and it all seemed like a dream. It seemed to him that he was about to wake up. Then Bernhard said that many strangers who wandered here said the same thing. Dylan was very surprised when he heard about the strangers. The man explained that these are those who came to them through the opposite time and space, and those who live in another world. He said that this place is an examination arena that he created for foreigners. This space allows one to test the true abilities and potential of those who come here. The hero asked if the others who had arrived had also taken this test, and Bernhard replied that they had, but none of them had passed. Many people had to suffer because the final task is always different. He then asked Dylan if he was up for the challenge. He said that this is a test that will allow the one who passes to accept it with joy and modesty, and the one who fails to humbly accept his defeat. The hero thought that no matter where he was now, if he could rise even higher through the challenge, it would be a great opportunity for him, so he agreed to accept the challenge. Bernhard said the conditions of the exam are simple. The main goal is to get to the top of the tower without dying. Of course, the road had many traps and moving objects. There were also plenty of previously unknown monsters here. Among them were giant black lions guarding the magic tower. Each subject is given 5 attempts. Soon, the protagonist began the test, but the first time he died from a pile of stones that fell on him from the sky. After that, he was devoured by a monster that appeared out of nowhere. The third time he was killed by a lion, who threw him off a bridge. The fourth time he was also eaten by a lion. Thus, the main character has one last try. He remembered with horror his penultimate attempt, when he found himself right in the jaws of a demonic lion. He didn't think the feeling of being chewed alive would be so realistic. At some point, Dylan began to doubt that this was even possible. He knew how to get around traps and monsters, but the black lions were on a whole other level. He understood that he would never be able to defeat them at his current level. At this moment, Bernhard turned to him. He told the guy not to be afraid of new attempts. Then the hero asked him what he meant, but the old man said that he could not answer this question. After that, he turned around, and the hero began to think about his words. He wondered if there was another way to get through this. Now the path before him was exactly the same as in his previous attempts. The cliffs on either side of the bridge were a direct path to death. However, he was interested in what was behind this bridge. When he turned around, he saw something strange. Behind him, there seemed to be a completely ordinary wall. Dylan thought that the map had a standard layout, where all paths except that road to the tower led to death. But he didn't understand why there was a wall in that place instead of a cliff. Suddenly, an idea came into his head and he grinned slyly. He knew that there was one character in the film that left a deep impression on his soul. He came up with something that others could not even think of. The hero decided to follow his path and think more broadly. After this, Dylan turned to Bernhard and said that he was going. Then he picked up speed and ran at full speed straight into the wall. He understood that he didn't need to be afraid of new attempts, just as Bernhard had told him. On the move, he used the instantaneous surge of strength and acceleration. A few moments later, he found himself near the wall and broke through it, smashing it into many stone fragments. When he ran through it, it was as if he found himself in an alternate space, in which there was exactly the same road with exactly the same tower, but the colors of the world were as if they were reversed. In the middle of the road, he saw Bernhard still standing there. The hero ran past him and realized that the old man did not notice him. Then he realized that he was in another dimension. Meanwhile, Bernhard, who was standing in the original dimension, closed his eyes and waited for the results from Dylan. And the lion, who was at the very end of the road, was also waiting for another attempt from the guy. Meanwhile, the guy in the alternate space met a lion who was also there. He assumed that since he had passed by Bernhard, he could also pass by the lion. However, at that moment, he realized that the lion saw him and growled angrily. He then raised his paw, which glowed with an ominous red aura, and prepared to attack. At this point, Dylan decided to use a skill called Multicolored Death. He then charged straight at the lion, who struck the spot where Dylan had been a second ago. Then the hero decided to use a skill called Colorful Flash. In doing so, he created a bright wave of light that temporarily blinded the lion, who took advantage of this moment to jump high above him so that he was behind him. After that, the boy extended his hand, intending to attack the lion, and at that moment he received a notification from the system, which said that he had passed Bernhard's exam. The next moment, he returned to the original dimension. He was having a hard time breathing from such an intense fight, but Bernhard calmed him down and said that he had passed the test. The man said that Dylan was the first person to pass his exam. It requires a lot of creativity and persistence, and so the man praised him for his excellent work. However, the hero said that he simply looked around after his words. However, the old man even said that he said this to everyone who came here. He said that since Dylan had passed his test first, he would give him his blessing, and then asked what his most valuable relic was. The protagonist handed him a ring of faith and light and said that it was the most precious thing he had. Bernhard said that he would level it up by one with a blessing, and now it could only belong to Dylan, and only he could use it. He might think it was bad, but he assured him that there weren't many good blessings like this. The protagonist asked what effect this had, to which the old man replied that with this relic, he would no longer have to pronounce the spell out loud. The protagonist was delighted because it was a great offer, and so he agreed. The next moment, Bernhard touched the ring with his staff, and magical drawings appeared under their feet. With each passing second, the magical signs grew larger, and soon they covered the entire space. The protagonist watched Bernhard's magic with delight. After this, the man touched the ring with his staff again, and it seemed to merge with his weapon. The next moment, the ring seemed to reform and gain a legendary level. Dylan picked it up, not believing that he was holding his first legendary ring. After that, Bernhard asked him what he thought of his new purchase, to which the guy replied that he not only liked the ring, but now he felt like a completely different person. In response to this, Bernhard smiled and said that he was very glad about this. He then said it was time to send Dylan back, and the hero asked if they were saying goodbye forever. The old man looked somewhere into the sky and said that he did not know how to answer this question. Perhaps the day would come when their worlds would unite. If this happened, they would meet again. The hero thought to himself that he couldn't even talk to him normally because he was focused on the test. Then Dylan said that during all this time he did not even know the name of the subject and asked what his name was. Before he disappeared, Dylan told him his name. When the portal closed, the old man said that he would remember him, and also added that he was glad to meet him. When the protagonist returned back to the dungeon, he was surprised that only 30 minutes had passed since his departure, and Sonia even looked for him when she saw him coming out of the distorted place. Meanwhile, Sonia, who was fighting a portion of the trolls, said that this is how it happened, but she is glad that the guy came back okay. While the girl was defending herself from one troll, another one approached and swung his axe at her. However, the girl did not lose her head, turned sharply, and struck two monsters at once with one blow. At that moment, Akron joined her, pushing one of the trolls, giving the girl more freedom of movement. Sonia noted that the golem began to look a little different. She assumed that it had become even stronger. At that moment, the main character shouted at the girl to be careful. He then decided to use a fireball and a poison arrow. After that, he prepared several magic projectiles and sent them towards the target. 3 spells were aimed at the troll who wanted to attack Sonia. When the shells reached their target, there was a very loud explosion, from which Sonia had to protect herself with her shield. The blast wave was so strong that her shield could barely contain it. When the smoke cleared, she saw that the troll was dead, its head and arms torn off. After that, he fell lifeless to the ground right next to her feet. Sonia thought that even though she was using the same defensive techniques, she felt like Dylan's spells were stronger. Moreover, he no longer cast spells out loud as he did before. When the guy approached her, she looked closely at his face. She couldn't understand what had happened to him in those 30 minutes. Soon they came out of the dungeon, and the next day the protagonist went to the Jongsong building. He thought that it was a great day. He met Bernhard, who gave him the legendary ring. He even took out a fire arrow spell that sends a bolt of fire in the shape of an arrow forward. At that moment, Daniela approached him. She sat down in the chair opposite him and asked how things were going with Sonia. She said that according to the guild report, she was fighting in C+ dungeons. The main character responded with delight that everything was fine with them. Sonia was protecting him remarkably, taking a lot of damage. Moreover, she trusted him very much. Daniela said she was glad to hear that. Apparently something had bothered Sonia and she had been coming to the gym to train even on the weekends. The girl said it would be better if she took a rest from time to time. So she asked Dylan to take care of her for her. She said that Sonia, although she looks strong because of the situation, is a very nice girl at home. Dylan said he should be grateful to them for allowing him to fight alongside Sonia. Then Daniela smiled and asked if he would now tell her why he called her. The main character said that there was an item that he would like to sell with the help of a girl. He handed her a small package that looked like paper tied with thread. Daniela picked it up and realized that she was holding a magic spell recognizer. She looked questioningly at the guy and asked what it meant. Then the hero said that this is the essence of this scroll. In other words, with its help, one can find out the hidden abilities of objects. He wanted to explain the essence of his action a little more deeply, but the girl stopped him. She said they should use it on something more important. She said that she has one beautiful sword of unique level that she really enjoys using. The protagonist asked if she knew its capabilities. Daniela replied that she had been using this sword for years, so she knew everything about it. After this, Dylan unrolled the scroll and said that now he would show its power. Then he tore the scroll and the paper burst into flames. After that, he touched the sword, and the system informed him that the object had been recognized. After this, the hero happily announced that everything was ready and asked Daniela to look at the sword. The girl took her sword back into her hands with a little distrust. However, after a few seconds she declared that it was absolutely incredible. She felt that her sword had a new ability that increased her stamina by 55. Dylan smirked, saying that this was recognition. This was the power that could bring out the hidden potential of objects. Since many items in the game had hidden abilities, almost all players tried to learn this basic spell. However, in the human world there are still many relics that cannot be recognized, and there are simply no people who have the ability to do so. That was until Dylan mastered the spell. At that moment, Daniela thought about the fact that 10 years had passed since she became awakened. As the guild leader, she met people with all sorts of abilities. However, she had never met a guy like Dylan. Seeing the satisfaction on the girl's face, the hero asked what she thought about it. After this, Daniela put on a serious expression and said that she needed to think about it. She thought to herself that this was an irreplaceable item. Once again, she was faced with something that only Dylan could do. She then placed her sword on the table and asked him how many scrolls he could make in a day. The hero replied that he could make 120, but that it was simply impossible to make more. He also said that he would like the Jongsong Guild to have exclusive rights to sell. The minimum price for a scroll is 20 million. He plans to raise the price depending on the market reaction. The girl said that in that case, if the guy gives them 10%, she will take up sales. The hero agreed to this decision and said that they should agree on this. Daniela said she thought the scroll would cause quite a stir. However, the main character was only looking forward to seeing this. 5 days later, the appearance of the scrolls completely changed the way people looked at relics. It became the basis for debates about levels, abilities, and much more. And as news of this spread, the price of the scrolls also quickly rose. For this reason, the media turned their attention to the inventor of the recognition scrolls, and soon he began to be invited to TV shows, and entire fan clubs were created in his honor. A blonde girl watched all this from her office. She didn't know how to react to this news, so she decided to call her partner Morgan. She asked if it was true that 5 days had passed since the scrolls were shown to the public, and the man confirmed her words. He said the starting price was 20 million won, but now it has risen to 33 million. He said he would never have thought that just one awakened one could bring so much in just a couple of days. The white-haired girl agreed with him. Morgan then said that if news of the inventor of the scrolls reached other countries, they would certainly take action. He decided they needed to do something first. The girl said she heard that Lily knew Dylan. She then approached Morgan and asked him to contact her and set up a meeting with Dylan. Meanwhile, the protagonist watched the news. As expected, his influence increased. It's just growing at a high rate now, so it needs to start acting on a larger scale. However, to do this, he needs to establish relations with an organization associated with the state. Meanwhile, the story moves to the Seoul branch of the administration. This was the place where Lily and Dylan were supposed to meet. The girl was worried that she had kept the guy waiting too long, but he said that he had just arrived here. At that moment, he thought that he could not even imagine that the administration itself would call him. Then Lily asked him if it was really his first time in this building. The hero said that it was true. The Seoul branch looks very busy. The girl said that all reports go through them, so they have no time to rest at all. After that, she pointed him to one of the offices and said that they needed to go there. Inside was Director Morgan, as well as a white-haired girl. Lily greeted him and said that she came here with Dylan. The protagonist thought that the man he met earlier was the head of the Seoul branch of the department. At this moment, the white-haired girl turned to him and apologized for calling him here. She said that she should have met Dylan in person, but she was afraid that there would be too many eyes around. The girl introduced herself as Veronica, the head of the Seoul office. Dylan thought about the fact that these people were SS-ranked specialists, so the pressure from them was no joke. Veronica said that she should get straight to the point, and the hero was only glad about that. She said that they at the management believe that Dylan will be the next rising star to represent South Korea. The hero was very surprised when he heard that he was called a rising star. The girl replied that he had the ability to use attacks, defenses, spells, buffs, golems, create scrolls and other things. And unlike others, he is strong in more than just one area. Therefore, in such a situation, they have no choice but to take this step. At this point, Dylan felt like they were planning to put pressure on him. He was going to make a deal with them, but he was not going to be at their beck and call. However, Veronica said that they were going to give him their full support, including raiding the dungeon and other areas. The hero was surprised when he realized that they wanted to support him. It was unexpected for him. Then he asked the girl if there was a special reason for such a decision. Morgan said that the administration always provides support to promising awakened ones. The main reason for this is to prevent other countries from poaching them. Plus, their organization was created to maintain order among the awakened ones, as well as to ensure the safety of the citizens and the country. He said they had no ulterior motives regarding Dylan. At first, the main character did not know what to answer to this, since it was very unexpected for him. However, he then said that he understood them. The guy agreed and said that he would accept their support. He was about to say that he would wait for news from them, when suddenly the earth began to shake. Everyone in the office felt a powerful earthquake. At first, the main character was even a little scared and grabbed his chair tightly. However, suddenly he saw a bright flash of red light appear outside the window. Veronica and Morgan also turned towards the window to see what was going on there. Suddenly, the main character pointed somewhere with his finger and asked Veronica to look there. As it turned out, a bright column of energy appeared right in the middle of the street and struck somewhere in the city. At that moment, a look of genuine surprise appeared on Veronica's face. And then the hero asked if she really knew what it was. The girl said it was a large-scale outbreak. After that, they all got into the car together and headed to the epicenter of the outbreak. The fact is that 5 years ago, a large-scale outbreak occurred in one of the cities. Previously, there were only 30 or 40 low-ranking outbreaks, so there were not so many victims. However, this time, 78 flashes appeared at once, and this made them worried. So the hero asked if it would be okay for him to go on such a mission while being with SS-ranked fighters. Morgan told him that depending on the request, they could do a specialized translation, so that would be fine. Then Lily reported that the outbreak area was spotted from the front. Morgan said that he would go there with Dylan, and the girl would have to go with the director and be in touch. At this moment, the ordinary residents were in complete horror, as they were attacked by monsters. These monsters looked like huge praying mantises, but instead of paws, they had blades. One of the praying mantises prepared to kill a civilian, crossing its blade right near his neck. The man was already prepared to die, but suddenly he heard a strange sound. A bright blue color appeared right behind him, and soon someone grabbed his shoulders with iron hands. As it turned out, it was Akron, and in one motion he grabbed the mantis by its blade and threw them aside. After that, he extended his other hand, covering the defenseless youth, and shot fire at the monster. The shockwave was very strong, so the monsters were thrown back in literally 1 second. The man breathed a sigh of relief when he realized that he was no longer in any danger, and thanked the golem for saving him. However, it was too early to rejoice, since the mantis did not die. He pounced on the golem, cutting through the shockwave with his sharp blade. Then the golem decided to use a machine gun and shot the praying mantis point blank. This attack made the monster even more ferocious, and it pounced on the golem again, swinging its blade at it. At that moment, an unknown man who was on the roof of a nearby building reported that the location had been established. After that, he rushed straight at the mantis with a bright flash, intending to attack it from above. A powerful shockwave hit the mantis right in the head. It was so strong that it shattered the asphalt he was standing on. As it turns out, the man was Morgan, and he used his hand to save the golem and the man it was protecting. Soon, the golem reported that the area was cleared and he was evacuating citizens to a safe place. Morgan noted that Dylan's golem never ceases to amaze him. At this moment, the main character continued to fight on the other side of the street. He reported through his earpiece that he had received no response, and asked his partners to follow the drone. At this point, Veronica turned to her boyfriend Morgan, asking if he was destroying the building again, because after she received the video from Dylan, she would check everything. But the man said that he did not do it. When the girl looked around, she saw monsters that looked like mechanical spiders. There were also magical threads in the air that resembled a spider web. The next moment, the spiders came to life and rushed to attack. At this point, she was informed that signals had been received from several survivors outside, and a moment later the spiders rushed at the girl and began to attack her all at once. However, as it turned out, she used her skill, and mechanical paws grew on her back. She herself became similar to spiders, and with the help of these paws, she created a cage that did not allow monsters to harm her. Her eyes glowed red, and a strand of her white hair also turned red. After this, the mechanism on her back, from which her paws grew, made a loud sound. Then all the monsters were thrown in different directions. After that, the girl made a lightning-fast movement, running through all the monsters that had just been thrown back in 1 second. The next moment, the monsters were cut into pieces by her lightning-fast movements. After this, Veronica finally landed on the ground, as there were no more enemies nearby. Moreover, her attacks were explosive. So after she retreated to a safe distance, the monsters' bodies exploded. After that, she asked to show her the way. There was real panic in the street. There was fire everywhere, and only two white-haired girls were sitting on the roof of one of the buildings and watching everything that was happening. These girls were from the Tewa Guild. One of them was named Camilla, and the other was Julia. Camilla said it was a really rare sight, to which Julia replied that it was indeed the first time she had seen so many big shots. They watched the courageous Uncle Morgan as he fought a monster that looked like a huge worm. But the monster was not destined to win, as the man dealt him a crushing blow with his fist. Camilla noted that this man is, as always, very hot. After that, she turned her attention to the other side and realized that she saw a familiar girl. It was Daniela. At first, they doubted it was her, since it was hard to see her face from such a distance. They also noticed that a girl with pink hair, Neela, was lying next to her. Apparently, she was injured. Camilla said she would do them a huge favor if she just died. At this moment, the main character entered the site. Julia noticed him and asked if this was the same Dylan, but Camilla didn't even know what she was doing there. However, he was the main reason why they were here now, so the girl suggested taking a closer look at his skills. At this point, the protagonist used a spell called the Healing Hymn to heal the girl. He put his hand on her stomach, and the wounds on Neela's body seemed to disappear. Daniela was delighted when she saw the guy's healing powers. She didn't even think he had such skills. The main character said that this skill takes a lot of mana, so he doesn't use it often. However, Daniela said that even so, it was still higher than a B-rank healer's recovery skill. The other agents standing next to them were discussing Dylan, saying that he was indeed very well-rounded. And although his rank was not that high, he seemed stronger than everyone else. Meanwhile, Neela came to her senses and thanked the man for his help. Dylan said that the wound was healed on the outside, but most likely the poison was still active inside, so it would be better for the girl to sit for a while. Daniela then picked up the girl in her arms and immediately ran to safety, saying that she was leaving everything else to Dylan. At that moment, Veronica took on her human form and said that she found some civilians hiding. One of them said that he saw a huge monster inside the department store. At this moment, the main character thought that it might be the boss. At that moment, Veronica informed him that the monster might come his way, so she asked the guy to be careful. At that moment, the wall behind him collapsed, and from behind it emerged a huge monster that looked like a demonic insect. He decided to attack Dylan with his paws and horns. Camilla suggested that it was the same poisonous arachne. Julia said that it was her. Most likely it was a rank A or B boss. The girls found it amazing that Dylan was able to dodge the monster's sudden attacks. After that, they began to discuss the fact that Daniela became a guildmaster at such an early age, but Julia came to the conclusion that she was a complete zero in management. Those of lower ranks don't even know how to deal with attacks of this level. It must be difficult. Soon after, a powerful explosion was heard as someone fired magical projectiles at the monster. As it turned out, it was two awakened ones who came to help Dylan. They were extremely surprised when they realized that such an amount of firepower was not enough to kill this boss, but they did not intend to give up. The protagonist knew things were bad because the poisonous arachne had the ability to resist the first type of attacks, but it should just be the fire attribute that many of the monsters have. Soon the awakened realized with horror that their attacks had no effect against the monster. They even began to think that this boss was resistant to magic. Then they decided that they needed to go on the attack and asked the mages to stay away. However, at that moment, the main character ran forward and covered the two guys with his shield. After this, one of the awakened ones summoned a large dome so that the projectiles that the monster fired would not hit any of them. However, the monster directed its attacks at one point, and they were so strong that the man's shield could not withstand it. The blow was so strong that the man was thrown back and rolled along the asphalt. Camilla said that they would hardly be able to hit the monster when their physical defense was reduced to half. If they don't have people who work as well as she and Julia do as a team, it's just not going to be possible. While the awakened ones were unable to move, the monster used the web skill to restrict their movements. Dylan thought that if he could avoid these attacks and get closer to him, then he could hit him. At that moment, a woman approached them and asked if this monster was really weak to physical attacks. Dylan said he could at least do some damage to him if only he could get closer to him. At that moment, a girl with red hair tied in a high ponytail asked the guy to help her, and then walked past him. Meanwhile, the monster was busy trying to deal with his opponents. While he was busy with the awakened ones, a red-haired girl ran up to him and took out her weapon. The monster immediately turned towards her and directed several magical spikes at her. However, the girl's movements were incredibly fast, and she repelled every projectile that flew in her direction. Judging by her face, she was determined to kill this monster. Then the hero thought that if he hit and knocked out the monster's legs, then this girl would be able to finish the battle. But he was worried about the question of who this girl was. Meanwhile, the girl's weapon turned into a scythe, and she saw that the monster had summoned slightly smaller monsters and directed them to attack. Seeing this, the protagonist decided to use the skills of armor, shield, strength, and acceleration. At that moment, the girl felt a protective aura enveloping her. After that, the hero fired several fire arrows at each monster that flew at her. He said that he should be helped properly. After this, the girl raised her scythe and fired 2 projectiles from it, which left behind a red light. The girl was enveloped in a magical aura, and she directed the projectiles straight at the monster. At that moment, a red cloak appeared on her body, and a magical hurricane seemed to swirl around her. After that, she dealt a crushing blow, thereby sawing the monster's body into 2 parts. The main character was delighted when he saw this attack. After the battle was over, the girl walked up to Dylan and asked if he still didn't remember her. She said her name was Arya. She mentioned that they hadn't seen each other in a while, and Dylan asked if Arya was also awakened. The girl replied that she had been working for the guild in Britain, and that her contract had recently expired, so she had returned to Korea. However, their conversation was interrupted by a powerful explosion that sounded behind her. The girl said that they didn't seem to have time to chat. Dylan agreed, saying that they needed to take care of the outbreak first. At this point, Morgan informed him that he would join the case, but at point B, Veronica said that she had also almost reached the right place and suggested that the guys disperse. The protagonist said that he would join them a little later, at which point Arya said that she was here to support this area. She then put on her mask and stated that once the outbreak was over, she would look for Dylan at the guild. In response to this, the hero smiled and said that they would definitely meet again. At this point, Julia asked her friend what she thought about it, to which Camilla replied that she was not sure about the power of his spells. However, his strength and attack speed are definitely different from the average awakened. Moreover, he has the healing skill. After this, Camilla stood up from her seat and looked at the guy carefully before leaving. She decided that they needed to keep an especially close eye on him now. 3 days later, the large-scale outbreak was completely suppressed, and the protagonist's level increased significantly during this battle. He finally reached Class 4, and his wizard level rose to 31. Moreover, he now had at his disposal the spells he had obtained from Deus's shop. However, now Dylan wasn't sure he could find anything worthwhile on the local internet server. At that moment, a man entered the office where the main character was sitting. It was the same man he saved during the outbreak. He said his name was Sean, and he came here to thank Dylan and also for calling him here. In response to this, the main character smiled and asked the guy to sit down, since they needed to talk. Sean apologized, saying he was so happy and didn't even think Dylan would contact him again, to which the protagonist responded that he just needed help with his long-term assets. He said that in any case, Sean could speak to him informally since they were the same age. However, the man felt awkward, not understanding how he could even talk to Mr. Dylan. However, the protagonist insisted, and Sean had no choice but to agree. He said that he would speak to him more freely in future. He asked if the guy needed anything else besides financial planning, and then turned his attention to the books lying near him and stated that they looked like they had been brought from another world. The main character said that the man was right. He had recently become interested in linguistic books from another world. In addition to managing his assets, he wanted Sean to also find and collect for him the books and tools he needed. The protagonist said that he would pay him for everything he needed, including an office, salary, and rent, and then handed him a contract and asked him to read it. At that moment, Sean realized that the guy wanted to make some kind of manager out of him. The protagonist said that he understood everything correctly. The most important thing now is collecting linguistic books from another world, and he wanted Sean to collect them all. Upon hearing this, the man immediately jumped up from his seat and said that he really wanted to work on this and asked when he could start. Dylan thanked him and then reached into his pocket to give him something else. He handed him a plastic card, saying that the card had a limit of 1 billion won, and asked Sean to use it for purchases and to stay in touch during the process. The man's eyes lit up when he saw the card with such a huge amount of money on it. When he saw Dylan getting up from his seat and starting to get dressed, he asked if he was leaving already. The protagonist said that he had one more meeting, so he asked Sean to try harder. The man immediately stood up from his seat and said that Dylan could rely on him, while the hero thought that it would be good if he received a useful spell. Meanwhile, Arya and Sonya were training on the training ground. Arya stated that the girl was mastering the skills well. She said that Sonya fights with incredible power. Arya continued to launch one attack after another, and Sonya successfully blocked them. At this moment, the main character entered the training hall. He was surprised that the girls were studying at such an early hour. When they saw Dylan, Arya said that she thought she should look around since she was back in Korea. But only Sonya was here, so she decided to have a fight. Dylan then asked Arya what she thought of Sonya's skills, to which the girl replied that even in Britain she had never met anyone who was so good at the role of a tank. Then the hero turned to Sonya and asked what she thought about it. The girl replied that if she had been distracted for even a second, her armor would not have held up. She felt like she was looking at Dylan when he started his physical attacks. Hearing this, Arya thanked her for the compliment. The hero said he was glad that the girls had good first impressions of each other. After that, he said that he had a reason why he called both girls. He stated that until Arya found a new guild, he would like to temporarily hire her into their team. Sonya stated that she would be only happy about this, because they would have an attacker, which they needed in the formation for raids. Arya said she would be happy to join, as the team already has a well-rounded fighter like Dylan and an incredible tank in Sonya. This meant that she could move forward without worrying about her surroundings. Then the hero remembered how the girl fought with that monster and said that it definitely looked like that. He asked Arya to trust him and said that he would definitely look after her. However, Arya stated that she didn't want to hear it from him, in response to which the hero laughed, asking if he had said something wrong. Sonya watched their conversation with distrust. At some point she even felt a little offended and asked if Dylan and Arya were really that close. At that moment, the hero realized that he had not even introduced the girls properly. He said that Arya is a girl who has been his friend since high school. After this, Arya immediately ran up to him and took his arm, saying that she was his girlfriend. When Sonya heard this, she was horrified. Arya understood that this behavior irritated Sonya, but on the contrary, she only liked it. However, the hero said that they may have met before, but 10 years have passed since then. Afterwards, Arya said that he couldn't say that after all the shameful things they had done together. But Dylan asked her not to joke like that anymore. He then said that he was tired of talking about the past, and asked what the girls thought about going to the dungeon and testing their connection. The girls really liked the idea. At that moment, the system sent him a notification saying that the rank up quest had been activated. Almost immediately after this, the hero set out to complete a quest to increase the rank of Class D. When he passed through the portal, he realized that he had arrived in some kind of ruins. However, he had an idea what kind of place it was. It was a temple of nightmares and was home to Valerax, a devil who wanted to conquer the middle world. He was looking for a man to be his devoted servant, knowing the effect it would have when his faith changed in the wrong direction. He chose the most valuable monastery as the object of the curse. After this, the curse of Valerax fell on the monastery. Thus, the most sacred place was subject to the devil. The temple itself has become a place of moral decay. At this point, the hero wondered why the world of his game was connected with promotion quests. He also remembered that he had recently met Bernhard. Everything was about leveling up, and everything he did was about that game. He thought it was a small mechanism that influenced him. However, the game world is built into the awakened system, and if he is an important element of the system, then he needed to look at the game in more detail. However, when he saw a whole group of demonic temple servants in front of him, he decided that he would think about it later. Behind them stood the leader of the temple, who directed his subordinates to meet the uninvited guest. At this point, Dylan decided that this would be a great opportunity to test out new spells. He extended his hand and used the Ice Storm skill. The next moment, a huge ice storm formed, sweeping away all the demonic workers of the temple. However, when the storm cleared, the protagonist saw a dark arrow flying towards him. However, he had already prepared to reflect it by using the stone skin spell on himself. After that, he put his palm forward, reflecting the attack. He realized that the ice storm did not seem to have a large radius of destruction. In that case, he decided to use the acceleration and flight spell. After that, he immediately rushed into the attack, but realized that his speed was still not high enough. However, it will be enough to win this fight. When the protagonist was above his opponent, he extended his hand and used the Flaming Hand spell. He then used Fireball to send out a huge blast wave straight towards his opponents. When the smoke cleared, he saw that his spell had created a huge hole in the floor, and he realized that they had fallen to the floor below. He immediately went down to where his opponents had fallen. At that moment, the Stone Knight, who stood in the middle of the hall, announced that no one had the right to disturb the Lord's peace, and violators would be killed. Dylan realized that the statue of Lakato stood in front of him, and his sword had a special spell on it, so he should be wary of any cuts. After this, the golem dealt a crushing blow to the place where the main character stood. Dylan knew that many attacks wouldn't work on him, but poison attacks should be enough to damage this monster. After that, he used a poison arrow, and it was enough to cut off half of the Stone Knight's head. Moreover, the main character had another ace up his sleeve. He found this place after the 50th raid in the game, and continued to use it in secret. When he stood at a certain place, he realized that the statue was moving into a reset position, and then it suddenly stopped. The statue stated that the Guardian does not leave his position. The hero thought that from the way it was implemented, he was sure that this was the world from his game. It was a very cheap method, but it was better than nothing, and so Dylan was going to use it in any way he wanted. The statue, struck by poisonous arrows, declared its indignation with its last breath. After this, the golem fell to his knees and the sword fell out of his hand, after which the hand holding the sword also fell off his body. At this moment, the system informed Dylan that he had reached rank D and was able to use a special spell. The boy knew that there were no healers before, so he chose the healing spell. However, from this point on, he will work more as part of a team rather than alone. So this time he decided to choose a spell that would give him a boost, and he chose Furious Summoning. Soon after, he returned back to the city, and people immediately started running up to him, saying that they were his fans and asking him what the secret was to his leveling up. Many wanted to join Dylan's team, but the hero ignored them all. As he was heading towards the road, a black car suddenly stopped next to him. A woman in long white pants and black heels came out from there. She said her name was Carla, and she was hiring people for the American Freedom Guild. She approached Dylan and asked if she could take some of his time if he wasn't busy. Dylan asked her with a grin what such a big guild wanted from someone like him. Then Carla said that after hearing about him, she came to talk to him about the dungeon. However, the hero stated that he does not plan to join another guild. However, the girl said that the reason she was there was not to hire him. She asked him what he thought about discussing the S-rank dungeon, and after hearing this, the hero agreed. However, Carla said that this place was too noisy. She then returned to her car and opened the back seat door, asking if she could talk to Dylan in the car. After that, they set off, and the girl reported that the Freedom Guild was planning an attack on an S-rank dungeon in America. At this point, the guildmaster wanted to invite Dylan as a mercenary to their team. However, the hero noted that there were already enough strong awakened ones in America, and they would manage without him. However, Carla said that they didn't have anyone like Dylan, and he asked if she had come to recruit a D-rank awakened. The girl explained that this shouldn't surprise him, because he has many abilities that make him a buffer, debuffer, and magic damager, which is much more effective than 3 separate people. She emphasized that it was an obvious choice for them, and added that the guild master would allow Dylan to choose one of the unique rank relics if he joined them. Carla also mentioned that the guy could consider it a reward, and of course, after the raid, the loot would be divided equally. She then handed him a piece of paper, saying that she swears this on behalf of Guildmaster Brox, confirming her words. The hero took the paper and studied it carefully. He thought that he had nothing to lose, and since there shouldn't be any A-rank awakened among the invitees, he had a chance to test out their territory. At this point, Carla announced that they were almost at their destination. Then the hero said that he would accept her proposal. He added that after he clarifies his schedule, he will definitely contact her. The girl was delighted and said that the guildmaster would be incredibly happy and that she would immediately notify him. After this, Dylan got out of the car and Carla said that she would wait for his call. The driver approached her, asking if she was worried that they weren't discussing membership, but Carla assured him that everything was fine. After what she saw, she realized that Dylan could not be bought with money because experience was more important to him. So Carla decided that they would first give him an unforgettable experience, and then make it so he couldn't refuse. Meanwhile, Camilla and Julia reached the landing of Dylan's apartment. They tried to break into his lock, but Camilla noticed that there were more guards there than she expected. The girl explained that there were many deceptive sensors in the castle, and if you overdo it, you can burn to the ground. Julia asked how much he spent on such security. Camilla guessed that he probably spent around 50 billion, because she could feel the energy of the measuring stones through the walls of the building. While she was pondering how best to overcome this defense, Julia suggested simply letting go of the situation. However, Camilla responded that she had no intention of doing so, given the price of Dylan's shares. She was sure that management was definitely involved. They had a new director now, but in the past they had given her so much support, and then stabbed her in the back. Remembering the past, Camilla's body began to emit an ominous energy. At that moment, the girls heard the elevator arrive on their floor. They turned around to see who had arrived. As the elevator doors began to open, the girls tensed, preparing for a possible fight. But when the elevator doors opened fully, they discovered that there was no one inside. At that moment, the man who had arrived on the floor approached them from behind. It was Dylan, and he sternly asked the girls who they were. He assumed they weren't exactly his next groupie, so he needed to know what they wanted. Camilla replied that they would talk later, as this was not the best place to talk. Then they headed for the exit, and Dylan didn't stop them. The girls entered the elevator, watching the guy. When the doors closed, the protagonist sighed with discontent, as he had just begun to think that his life had finally calmed down a little. For 2 days, he completed all the business in Korea, and created items for the Jungsong Guild. He then explained the whole situation to Arya and Sonia. He also checked the book he had recently received. After Dylan collected the necessary things for the raid, he headed to the United States. He soon arrived at the Liberty Guild building in New York. The first person to meet him in the building was a man whose hands were adorned with gold rings and bracelets. Dylan knew that this man was the head of Freedom, one of the most powerful guilds in the United States. The man introduced himself as Brox, and said he was very pleased to meet Dylan. The hero noticed that the man had a lot of books from another world, to which he replied that he had recently been studying the language of another world. He said that no one knows when they will be able to talk to them. However, Dylan didn't understand who he was talking about. Then Brox invited him to sit down. When the main character sat down on the sofa, they brought him a cup of tea. Brox sat down opposite him and said that he had recently received some rather interesting news. In the dungeon, his people met a man who spoke fluently the language of another world. Unfortunately, this man died immediately after the meeting. Apparently someone ordered it. Dylan asked if this was the dungeon they were going to go to, and Brox replied that it was. He said they hope to find other traces of another world, but there is a limit. Only 6 people can enter the dungeon. Then the hero understood why this man was interested in him. Brox explained that a normal awakened person only has one ability and spends their entire life trying to raise it to the SSS level. He himself has this ability, but apart from it, he cannot use magic or other abilities. However, if Dylan joins them, he will become someone who has various skills and will be able to create as many combinations as he wants. So Brox decided that Dylan was the most suitable candidate. At this point, the hero thought about the fact that this man was talking as if he was only interested in him within the dungeon. But in fact, he probably wanted to invite him to the guild, but now the hero had no reason to refuse, since with this raid he would be able to satisfy his interest, as well as take advantage of unique relics. After this, Brock stood up and said that since he was finished with the explanations, he would fulfill part of his promise. He walked up to the bookshelf and started looking for something. When he clicked on the right book, a secret door opened behind the cabinet. The man invited Dylan to come with him. Soon they found themselves in a room with iron walls and a red floor. The man said that he either didn't need the relics in this room or that he didn't know how to use them, since he already had others that were much more useful than these. The hero realized that even at first glance he could tell that these relics were above the unique level. Among them were many different rings that emitted a magical aura. Brock said that Dylan could take them after he recognized them. Then the hero realized that he did it on purpose to force him to use the recognition skill. However, the hero did not resist, went to the stand with rings and used recognition. Soon, several notification windows from the system appeared in front of him. After that, he said that he would take one of the rings. It was Kata's ring, which had a unique level. After that, Brox invited the guy to go to another place for a pre-raid briefing. When they went to another office, Carla was already waiting for them there, but the hero asked her if Mr. Brox was not coming, to which the girl replied that he had gone to France on business. Then she invited him into another office. After that, she opened the door and let the guy inside. There were already several people sitting inside, among them 2 men and 2 girls. The man with long white hair and a large scar in the middle of his forehead was named Larson. He was a rank S main tank. Next to him sat a girl named Sarah. She was a master of close combat. Next was Lincoln, a man with long dark hair. He was the main attack tank. At the very back of the room sat a girl named Riley. She was a master of long-range combat, and the only one of all those present who had an A rank. Soon the team was ready to move out. Then they found themselves in a dungeon where it was pouring rain. Larson did not expect that there would be toxic rain here. Lincoln said that without Mr. Dillon's armor, they would have had a hard time. Sarah was surprised that this guy also had various buffs. Carla said that it was the first time she received so many buffs at one time. However, Dillon soon shouted that he heard the enemy approaching. The team soon took up a defensive stance as monsters approached them from all sides of the forest. Lincoln and Larson put up their shields to protect themselves from the monsters. The monsters were huge, as if they were sewn together from several parts of different bodies. Their mouths were huge and fanged. Seeing the uninvited guests, they immediately rushed to the attack. At that moment, Larson's shield lit up yellow. The next moment, a glowing wall seemed to appear in front of him, protecting him and his team from the monsters. Then he shouted that he would never lose to them. After that, the whole team rushed into battle. Sarah deftly jumped between enemies, leaving them with incredibly deep cuts using her weapon. At the moment of the attack, ears appeared on her head, and she began to look more like a cat than a human. She then moved on to her next target. At that moment, the monster began to suck in air, apparently preparing to vomit poisonous liquid onto the girl attacking it. Then a poisonous acidic liquid poured out of his mouth. However, Sarah managed to dodge and in an instant found herself right above his head. In just a few seconds, she struck him dozens of times in different parts of his body, and he couldn't even track the girl's movements. At that moment, the hero thought that this was exactly what he expected from a rank S melee fighter. She cuts the thick skin of these creatures as if she were cutting ordinary meat. Then the hero thought that he should find the owner of these creatures for now. He decided to use a skill called View Shift. He soon discovered that there were skeletal monsters nearby, playing flutes, apparently transferring power to their subordinate monsters. Apparently, they didn't notice the drones because they were busy controlling other monsters. At this moment, the main character gave a command to his drone. At this point, Carla was discussing how well he could control the situation with the drones and the golem. The girl understood why Dylan wasn't so interested in the team. After that, the guy opened a spatial door in front of him. This caught Carla's attention, and she paused for a second. She didn't notice that right behind her a huge fireball was flying somewhere into the forest. Soon, the sound of a huge explosion was heard, and Lincoln immediately turned his attention to the source of the sound. When he turned around, he saw that in front of him lay the corpse of the monster that was the leader of these large monsters. Carla couldn't believe her eyes. She didn't understand if it was really a mage with the ability to control space standing in front of her, since this was a real rarity. Besides, this guy was only a D rank. When it was all over, the hero turned to his teammates and said that they needed to use their strength. As he ran into the forest, Carla watched him go, wondering if it was really that easy to increase one's abilities. At that moment, the girl realized that she wanted to know more about this guy. After some time, the raid continued, and the team headed even deeper into the forest. The longer the raid went on, the more Dylan proved his abilities. He showed that he could destroy annoying debuffs. He also demonstrated the ability to slip through dangerous places using invisibility. Thus, the team reached the boss faster than planned. At that moment, the hero felt that he was not in this place for the first time. He recognized the very ruins he had entered through the portal just recently. However, he understood that if that guy was here now, it would be difficult for them. Then Larson suddenly shouted that there was someone in the middle of the court. As it turned out, a knight was sitting on a huge black throne. His whole body exuded an ominous aura, and in his hands he held a huge sword. The protagonist knew that it was Black Prince Arcanus, an S-rank boss. When he saw the uninvited guests, a wave of dark energy suddenly erupted in the place of his throne. Sarah said that it was the first time she saw such a mob. Moreover, its energy was very chaotic. A second later, the protagonist looked at the place where the prince had just been, and realized that only a trace of a dark aura remained of him. The next moment, the boss appeared behind Sarah and Riley, intending to deal them a crushing blow. He was clearly unhappy that these people had invaded his abode and was going to kill them. The impact was so strong that huge clouds of dust rose up across the entire area. When the smoke cleared a little, Sarah saw that Larson was badly injured. When she looked up, she saw the prince standing right above them. Apparently the golem had blocked his blow with its body. Larson shouted that the enemy was right behind them. Then Riley said that they needed to get together and come up with a formation first. Carla called Dylan to come with them, but he didn't think they could defeat him with a simple change of formation. He then decided to address his team, getting their attention. He said that after the first attack, Arcanus would target him as the weakest. The guy said he would explain how he knew this later, so for now everyone should listen to him. As he was explaining, the Dark Prince appeared right behind him and raised his huge sword to attack. He dealt a crushing blow to the place where the main character stood. However, when the dust cleared, he saw that the sword was not Dylan's. At this point, the hero informed his team that the boss would hesitate after his teleportation, and then Sarah decided to take advantage of the moment and rushed into the attack. She struck him several times with her claws, after which Carla joined her and also attacked the enemy. However, despite the fact that their attacks were quite powerful, it was as if there was not a scratch left on the monster's armor. Sarah didn't understand why this was all so difficult. After being attacked many times, the prince became enraged and shouted that he was going to kill these pathetic bugs. He then slammed his sword into the floor in front of him, causing a massive blast of dark energy. Then the main character shouted that there were swords underground. The next moment, the team members noticed that swords were indeed growing out of the ground, and they quickly jumped away from the places where they appeared. It felt like there were an infinite number of swords, and so they had to constantly dodge. At this moment, the prince used a soul-splitting spell, which meant that after 90 seconds, the souls of the team members would be separated from their bodies, and they would die. Dylan then said that those who touched the sword should immediately come to him, at which time he ordered Lincoln to provoke the prince to attack him. Lincoln put up his shield and ordered the prince to attack him. He then hit his shield with his hammer, attracting the boss's attention. The prince turned his gaze on him and said that he would die first. After that, he dealt him several crushing blows, but all of them were blocked by his powerful shield. Meanwhile, Larson and Riley arrived to the protagonist so that he could heal them and remove the curse from them. But the system informed him that the debuff was not cancelled. At this moment, the hero realized that apparently the boss's level of wisdom was higher than his. Then he decided to use Magic Dispel, and this time the debuff effect was cancelled. Dylan was very pleasantly surprised that he was able to do it. Meanwhile, Lincoln continued to fight the boss, holding off his attacks. However, soon his shield was destroyed, and a crack appeared in his armor, and he fell to his knees right in front of his opponent. The boss looked at him angrily and called him an ordinary cockroach. This surprised the main character very much, and at first he even hesitated. Then the prince called his servants, and on the field behind the main character, a pentagram appeared, from which silhouettes began to emerge. Soon a whole crowd of monsters appeared from there, which they had already encountered in the forest. It was a very unpleasant event, and the heroes needed some time to think about their next steps. Then he rushed straight at the monsters. He said that he would take them on himself, and the rest of the team was to help Lincoln. Larson warned Dylan to be extremely careful. Meanwhile, all the team members rushed to attack the boss, while he simply laughed at them, saying that they did not know when to stop. At this moment, Sarah approached the prince as close as possible and used the liberation skill. At that moment, her hands turned into huge icy claws. Carla also used a spell, and her hands turned into a huge spike. After this, the girls decided to carry out a joint attack on the monster. They attacked him from both sides with their weapons. Then the prince growled at them, saying that they were annoying him very much. After that, an aura appeared around him, from which huge dark spikes began to fly out. Then the aura finally thickened above him, covering him from all sorts of attacks. The next moment, the protagonist said that they needed to attack him with their strongest attack right now, since this was their only chance. After that, he used an ability called Furious Summoning. At that moment, his body seemed to begin to radiate the brightest energy. At that moment, Lincoln realized that his pain seemed to just disappear. As it turned out, Furious Summoning increases the combat ability by 250% for all team members within a 10-meter radius for 2 minutes. While using the spell, mana cannot drop below 1, and they will not feel pain. Riley said she wanted to take the potion, but this was even better. After that, the protagonist stated that Arcanese is currently invulnerable to physical attacks, but this skill lowers his magical defense, so they must use magic. After that, he used a magic projectile and fired it towards the enemy. The shells rained down on the prince as he tried to hide behind his sword. At that point, Larson said he would block his movements. Then he took his sword and struck it hard on the ground. The blow was so strong that a pillar of light pierced the ground and then struck directly at the place where the enemy was sitting. Stones began to fall on him, but the prince still looked menacingly at the uninvited guests. Larson then commanded the others to attack right away. Lincoln realized it was his turn and raised his hammer to attack. After that, he used his skill called Hammer of Justice with all his might and struck the prince in the chest. The blow was so strong that it forced the boss to get up from his knees and move away some distance. He grabbed his shoulder and clutched his chest hard where he had been hit. He then called his opponents pathetic insects, and his body began to emit dark energy. After that, he raised his hand and summoned something like a black hole that sucked in everything that was near it. He then summoned dozens of magical thorns and sent them towards his opponents. However, Larson managed to use his shield and protect the team from the fire. After that, he ordered Riley to go on the attack. The girl took out her gun and asked the rest of the team to remain vigilant. However, at that moment, the Dark Prince appeared behind her. He struck her hard with his sword, causing the girl to stop her attack and dodge the sword. At that moment, she used her cloning skill and 2 copies of herself appeared around her and began to attack the prince. When the boss raised his hand, he saw that there were some pretty impressive cracks in his armor. At this point, Sarah, who was behind, asked Riley to duck. She was about to attack the prince with her clawed paws. She flew straight at him and dealt him a crushing blow, causing a huge magical pillar to fly straight at his head. The blow was so strong that the prince even felt shock. When he opened his eyes, he saw Carla standing in front of him. Her hand turned into a spike that emitted an incredibly hot fire. She began to swing her hand, sending shockwaves one after another towards the enemy. With the last of his strength, the prince tried to protect himself from them with his sword, using it as a shield. At that moment, the main character rose into the air and appeared right behind the prince. He used all of his most powerful spells and directed them all at once towards the place where the enemy was located. The next moment, there was an incredibly powerful explosion that forced everyone present to cover themselves with their hands. The light from the explosion was so bright that Carla could hardly look at it. She tried to understand if they had been able to defeat the prince. However, when the smoke cleared, they saw that the prince was still alive. He could only stand on his knees, but he was still breathing. At that moment, Dylan came down to the ground. Larson said that it was incredible that the prince survived their attacks while being enhanced by Dylan. Lincoln said that they needed to finish him off before he recovered. However, at that moment, the Dark Prince decided to use his spell and directed it into his sword, saying that it would not end just like that. This was followed by a huge explosion which caused an incredibly huge blast wave. The explosion was so strong that at first the main character even lost all his senses. Soon after, he found all of his team members lying unconscious on the ground. When he looked up, he saw the Dark Prince standing in front of him. However, his armor was destroyed, and now he saw that underneath it was a man with blue hair. He was badly injured and his eyes were almost empty. He stood in front of Dylan and asked him in horror why he was not wounded. But the hero himself did not know what to answer. The prince suggested that this was related to the source of his power, and the hero then asked him to explain what he meant. The prince said that all his energy was put into his last explosion. The fact that Dylan is not injured can only mean that their energy has a special kinship. He said that all his people died during their journey through time and space. At this point, Dylan began to think that there were some similarities between him and Arcanes, and then the prince asked if the boy knew him. When the hero realized that it was a character from the game, he said that he knew him. Hearing this, the prince said professionally that he wanted to give him something. He said that if Dylan ever met any of his people, they would recognize this pendant and ring. He fell to his knees and asked not to make his people go through this hell and to save them. After that, he lowered his head, and his eyes became deathly empty. After that, his body seemed to evaporate into thin air, leaving behind only smoke. When the prince's body evaporated completely, leaving behind only a pile of ash, at that moment the system informed the protagonist that his level had been increased several times. When it was finally all over, the hero was able to breathe a sigh of relief. When he picked up the book, the system told him that this translation book had no level, but it allowed him to translate sentences from a world language called Ige. At first, the hero could not believe that this book could actually translate the language of another world. Moreover, he had 2 more unique items, Desmond's ring and the Infinity Ring. At that moment, he noticed that something was sparkling in the pile of ashes that remained of the prince. When he came closer, he saw that after the prince's death, there were rewards left. These were a book and space stones. After this, Dylan turned his attention to his team members who were still unconscious. He decided that he should leave them the space stones, but was wondering if he should take the book since it might be a spell book. When he touched it, he realized that it was indeed a 5th-tier spell book that allowed him to learn a skill called Solar Flame. Then the hero decided that he should try it out. He extended his hand towards the ground and used Solar Flame. Rings of fiery energy began to grow around him. They were so warm that the members of his squad began to come to their senses. When Carla stood up, she asked why she suddenly felt so hot. Thus, their raid on the S-rank dungeon was complete. They returned to the Liberty Building and exchanged contacts with the team. Dylan was sure everyone was impressed. Carla offered him a place in the guild, but the guy refused. Instead, he returned to Korea. Meanwhile, the story shifts to the knowledge management in Seoul. Morgan was sleeping peacefully, sitting on the sofa. However, at that moment, Veronica came up to him and pressed a cold drink to his forehead. The man woke up suddenly and jerked away. He asked why the girl would do this to a man who had worked all night, but she said she had an important story to tell about Dylan. The man was surprised since it had been quite quiet lately. But Veronica said that he had recently been called by a guild from the US, and she had heard that they had raided a dungeon. The man suggested that they probably did it in secret, and asked how the girl could have learned such a thing, and whether her ability to learn something was simply incredible. But Veronica replied that information is life. However, the most important thing is that everyone who was on the raid was impressed by him, after which the Freedom Guild tried to hire him. Morgan knew that such a large guild had already made an attempt to take over from him, and they couldn't just sit back. The girl agreed with him, saying that she wanted to invite him on an expedition into the dungeon on behalf of the management. Morden replied that he thought it was a great idea. Even though Dylan was a low rank, they could offer him experience points or rewards, and then he said he would call him. Meanwhile, the main character was in his apartment, and when he turned to the system, he found out that his indicators had also increased. He also had a book of spells that he found during his travels in America, and it must have been the hardest one to find. Thus, he gained the skills of infrared vision, polymorph, and magician's eye. Moreover, he received a spell that created a huge chaos in the balance of the game world, right down to the order of constancy. It was called immutability, and could keep the effect of any spell permanently. Then he decided to try it on the sword he was holding in his hands. First, he needed to enchant the weapon. After that, he decided to use immutability on him. He soon discovered that the spell had indeed worked, and the timer had disappeared. Dylan didn't even think that thanks to this, the item's level would also increase, although the number of unique items is still limited. Then the guy decided to look for something for close combat. If the user requirements are met, then it would be nice to raise the level of the gauntlet. At that moment, he decided that he should call Lily. However, as soon as he picked up the phone, he discovered that she was calling him herself. He picked up the phone and asked her what she wanted. The girl said that since he wanted to call first, he should be the first to tell what he wanted. The hero agreed and said that he would like to buy one unique glove in the market. After a little digging on the internet, the girl reported that they have such a glove. Then the hero said that he also wanted to put his skill up for auction and asked the girl if it was possible. At first, Lily was surprised, asking if he really wanted to exhibit a skill and not an item. Meanwhile, the story moves to Deus Market. Charlie and Lizzie arrived at the building. The man didn't understand why they were there, since the girl said that she wasn't interested in today's exhibit. However, a few hours ago she received a notice of a special auction, and if the market itself notifies about this, then not coming to the auction would be a mistake. After this, The girl happily opened the door to the hall, hoping that there would be something worthwhile there. Soon, Lily announced the end of the auction. She said that they would now move on to the special event that everyone who had come had been informed about. But before that, she asked everyone to welcome Mr. Dillon, the organizer of today's special auction. Some guests were skeptical because they didn't understand what he was going to sell them. Dillon then took the microphone and greeted everyone present, saying that this was his second visit to this place. He said that he came here not to trade items, but to sell his skill. Then Charlie asked his boss if it was possible to sell the power of an awakened one. The girl replied that the items at the auction cost hundreds and thousands of dollars. This means that the skill he wants to sell is very valuable, which is probably why the market allowed him to hold this special auction. At this point, the hero announced that only the first 10 buyers would be able to take advantage of this opportunity. He could increase the level of their weapons by exactly 1. When Lizzie heard this, at first she didn't even believe his words. The guests began to whisper, doubting that such a spell even existed. At that moment, a girl sitting in the audience asked if Dillon was telling the truth. The hero turned his attention to her, noting that she had come after all, and asked her if she had ever heard him lie. As it turned out, the girl was Maria. She looked very menacing and unhappy when she was asked this question. After that, he continued by saying that any weapon below the legendary tier could be upgraded by 1 level. However, he stated that if anyone perceived him as an enemy or tried to harm him, the level of their items would immediately be reduced to their original level. Maria stated that there are many people who can enchant things like gems and dimensional stones. Dillon replied that if that was his plan, he wouldn't have announced the sale of the skill. He also said that the girl was thinking too primitively. At this point, there was a pause in the room. After that, the hero said that if everything is clear to people, then he will start the auction with 500 million won. Soon, several people approached his table, among whom was Maria. Lily reported that the item was sold for 2 billion won, making a total of 20 billion won, with all 10 buyers contributing money. After this, the hero was ready to start upgrading and asked the buyers to place their weapons on the table in front of him. The guests immediately pulled out their weapons and placed them right in front of the hero. After that, Dillon used the skill and suddenly his hands lit up with a bright light. The light was so bright that it illuminated everyone standing around. After some time, Lizzie took back her dagger and realized that it had truly become a legendary weapon. Other buyers also picked up their weapons and noted that they indeed went up a level. Then the hero said that he needed to go somewhere and said goodbye to Lily. The girl praised him for his work. As he left the room, he felt Maria looking at him, talking with 2 other men. Judging by their faces, they were up to something bad. Soon after, the protagonist left the hall and headed towards the exit along the corridor. He thought that the 2 men who were staring at him probably wouldn't try to catch him out of nowhere, unlike Maria. At that moment, a man appeared in front of him and greeted Dillon. As it turned out, it was Morgan. The hero said that he was glad to see him again, since the last time was during a large-scale outbreak. Morgan also said that a lot of time had indeed passed since then. He asked the guy if he had finished his business in the market. The hero said that the auction went smoothly, and he got what he wanted. Then Morgan called him to him and asked him to go with him to the meeting place. When it got dark outside, Maria went down the corridor. When she heard someone walking behind her, she said that following a woman was hardly good manners. As it turned out, the 2 men she had spoken to shortly before were walking behind her. One of them, a Mukon guildmaster named Chandler, said he didn't understand why she was acting up, considering she was the one who called them. He assumed that the reason for her secret call was because of that bastard. Maria turned to face them and said that it was indeed so. She said that he had bombs, a scroll of recognition, and this time, a weapon enhancement in his arsenal. If they leave everything to its own devices, they will be nothing but toys in his hands. So they had to destroy Dillon by any means necessary. The girl said that they should make a temporary truce. After all, they have a common enemy. Then Chandler asked if Dillon was the common target, or if Maria was talking about the entire Jongsong Guild. The girl said that both of these goals are her priority. They are in the same boat, so they cannot write off anyone. If they cannot achieve one of the goals, then they must be destroyed. Meanwhile, a magical portal was opened in one of the destroyed buildings. Veronica stood next to him, as well as several guild employees. She looked at the time and noticed that 2 hours had already passed, and assumed that this time it would all end in another failure. However, at that moment, she saw a bright light come on behind her. As it turned out, these were headlights from a car, and a man came out of it, who was surprised that even in such a remote place there was a dungeon. As it turned out, it was Dillon and Morgan. Morgan said that the dungeon appeared very recently, so nothing is known about it yet. Veronica confirmed his words, saying that, however, they left him unattended for too long, so it was difficult to tell when the outbreak would occur. She also noted that they had not met for quite some time. After that, they headed inside the building, as Veronica wanted to briefly explain what the matter was. She said that they had originally planned to invite Dylan to another private dungeon run by their company. However, after reporting, they found out that there was an open dungeon here. For the safety of the people around them, they tried to disarm him. At this point, Dylan realized that there had been some kind of problem with the disarming process after they had entered. The girl said that this was indeed the case. Firstly, only one person could enter, and if he failed, that same person could not return. So the administration had already suffered 5 victims. She said that she and Morgan were caught off guard and failed. Morgan added that they still don't know what to do. Dylan then asked if the monster inside was so strong that even 2 SS rank fighters failed. If that was the case, then that made this mission impossible. However, Veronica said that it was not about strength. The thing is, there were invisible traps inside. The monsters that were inside had attribute resistance, so there were too many factors that affected the outcome. That's why they needed Dylan, because he had a lot of skills. The hero said that he came only because he received an invitation to a private dungeon. Veronica then asked him for forgiveness for that moment. But they couldn't just ignore the existence of this dungeon. The hero replied that since he was obviously risking his life, he hoped that the compensation would be appropriate. Veronica was surprised by his words and asked what compensation he was talking about. Dylan then said that he wanted to be assigned a ranked dungeon, where he would have complete freedom and individual access. At this point, Morgan intervened in the conversation and said that this was too much. However, Veronica stopped him. She said she would take care of it and asked Morgan to cool his ardor. At this moment, Dylan thought about how the dungeon was being restored after being conquered. So it was a precious place to gain experience points. He could understand their reaction to asking for the dungeon to be at the disposal of a single awakened. However, he was risking his life, so they should at least be able to give him that. After a short discussion, Veronica announced that the dungeon belonged to the country. Transferring ownership of a dungeon is virtually impossible. Therefore, she suggested that he make it so that the ownership rights belong to the management. But Dylan himself could use the dungeon at his own discretion, and the hero was quite satisfied with these conditions. However, Veronica said that there was one condition that he must accept unconditionally. She said that if the dungeon was open for too long, and it caused an outbreak, Dylan would take full responsibility. The hero smiled and said that in that case he would definitely take full responsibility. Before he went into the dungeon, Veronica gave him some advice. She said that as soon as he entered inside, he needed to run. If he's even a second late, something terrible will happen. The poisonous cloud will catch up with him and swallow him completely. After he leaves the cloud, his path will be blocked by lava. Veronica assumed that he would be able to use the walls to overcome it. Thus, the main character did everything according to the girl's instructions, and soon found himself in a relatively safe place. However, at that moment he felt several poisonous arrows flying at him at once. They landed exactly in the place where the main character was. However, he managed to use his shield, so the arrows did not cause him any damage. The girl also said that there were countless traps in the dungeon, and she hoped that he would be extremely careful. She said that after that, there would be a place that was difficult to describe in words. At the end of the cave system, there is a straight road in complete darkness. Dylan must find the light on the other side of this tunnel. And when the hero entered inside, he realized that from now on, he would have to overcome everything on his own. So he decided to use his new skill called infrared vision. When he used it, he saw that he was surrounded by white, red-eyed snakes on all sides. There were a lot of them, and they all rushed to attack. Dylan knew that if we were talking about a high-ranking dungeon, then in complete darkness, anyone would become easy prey. Then he raised his palm and decided to use a lightning spell. He directed a bolt of lightning at his enemies, thus killing all the snakes at once. Since this dungeon was difficult to clear, he will get a lot of experience points after doing so. However, in a situation like this, where he couldn't relax for a second, he had to take out all the drones. The hero decided to continue with even greater caution. Meanwhile, Veronica and Morgan stood near the entrance to the dungeon. The man said that Dylan should have reached the unexplored part by now, and then the girl suggested checking. At that moment, Lily came running to them. She said that she rushed here immediately after the call without any equipment, but Veronica said that there was nothing to worry about, since it would not be her who would have to conquer this cave. Morgan said that she would have a very simple task since only one person could enter the cave. They would check Dylan's condition to see if the girl could enter since they themselves could no longer get inside. The girl asked if that was all that was required of her, and Morgan confirmed his words, saying that she would not be able to clear a B-rank cave. She then asked him what he thought of Dylan's condition, since it had been several hours since he had entered. But Veronica said that Dylan had a wide range of skills that were needed here, so they could only trust him and wait patiently. Morgan said that if he failed, they would have no choice but to ask for help from high-ranking guilds. However, they hoped that Lily would return with good news. After that, the girl reached out and touched the portal. Meanwhile, the main character moved further along the dungeon. In one of the corridors, he met broken golems. And then he found a big door that looked like the boss's room. If he hadn't used drones, he would have definitely fallen into a trap, and maybe even died. So he decided to open the door and take a look at the bastard who ran this dungeon. When he entered inside, a large pedestal appeared in front of him. The boss himself was nowhere to be found. At that moment, he noticed that sounds were heard somewhere far away in the room. He looked up and saw that a young girl with blue hair was chained to the wall. At first, the hero even doubted that she was human. While he was looking at her, he noticed that it was as if someone was starting to crawl out of his shadow. A few moments later, a demonic head with a glowing red eye appeared from there. Then the demon crawled out completely and asked the hero where someone like him got Arcaniz's things from. As it turned out, the monster was a boss rank named Lich Deleuze. The hero realized that he had never seen such a monster on the floors in his game. Moreover, he did not understand how he knew about Arcaniz's things. He then asked why he had to answer him, thinking that even if this monster was a rank lower than Arcane's, Dylan was here all alone this time. Then the monster said that he thought too much of himself, and therefore he needed to experience pain. However, the hero knew that, fortunately, unlike Arcaniz, this monster was a magic type. During his time in the game, he loved dueling other users and would gladly do so again, so he prepared Rudy's glove for his attack. He summoned several projectiles and aimed them towards his opponent. However, at that moment, the monster used a spell called Dark Thorns and directed them towards Dylan. At the last moment, the main character managed to dodge and ran to a safe distance. Then the boss said that, apparently, Dylan wasn't complete trash. However, Dylan knew that this was a rather dangerous attack. He expected the demon to cast spells one after another and hoped that he was wrong. However, at that moment, he saw that the demon began to cast several spells at once. Then the main character decided to cover himself with a shield so that these spells would not hit him. The demon laughed, asking if he really wanted to block his attack with his pathetic shield. He then used a spell called Darkness Spear, summoning a spear of incredible size and pointing it at the enemy. A few seconds later, the spear collided with the protagonist's shield. Dylan saw large cracks appear on his shield. The blow was so strong that his shield simply cracked. The protagonist was horrified and decided it was time to use the invisibility skill. The demon, who was watching all this, noted that this was very stupid. He used the spear again and carefully watched what was left after his attack. However, soon 4 copies of Dylan jumped out of the smoke at him. However, the demon stated that his magic was just child's play. After that, he declared that he would destroy everyone in an instant and called upon another spell. It was the gravity trap he decided to use on Dylan and his clones. However, he soon realized that the main character had been covered by a shield all this time. The demon laughed and said, "Did he really think that he would just rush at a magician like me?" When the demon hesitated, the protagonist used the fireball skill and flew straight towards him. He placed his hand, filled with fiery energy, directly on the demon's body. The blow was so strong that the demon seemed to be torn apart. After that, he used another fireball and also a lightning strike. He directed a double attack at the demon, and it wouldn't be able to withstand such a powerful explosion. At that moment, Dylan thought that the difference between them was that this freak couldn't use spells without casting them. This way the protagonist could defeat him. However, the demon was still alive and asked the hero how he dared to do this. At that moment, Lily was just about to enter the dungeon. However, when she touched him, she felt as if lightning ran through her hand. The girl screamed in surprise and pulled her hand away. Morgan couldn't believe what he saw. He assumed it was a flash. He then ordered Lily to leave the portal immediately. At that moment, he and Veronica prepared to reflect the flash. However, when they looked closely, they saw the silhouette of a man in the portal. They were still tense and ready to fight, but still did not dare to attack first. As it turned out, Dylan came out of the portal holding that same blue-haired girl in his arms. When he got outside, he let out a tired sigh and said that they almost died there. As soon as Dylan found himself in a safe place, he immediately began drinking liters of water. Veronica approached him and asked if he had calmed down. The hero replied that everything was fine now. The girl finally asked him to tell her what happened there and who the girl was that he pulled out of the dungeon. Dylan said that first of all, he cleared the cave successfully. There were a few problem areas, but as he promised, he was able to deal with them. The girl noticed the skull that was brought from the dungeon and said that it was a good job, even though they didn't ask for it. At first, she couldn't even believe that Dylan had defeated an A-rank boss all by himself. The guy laughed and said that it really wasn't easy. The fight itself lasted only 5 minutes, but during that time countless spells were used. The main character mainly used fire spells, and the boss's spells were his complete opposite. Therefore, a serious fight broke out between them. 2 opposing forces clashed in one place, and it was unclear which of them would win. Veronica said that in that case they would not ask about anything obtained in the dungeon, as this was an unspoken rule. The problem was with that girl though, as it was already becoming quite problematic. Morgan said that if they considered her part of Dylan's loot, then they had no right to do anything with her. But if they considered her as someone who could pose a danger, then the approach to this situation would be completely different. The thing is, this girl was the only person who had ever been found in the dungeon, and the heroes knew exactly why they were getting at it. Then he turned his attention to the girl, who was still sleeping and had not come to her senses. He then turned to Veronica and Morgan, asking them not to misunderstand him, but he hoped that they would still listen to him. He said that he would take the girl with him. Since he was the one who saved her from the dungeon, he should be responsible for her and take care of her. He himself understood that if the girl was taken over by management or someone else, then it was unknown what could happen to her. He also suspected that she was somehow connected to Arcanese. Without further ado, Veronica agreed, saying that if her existence became known to the public, it would become difficult for them to manage the organization's interests that deal with the awakened, and they would have to conduct research. At that moment, there was an awkward pause between them. Meanwhile, Lily, who was sitting next to the girl, said that they needed to stick to this plan, and the girl's existence should remain a secret. Veronica said that if he needed to study or look at something, Dylan should not hesitate to ask them for help, and they would be happy to help him. Then the hero thanked her for her concern. Veronica said that they were also grateful to him for his help, and therefore should respect his wishes. After that, they all headed to the city together. While the guys were driving, Morgan decided to address the main character. He said that now that he had someone to protect next to him, there was something he needed to know. He said they have a program of monitoring and indirect monitoring of those associated with them. At that moment, the hero thought that from the moment they promised to help someone, impartial surveillance of him began. Morgan continued by saying that according to the reports, Dylan was being followed by someone, and they were doing it quite professionally. They were trying to track these people down, but they immediately noticed it and hid. At this moment, two candidates came to the main character's mind. It could be Camilla with her friend Julia or Maria. However, Morgan told the boy to be even more careful from now on. He said that if he was in any danger, he should call them, and the hero thanked them for their help. At this point, Lily joined the conversation and said that he could also call her at any time, even for personal reasons. However, Morgan stopped her, saying that they were talking about important things. However, the girl said that their conversation was already over, so everything was fine. The main character, hearing this, smiled and said that he had nothing against it. Hearing this, the girl blushed and asked the main character if he wanted to go on a date with her if he didn't have a girlfriend. At that moment, Morgan pressed the gas pedal and the car suddenly shot forward. This caused Lily to slam her back into her chair with all her might. She screamed, calling it very dangerous. But the man ordered her to buckle up and sit still. The girl pouted but complied. Then the hero turned to her and said that he found Lily very attractive as a woman, primarily because she was charming. As it turned out, these words were quite enough for the girl. Late in the evening, the main character returned home. He decided that since his mechanic level had increased by 10 in the dungeon, he could take a look at the stats. First of all, he decided to invest all the available points into magic skills. He could safely say that magic and wisdom were close to A rank level. And then he decided to check his loot. However, at that moment, the blue-haired girl woke up, not understanding where she was. Hearing this, the hero turned around and said that she was in his house. Seeing the girl's sleepy face, he asked if she was completely awake. However, at first the girl only looked at him in surprise, not knowing what to say. Soon he moved the girl to a larger room so that she could look around. The girl was delighted when she looked around the house she was brought to, as it looked simply wonderful. Dylan guessed that this was all a bit new to the girl. She said it was very different from where she was used to living, and Dylan understood that because she was from a completely different world. Then he offered her a cup of tea. He also said that she speaks their language very well. At that moment, the girl pulled out the device and said that all this was thanks to her translator. The main character sat down opposite her and said that it was quite an interesting little thing. He then asked her if she remembered what happened in the dungeon. The girl said that she remembered it vaguely, but she still had some memories. She said that if she remembered correctly, her being there was a kind of offering. Then Dylan came alone, defeated Lich DeLuca, and saved her. She also assumed that Dylan had her brother's necklace. Dylan pulled out the necklace and ring the Dark Prince had given him, and asked if this was what she was talking about. The girl said that these were indeed her brother's things, and asked if he could return them back to him. At that moment, the main character did not know what to answer. The girl realized that something had happened to her brother, and asked if she could at least hear the message that her brother had conveyed with the necklace. The hero said that her brother had said that if she met any of his servants or assistants, they would instantly recognize both the necklace and the ring. He told the girl not to let them know about it while she was alive and to save them. When the girl heard these words, she suddenly began to cry. As it turned out, In the game world that the protagonist knew, Arcanes and the Desmond Empire were just small side stories, so little was known about them. For this reason, he could not even imagine that Arcanes had a sister. The girl said that on that day she thought she was in hell, and even now just being able to sit in that place was a blessing for her. She revealed that they were the royal family of the Desmond Empire before its fall. It all started with the arrival of a dark magician who drove the fourth Emperor Yen crazy. The maddened emperor introduced tyranny and began to kill everyone indiscriminately, including his closest and most talented subjects. Soon after, Artenia, a neighboring magical empire, attacked them. Since everyone who could defend the country had already been killed by the emperor, the Desmond Empire collapsed in an instant, its complete destruction not even taking a year. This girl's brother was the one who couldn't just sit and watch all this, so he killed the fourth emperor and went to the front lines. However, this was not enough against the forces of Artenia. In the end, Arcanes used forbidden magic that was hidden deep within the dungeons of Desmond. However, he soon realized that the consequences of this were dire. He turned into the same dark prince that the main character and his team met in the dungeon. He gained the power of dark magic, and this allowed him to protect the Empire from Artenia. But very soon, the dark force began to absorb everything. The soldiers of the Desmond Empire and even ordinary citizens were consumed by dark magic and turned into monsters. The girl was prepared from the very beginning for the fact that trouble would come sooner or later, and tried to run away as far as possible. But she couldn't get far and was immediately captured by DeLuca's soldiers, after which she was shackled and left on the altar. Then the main character understood why she ended up in the dungeon. The girl also said that before falling asleep, DeLuca told her something. Because of him, he and his people fell into a spatial crack. But he never stopped saying that they would definitely get out. And when that moment comes, he said that he will kill the girl and happily use her body as a sacrifice. So she assumed that that place was forever lost in a spatial crack. But then she met a stranger. So the girl turned to the main character and asked what his name was. The man said that they were so busy telling stories that they didn't even have time to introduce themselves. He said his name was Dylan. The girl responded by giving her name, saying that her name was Hayes. She said she knew Dylan had saved her, but she wanted to ask him for one more favor. She asked if he could help her get used to this world. The thing is, she wanted to find out why she ended up here, and to unravel the secrets that her brother left behind. Hayes said she would definitely repay him for his kindness. Meanwhile, Sonia went to another dungeon, where a huge demonic bear was waiting for her. He attacked her furiously, trying to knock her off her feet. However, the girl was faster than him and dodged every one of his blows. She then dealt him a furious blow with her shield somewhere in the stomach, and apparently, this blow was fatal. As the bear fell to the ground, Arya immediately jumped on top of him. She dealt him powerful, sweeping blows with her weapon. After the demon was dead, she turned to Sonia and said that now they needed to go and help Dylan. However, suddenly she saw something strange. When she looked back, she saw Dylan standing in front of a huge monster, whose entire upper body was covered in blood. Soon, the monster fell right at Dylan's feet. When the girl realized what had happened, she was horrified. While he and Sonia were dealing with only one monster, Dylan destroyed a huge number of monsters. As it turns out, when Hayes asked Dylan to help her get used to this world, she said that in return, she would definitely repay him and would be sincerely grateful. Then the hero said that he would gladly accept her offer. The girl smiled sweetly and asked him to take care of her. Then the hero said that first they should buy her new clothes so that people would get used to her, since she couldn't stay in what she was wearing now. The hero was so deep in thought about his conversation with Hayes that Arya had to scream loudly to bring him to his senses. She ordered the guy to wake up, saying that they were going to the boss's room. Then she asked him what he was thinking about, but the hero said that it was just nonsense. Arya noted with displeasure that after he went to the United States, he became even stronger, and apparently, he was thinking about exactly that. Sonia said that they really did spend several days cleaning out that dungeon, but with Dylan, everything was much faster. The girl said that the guy gets stronger every time she sees him. Arya sided with her, supporting her words. She said that Sonia works 7 days a week and is only a C rank. But every time they see Dylan, they start to wonder if there is any point in ranks at all. The hero was surprised that Sonia was promoted to rank C. The girl said that this happened while he was in the States, at which time she was able to pass the recertification. Then the hero said that they should celebrate this, and suggested that she have dinner today. Arya said that it was a great idea. However, Dylan said that they would think about all the details after they defeated the boss. He then turned to Sonia, saying that he had increased fire resistance, so he would be a tank. In the meantime, she and Arya will have to attack the enemy's weak points from behind. He said that his weakness was the same as the monsters they had met before. Seeing a huge fiery bear in front of her, Sonia asked if everything would be okay with them. In response to this, the hero grinned and said that this was already a stage he had passed. He then used a solar flare spell and declared that he was starting the fight. At this moment, Fire Bear began to spit out flames like a dragon. Sonia noted that the fever was so intense that it was difficult to breathe, and she was afraid that something would happen to Dylan. She tried with all her might to protect herself from the fire with her shield. Meanwhile, the main characters were already on the attack. He emerged from the fire and jumped straight into the demon's face. After that, he used a fireball and directed it straight at the bear's face. He knew that even if the bear didn't look tough on the outside, he was unlikely to be that way on the inside. After fighting Diluc, he received 3 items: a spatial stone, a Mariva bracelet, and an Aramir power projectile that works at short ranges. Compared to a normal spell, this projectile was better in terms of speed, power, and number of uses, but it was a more powerful spell. This time he really wanted to know its effectiveness, and decided to use it on this monster. At that moment, Sonia appeared in front of him and covered him with a shield. The monster hit the girl with its paw, but her shield was very strong and withstood the attack. However, the blow was so strong that the girl had to use considerable effort to deflect it. At that moment, Arya shouted at her that she was covering them well and rushed to attack herself. She used her scythe and delivered a crushing blow straight to the monster's back. The purple stone that was on the monster's back and served as its Achilles heel cracked in half. Arya apologized, saying that she couldn't break the stone because it required more strength. However, the hero said that everything was fine and he would deal with it himself. He used a power projectile and aimed it at the monster. Soon, thousands of lasers pierced the monster and headed straight for that very stone on its back. The bear howled convulsively from such a strong blow. However, the protagonist was pleased with his work, realizing that they had won. Soon after, Sonia went home to get ready for a date. She put on her nicest clothes and tidied up her hair. However, the story flashes back to the moment when the team destroyed the boss. Arya called Sonia and asked her to come to her for a second. She said that unfortunately she would not be able to join the celebration of her new rank, but did not seem upset. Sonia asked her in surprise why she didn't want to come. Then the girl said that, in her opinion, Sonia should spend more time with Dylan and even go on a date. When Sonia heard this, her face turned red, because she had not expected at all that they would go on a date. Arya said that judging by her reaction, it was safe to say that they had never met alone anywhere except in the dungeon, and Sonia confirmed her guess. Then Arya said that this was a great opportunity to offer something new and enjoy the moment. She added that next time she would not be so tactful. Sonia was very happy with this offer and thanked her friend for her assistance. When the day of the date arrived, she looked at herself carefully in the mirror. The girl decided that if Arya was giving her this chance, then she should definitely try. Meanwhile, a car arrived at Dylan's house. There was a guy in there with a tattoo under his eye. His name was Peter. He was a C-rank mercenary guard. He turned to his partner Alex and asked if it was worth it. Alex said that he had heard with his own ears that the master was interested in this man, and if they could deal with him and bring him straight to the master, they would be generously rewarded. Alex was a seasoned C-rank mercenary, but he decided that they couldn't just be hired guards forever. The International Organization for the Defense of the Awakened, unlike other organizations and the International Bureau of the Awakened, exists only for its own benefit. To be more precise, they don't differentiate between good and evil. If the client pays for the crime, they will do everything, and if he wants to do a good deed, they will also do everything calmly. Their priority has always been money. Moreover, Dylan still had a D rank. Meanwhile, the driver of the car listened attentively to the conversation between the two men. However, when he turned back, he noticed Dylan's car parked next to them. Then Alex offered to follow him. He said that his house was a fortress, and they only had a chance to catch him on the street. He was going to take care of him when he was in the dungeon or some secluded place. Meanwhile, the main character went to one of the shopping centers. He noticed that there were 2 people on the second floor who were watching him, and one of them was on the escalator. Moreover, another person was waiting for him on the first floor. The hero noticed them because as soon as he left the house, he was followed by a strange van. He remembered Morgan's words about someone following him. However, he understood that it would not be fun at all if he dragged Sonia into all this. However, the girl had already arrived, and the hero said that he was very glad to see her. The girl looked very embarrassed and asked to excuse her for being late, saying that she had hurried as best she could. The main character was delighted when he saw the girl and said that she looked simply wonderful in casual clothes. Hearing this, Sonia became embarrassed. She said that she was a little nervous, since this was their first meeting outside of work. After this, the main character extended his hand to her and took her palm. Meanwhile, the men who were on the second floor were watching the couple closely. Peter was unhappy that they had to stand here and admire their flirting. However, Alex said that he should enjoy life before he died. As soon as he relaxed enough, they would attack. Meanwhile, Sonia asked the guy what they were going to do. He said that first they needed to find a place where there weren't many people, and after that, they would need to cut off the escape route. The girl asked him how they were going to lure them, and then the hero called her to one place. Meanwhile, the people watching them transmitted to each other that Dylan was heading for the emergency staircase. After that, he pressed the girl against the wall, which embarrassed her greatly, although she understood that all this was just a performance. At that moment, the men jumped up from their seats and rushed towards the stairs. Meanwhile, the main character pretended that he was going to kiss Sonia and did not notice that 3 armed men were flying towards him. One of them was so angry that his whole body seemed to be enveloped in an ominous aura. He raised his knife to kill Dylan. At that moment, the main character and the girl jumped back, pretending that they couldn't dodge the blow. When they made a show of falling to the floor, Alex laughed and called them weaklings. However, he soon felt that something strange was happening. And when he looked down, he saw that their bodies were dissolving. He realized that these were not real people, but just an illusion. Suddenly, he heard someone screaming and turned to his partners on the earpiece, asking what happened. However, apparently, his partners were no longer able to respond. He then turned to the rest of his men and said that this freak was still alive, so they needed to be careful and watch their surroundings. At that moment, the main character appeared in front of him and said that it was too late. After that, he used the ball lightning spell and directed it at the opponents. The impact was so strong that he himself had to protect himself from the blast wave with his hands. When the smoke cleared, he saw that both men had fallen lifeless at his feet. However, he noticed a strange glow to the side of him. The next moment, someone's beam shot at him, and then the surviving attacker rushed at him. But the protagonist protected himself with a shield, so it did not cause him any damage at all. When Alex realized that the mission had failed, he quickly headed for the exit, and Sonia noticed this. However, Dylan convinced her that everything was okay. While Alex was trying to escape, he thought that their plan was perfect. But something went wrong. He was so busy with his thoughts that he didn't notice how a robot appeared right behind him, blocking his path. The man was horrified. He didn't understand how he could not notice this. After this, the robot grabbed the attacker and threw him straight to the floor. At this moment, the main character approached the robot and thanked him for his excellent work. As it turned out, the robot's name was Irene. After some time, people from the department arrived at the scene to pack up the bodies. Lily asked the protagonist if he knew that these awakened ones were mercenaries from the Guardian organization. Then the protagonist asked her if this was the same organization that would do anything for money. The girl explained that this was indeed the case. These people were tasked with pursuing Dylan, but they were not high level. However, they were still registered as professional mercenaries according to the documents. Thus, most likely their goal was to rewrite the scrolls, since the price for them was simply exorbitant. The hero scratched his head in displeasure, realizing that he had once again become the target of some monoliths or freaks. But Lily said that from now on, they would take care of everything. Then she decided to ask the couple if they were on a date. Sonia immediately blushed and tried to joke it off, saying that it wasn't a date at all. However, Lily said that the girl was absolutely incapable of lying, and her face always gave her away, so she decided to turn to Dylan for a truthful answer. The hero said that he and Sonia were going to celebrate her promotion to C rank. Then the girl replied that she had thought about that. She said that in that case she would not detain them any longer. Finally, she wished the couple a great celebration. As Dylan and the girl left, Sonia looked over her shoulder with displeasure, realizing that she had been given away. She thought Lily looked like she wanted to go on a date with Dylan too. When evening came, the main character returned back to his home. He opened the door and informed Hayes that he was home. However, at that moment something quickly jumped onto his face. As it turned out, it was a small white kitten. The main character removed the animal from his face and examined it carefully, not understanding where this kitten came from. At that moment, Hayes peeked around the corner and said that she had told her cat, Rukini, not to run around everywhere. When she noticed Dylan had returned, she greeted him with a sweet smile and called Rukini to her. At that moment, the kitten seemed to teleport into the girl's arms. Hayes explained that the kitten's name was Rukini, and she had tamed him as a kitten. The hero said that he had never encountered a taming skill before, so he was interested. The girl said that she was able to summon the kitten again, after she rested and restored her magical power. The hero asked if she had rested enough after he left, to which the girl replied that she had even managed to study quite a lot with the help of the books he left behind, and the internet. It was her first time eating food like this, which was quite common in this world, but she liked it. Dylan said that since Hayes was from the royal family, he was worried that she might not like instant food. Then the girl said that if she suddenly bothered the guy in some way, then he could calmly ask her to leave his house. But Dylan stopped her. He said that he felt fine, and if the girl didn't mind, they could talk less formally. After that, he headed up the stairs, saying that he had some more business to do, so he would be in the office, and wished the girl good night. When he went upstairs, he realized that some strange glow was coming from his office. When he opened the door, he saw a system window in the middle of the room, in which it asked whether the owner confirmed the transfer. Dylan was confused as some translation was confirmed, but he didn't activate anything like that. He assumed it was the book he received. When he pressed the screen, the book in front of him lit up with a bright blue light and opened. The system then informed him that Dylan had received the blueprints for Archmet's weapon, as well as combat missions related to it. At this point, Dylan realized that this translation was related to the blueprints. He said that the translator was quite a useful thing, and decided that he would use it more often in the future. He didn't know much about it, but it was great that the reward was an increase in the number of weapons, and so he decided that he should create another one. At this moment, the system informed him that this required a magical power at the level of 25,000, as well as some high-level ingredients. The protagonist was lucky because he had all these things in stock, and the system reported that all requirements were met. Meanwhile, the unknown person wrote on a piece of paper the story of Hayes, how she adapted to life in a new environment after the death of her blood brother. He decided that this was the end of Arkane's story, reluctantly, but he could say that his death was necessary. It was because of this that Hayes became stronger, and now he could definitely put an end to this story. However, suddenly the stranger heard a strange sound that attracted his attention. Meanwhile, the protagonist went on a quest that could raise his rank to level C. On his way, he met a stone giant with red eyes. It was a D-rank boss, a stone golem. However, the main character did not hesitate and used his powerful spells on him. Moreover, Akron and Irene helped him. They acted as one and attacked the golem from the air. Akron declared a speed descent and headed straight for the golem at great speed. The impact was so strong that the entire area was blinded by a bright light. After that, it was Irene's turn, and she attacked the golem out of thin air. She used a fireball spell, causing an even bigger explosion. The hero understood that this was good practice for the 21st level mechanic and for Akron and Irene's enhanced attack, but he thought that this was no longer enough to clear a B+ rank dungeon. However, he realized that things were going well anyway. This meant he could use his magic gun. Then the main character took Archmet's weapon and decided to shoot the golem with it. First, he needed to use high-level stones to ensure the weapon was fully charged. The most important thing was to put as much magic into the shot as possible. Meanwhile, the golem noticed this attack and decided to attack the hero with his huge stone fist. Dylan saw the fist coming towards him, but he didn't even move. He knew that he also had 2 golems on his side that would change the trajectory of the attack, which they did. After this, the main character aimed his pistol at the golem. As he aimed straight at his head, the weapon signaled its activation. At that moment, the protagonist's weapon glowed with a red aura, and the system informed him that the magic level had suddenly dropped to 10. After that, he pulled the trigger and fired a powerful shot that sounded more like an explosion. The bullet flew straight to the target and burned the golem in an instant. Even though his body was made of stone, he was blown away by the blast wave in just an instant. At that moment, the hero thought that the power to get rid of a B-rank monster in one shot was his maximum at the moment. The system then informed him that he had completed a C-rank quest. When he returned home, the system informed him that he had obtained a rare immortality skill. The hero thought that by using this skill, he might not be so afraid of injuries. However, he hoped to find at least something about his new acquaintance on the game page. But there was no information about Hayes there, and he thought he would at least find information about her skills. But he realized that it was best to ask the game developers themselves about it. Then he picked up the phone and decided to ask Sean to look for information. Meanwhile, the story moves to a moment that happened 5 days later, in one of the houses. 2 fighters arrived there, apparently wanting to find some information. But one of them reported that the person they were looking for had apparently disappeared from that place a long time ago. His partner said that someone was always one step ahead of them, but they had no idea who it could be. Then the man said that most likely it was someone who was pursuing the same goal as them. His partner suggested returning to headquarters and reporting the information he had found. Meanwhile, Sean found some information that Dylan needed, and they went to the right place. At first, the hero doubted that they had arrived where they needed to, but he was told that Khan Garam, who wrote the history of the game, lived in this place. He said that this writer did not have any noticeable activity, so he had to contact one of the game developers to find out something. Then the hero thanked the man for his work. Sean said that when he got there, the lights were out in the house, but the door was open, so he decided not to go inside, because he didn't want anything to happen to the man. As it turned out, they came to the very house where the 2 strangers were operating. When they heard someone trying to open the door, one of the men told his partner to open up in the darkness. Hearing this, the man immediately used the skill and seemed to disappear into thin air. When the door opened, Dylan said he would go in first, while the stranger was only a faint black smoke. He used his shield and told Sean that it might be dangerous here, so he should wait outside. Then the main character used magic projectiles. At that moment, he noticed something strange not far from him. These were sheets of paper, and it turned out that they had written the story of Hayes, who was not even in the worldwide search. Dylan leaned over and read the contents of the sheets, and realized that the story matched exactly what the girl had told him. He thought that perhaps Kangaram's story was becoming reality. While the hero was wondering who Kangaram really was, one of the strangers flew up to him from behind, intending to stab him with a knife. However, when the knife touched him, he suddenly shattered into pieces. The man was horrified when he realized that the special blade was unable to penetrate the guy's armor. When the hero realized that they wanted to attack him, he immediately used his skill and asked the stranger who he was. Without waiting for an answer, he directed his palm at him, from which magical energy emanated. After that, he fired several magical projectiles that hit the stranger. However, he managed to land on the ground, and this blow was not fatal for him. After that, he shouted to his partner that they should leave, but the protagonist ordered him to stand still. Meanwhile, Sean, who had been standing outside the door the whole time, heard strange sounds coming from the apartment. The next moment, he saw the door swing open and a man in a black cloak flew out. After this, Dylan ran out of the apartment and immediately chased after his offender. Not understanding what was happening, Sean rushed towards him and ran with him, asking the guy what was going on. However, the hero told the man not to follow him and to just wait for him here. As they ran outside, Dylan saw a stranger in a black cloak standing in front of him. However, when he looked at it more closely, he was very surprised. The stranger was enveloped in an ominous red aura and said that Dylan was about to die. The main character even had to cover himself with his hands because a wave of dark energy rushed at him, consuming everything around him. When he opened his eyes, he realized that something was wrong with him. He had to shield himself from the wave with his hands while he tried to figure out what this skill was. At that moment, the necklace that was on his neck began to glow. The system informed him that they were trying to cloud his mind, but the necklace successfully blocked this attempt. At that moment, a powerful explosion was heard in the clouds of fog that enveloped the main character. When the smoke cleared, Dylan emerged from the fog, his necklace sparkling so brightly that the fog that had enveloped him just seconds before was gone. After this, the man who cast the spell felt severe pain in his hand. He dropped to his knees and screamed in pain, at which point his concerned partner asked what he was doing. The man then said that his skill was not working and all attacks were reflected back at him. He said that they had no chance, so they had to leave as quickly as possible. However, while they were talking, the main character had already managed to send a portion of magic projectiles at them. The next moment, there was a loud explosion at the place where the two strangers were standing. When the smoke cleared, the hero saw that one of them was lying in the crater that the explosion had caused. At that moment, Dylan thought angrily that one of the strangers had managed to escape. He looked up and saw a man in a black cloak there, who at that time thought that this guy was very strong. He then took out his blade, which was infused with magical energy. However, at that moment he saw his partner, who was lying in the crater, and Dylan, who was still alive despite all their attempts to kill him. Then the man realized that he had no choice. He threw his knife straight into the body of his partner, who was unconscious. At that moment, his body seemed to be spinning in a hurricane. The main character thought that this man even killed his comrade, just to remove all traces. Dylan wanted to stop him, but the stranger had already flown away somewhere far away. At that moment, the hero realized that he had finally lost this man, and this did not make him happy at all. Immediately after the battle was over, he found 4 pages, and Sean instructed him on 3 rules. They were to find all traces related to Kangaram, try to contact him in any way, and contact everyone who was related to Kangaram. In addition to the previous pages that talked about Hayes, 2 more pages were added. One page that described the agreement between Delic and Wendell, and the second one about Berhard and the spatial crack. But the hero still had the main question of where Kangaram disappeared to after these lines were written. While he was thinking about this, Hayes brought him a glass of water so that he could finally refresh himself. After this, the girl sat down opposite him and said that she needed to tell him something. She said that a couple of hours before his arrival, she received a wake-up call. Then the hero realized that everything was happening exactly as it was written in the novel. The girl continued, saying that although she had only recently acquired the awakening system, it seemed familiar to her. She assumed that the system was specially adapted for her, since everything was written in the language of the Desmond Kingdom. Upon hearing this, the hero asked what her rank and specialty were. Hayes said that she has a D rank and a specialty. A spellcaster, now Rukini can always be nearby as one of her achievements, and she also spends 100 times less magic on his summoning and maintenance. Dylan said the girl didn't seem that surprised, although he remembered being overjoyed at the time. The girl said that at first she was surprised. However, this did not shock her as much as falling into a spatial crack and moving into a completely different world. When the protagonist placed his hand on the sheets of paper, The system informed him that he was in contact with particles of the four worlds. The fragments resonated and created a small spatial crack right in the middle of their room. Soon, the system reported the opening of a portal to an A-rank dungeon called Desmond. The system also reported that only Dylan and Hayes could enter the dungeon. The girl asked the guy if they were seeing the same message, and Dylan confirmed her words, saying that the pages of history would take them to the past of the kingdom of Desmond. The girl was of the same opinion, but she still seemed hesitant. Seeing this, the hero said that it could be too dangerous for her, since her awakening had only happened a few hours ago. However, despite this, Hayes still wanted to go even if it was dangerous, as she wanted to learn about her home. Dylan had no choice but to agree, since the girl was serious. He didn't want to miss out on a dungeon similar to the one he saved Hayes from. Most likely it was a special dungeon where he could collect a large amount of experience and rewards, and the man couldn't miss out on this chance. After that, they stood together with the girl in front of the portal, ready to enter it. The portal transported them to a dilapidated area. It opened right in the middle of one of the destroyed streets. The main character had to strain himself a little, since the journey between the portals could not be called something fleeting and easy. When they were transported to the right place, they realized that they were right on top of a destroyed city. At first, the main character even began to doubt that this was really a kingdom, since it looked incredibly destroyed. The girl said that this was indeed the center of the kingdom, and this was the last thing she saw before escaping. Then Dylan asked her if she was sure everything would be okay. However, Hayes was sure of it, and then turned to Rukini to help her land. The cat's shield allowed the girl to land on the ground painlessly. The hero said that even though it looked like a kingdom, they still had to be careful in the dungeon. However, at that moment the girl felt that a large crack was beginning to grow under her foot. The next moment, several dozen hands of some monsters emerged from this crack. They started grabbing the girl by the legs, and at first Hayes was taken aback, not knowing what to do. The next moment they saw hundreds of evil monsters emerge from the ground. Every second, more and more monsters emerged from underground. And at first the heroes did not even understand what they needed to do. After this, the monsters immediately rushed at the girl, who was frozen with fear. She just silently watched as the bloodthirsty monsters ran straight towards her. Soon the monsters threw the girl to the ground and crowded around her body. However, the next second, their bodies seemed to be pierced by a bright light. As it turned out, Akron managed to arrive in time and protected the girl with his body. Hayes was very surprised and looked up to see what was going on. Then she saw a bright red pillar of light appear from the sky and hit the ground. As it turned out, in addition to Akron, Irene also arrived in the dungeon and covered them from above. The golem put his hands forward and shot at all the monsters that wanted to attack the girl. Hayes watched in amazement as the monsters melted in literally a second. When the battle was over, she thought that there were a lot of these monsters. She told the hero that dealing with ghouls turned out to be more difficult than she thought, to which Dylan replied that they were indeed stronger than ordinary monsters. At that moment, blue energy flared up under the girl's feet and began to envelop her body. She didn't understand what was happening. And then the hero explained to her that by killing monsters, she becomes stronger and can eventually defeat high-level monsters. However, he had something he needed to say to the girl before they continued. Just in case, Dylan decided to ask the girl if she felt any emotional attachment to the citizens who had turned into monsters. But Hayes stated that she felt nothing of the sort. This place doesn't feel at all like the home she lived in. Then the hero said that this place would be the first step on the path of their development, and the girl must also feel something similar. He said that every time you kill monsters, they level up. The girl asked if this was the source of his power. Dylan replied that it was, since he was also awakened. Hearing this, the girl resolutely declared that they must send these monsters to the next world. After that, they headed deeper into the dungeon and soon arrived at the palace. The drone that was flying ahead of them informed them that a pack of ghouls was waiting for them ahead. Then the girl said that this time she would deal with them on her own. She decided that she had leveled up enough and didn't want to hide behind Dylan's back forever. Then the hero decided to give her this opportunity and said that he would watch the situation from the side, and the girl would have to clear the way for them. Hayes was excited as this was her first battle. She summoned two animals, one of which looked like a wolf. His name was Life. The other animal looked like a Doberman. His name was Sugart. The wolf immediately rushed forward along the corridor, throwing back all the monsters and tearing their bodies into two parts in an instant. Then it was Sugart's turn. He summoned boulders with just one glance and brought them down on the monsters. At first, the rocks and monsters were lifted into the air by his magical power. Then he brought them down to the floor. At that moment, the hero thought that this girl really did a good job of casting spells. At that moment, someone's voice was heard, asking if these were the same people who had set fire to their houses and killed the blessed citizens. Dylan and Hayes immediately turned their attention to the source of the sound. Something that looked like lightning moved very quickly down the corridor straight towards them. and then the creature fired a lightning arrow straight at Dylan. However, the main character managed to block the attack with his shield. When he looked up, he saw a ghoul coming out of one of the rooms. However, he was not like the others. He was wearing clothes that were worn by members of the royal family. The ghoul reported that Dylan was able to block his attack, so he was not such a talentless person. As it turned out, the one standing in front of them was the magician Isaac, a rank A boss. When the girl saw him, surprise and confusion about what was happening appeared on her face. The next moment, she clenched her teeth in irritation. After that, she looked at the ghoul and shouted his name. She said that he used to be a great magician of the kingdom, and began to ask why he did such a thing. Isaac replied that he didn't understand how this scum knew his name. However, when he took a closer look at the girl, he realized that the person standing in front of him was Princess Hayes. He asked how she was able to survive and get out of the spatial crack, but the girl demanded an answer to her question. Then Isaac laughed and asked if they really didn't know anything. He said that he only helped the citizens who were blessed by that very man. Hearing this, the girl called him a traitor, but the ghoul said that they would understand everything after they too were blessed by this man. Then he laughed and said he would be happy to help them with that. At that moment, the main character appeared behind him and said that they did not need his help. After that, he used his fire hands and directed the full force of the blow straight at the ghoul. However, at that moment, he felt the creature grab his hand and ask if he really thought he could defeat it with that level of magic. When the protagonist looked up, he saw that Isaac was completely unharmed despite being right in the middle of the fire. He declared that he would show Dylan real magic. The hero was horrified. He did not understand why his fireball did not work. He couldn't escape the monster's grip and decided to use magic projectiles. He aimed them straight at Isaac's head. However, they didn't leave even a scratch on him. The monster laughed and said that such magic wouldn't work on him. Then the main character assumed that he was using an anti-magic field. At that moment, the ghoul used his free hand and put it to his chest, then released a lightning ball, asking him if he knew about such magic. Isaac said that in that case he should already understand that he would not win. After that, he released an incredibly powerful lightning bolt that threw the protagonist back. The impact was so strong that his body was slammed into the wall and broke the stones. When Dylan came to, he found himself lying in the middle of a pile of rocks. He thought about how normally an anti-magic field would form as a shield around the mage that would nullify a certain amount of damage. But this bastard was using a thin shield like a second skin, allowing him to not only nullify damage, but also enhance his own spells. This kind of control requires an incredible amount of magic. However, he realized that this was exactly what he should have expected from the boss. At that moment, Hayes ordered her wolf, Life, to attack. Literally, a second later, the wolf rushed straight at the ghoul, intending to strike him. However, when he got close enough to it, he seemed to run into an invisible space that prevented him from getting closer to the creature. Isaac laughed, saying that she shouldn't have attacked him with such a weak, summoned animal. He said that he would take care of this guy first and then train Hayes, and it would be better for her if she just stood quietly during their battle. At that moment, the girl did not understand what she should do. The ghoul then turned his attention to Dylan, who had already risen to his feet, and said that they should continue. At this moment, the main character used a reflection and mirage spell. However, Isaac only watched this calmly. He suggested that when Dylan screwed up, he finally decided to show something more interesting. However, the monster claimed that his magic was still weak. Moreover, his physical strength was also not developed, so he wondered how Dylan was going to defeat him. The monster stated that he did not know why he needed clones. After that, he used the same spell, saying that he could do it too. At this point, the system informed the protagonist that his spatial stone was fully charged, and the properties of his pistol's bullets were changed to physical damage. A shot from a weapon can deal physical damage to multiple targets at once, and soon the protagonist found the target he needed, since this weapon can recognize what is an illusion and what is reality. At first, Isaac didn't even notice that the protagonist's shadow had slipped past him. Taking advantage of the moment, Dylan aimed his gun at his opponent. He then fired and commanded the weapon to destroy Isaac. The ghoul was confused as he watched the huge explosive bullet fly towards him. However, he managed to put up a protective space, and the bullet was absorbed into it. The next moment he saw that his shield was destroyed, and the fragments were flying straight into his body along with the projectiles fired by the main character. They hit the target right on target. Each of the shells aimed at a specific part of the ghoul's body, and explosions were heard in those places. Soon after, the monster fell rapidly to the floor. When the dust settled, the protagonist was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. He saw that Isaac's body was lying among a pile of stones. He approached him, and then the monster sadly informed him that he had never lost before. After that, Dylan pulled out magical things from space and said that he could discuss it when he got to Hell. He then turned to Hayes and called her to him. He handed her his sword and said it was time for revenge. At first, the girl hesitated a little, but soon took the sword in her hands. She then headed straight towards Isaac, despite all his attempts to stop her. He said that he must preach the words of that very man, and if the princess left him alive, he would tell her everything. However, the girl did not want to listen to this and raised her sword to strike, intending to kill the traitor, which she did. Afterwards, she thanked Dylan for the opportunity to take revenge on the traitor. At this point, the system informed them that the dungeon boss had been killed, and so the dungeon was collapsing. After this, a portal opened to the outside, and the system announced that the exit would close in 10 minutes, asking the guys to leave it. It was reported that if the door closed, users would never be able to escape again. However, Hayes asked the hero to wait 1 second. The girl said there was a place she wanted to visit before they left. As it turned out, they headed to the library, and the girl began looking for some book, despite the fact that there were only 3 minutes left before the portal closed. When Dylan heard this, he told the girl that they didn't have much time left. However, Hayes continued to search for the book, saying that it should be here somewhere. With the help of her magic, she found the book and pressed her finger on it. At that moment, the illusion disappeared, and a small cabinet opened in front of her, containing a box. The girl said that she had found what she was looking for, and so they could leave. However, at that moment, Dylan saw something that horrified him. Right above the girl's head, the ceiling began to crack and was about to collapse. When she looked up, she saw huge rocks falling on them. Meanwhile, a bright red light began to come from Dylan's apartment as a portal opened in the middle of his room. Lightning began to emanate from the portal as it was close to closing. At the last moment, Dylan managed to pick up the girl in his arms and carry her out of the dungeon. Immediately after they passed through the portal, it closed. At that moment, the guys realized that they almost died inside this dungeon. Once they were safe, Dylan noticed the book in the girl's hands and asked if that was what she was looking for. Hayes said she wanted to keep the book because it contained something that could help Dylan, which turned out to be the Book of Secrets of the Kingdom. After that, the system reported that the award had been moved from the archive. Then Dylan asked the girl if she wanted to see the contents of the book. However, she replied that she did not want this, since the book was unlikely to be needed here, and that it was better for Dylan to do it himself, and he could call her at any time when he needed her help. After that, he sent the girl to look at the awards. There were 2 books of spells in front of him. They were also given 10 spiritual spatial stones as a reward. At this moment, the system informed Veronica and Morgan that the world's first spiritual space stone had been found. As it turned out, they were only found in dungeons of rank A and above, and they could also be created using spiritual alchemy. Brox and Maria also received this notification. At this point, Dylan realized that the developers had apparently added something new to the game. They probably decided to introduce higher-level stones. The hero thought that it was good that he had an agreement with the management for the individual use of some dungeons, and decided that it was time to clear them out. He suspected that such dungeons would have bosses of the same difficulty as those he had encountered before, and therefore 3 assistants might not be enough for him. He should look for more people. However, at this moment he only wanted to rest after the difficult dungeon. Suddenly he heard his phone, which was lying in the kitchen. Ring, it was Sean. The next day, the main character came to the place that he had agreed on with the man. Inside, Sean and a strange man with glasses were waiting for him, who was extremely surprised that Dylan had actually come. Dylan asked Sean if this was the man he wanted to introduce him to, and the man replied that it was Ricardo, a novelist who was close to Khan Garam and had learned about him while checking the archives. The man introduced himself and said that his real name was Ethan. The protagonist greeted him and said that he would like to ask him about Khan Garam. When they sat down at the table, Ethan said that he heard about what happened. He tried to contact Garam, but nothing worked, and so he decided to tell everything he knows. The hero thanked him for his help and asked him to tell everything he remembers about his work. The man said that even though it wasn't in the game, the first thing he remembers is the antagonist, a dark mage named Wendella. He turned Arkans into a dark prince and Hayes fled, resulting in the destruction of the Desmond Kingdom. The hero realized that this story completely coincided with what the girl told him. Ethan said that 50 years later, the great wizard Bernhard decided to look into this incident. He lived on a continent called Idamanzia, where an entire legion of orcs went missing while plundering the ruins of Desmond. The spatial wave signatures were the same as those seen half a century ago during the Black Prince incident. The hero then assumed that this meant that the destruction of an entire region and kingdom was all because of Wendella. Ethan reported that this was indeed the case. He also heard that Wendell did not work alone. Someone helped him. Then the hero asked what happened next. The man replied that, unfortunately, he did not know, since at that moment he went on vacation, and after that, Garam disappeared. Dylan then thanked him again for his help, and Ethan replied that it was an honor to meet him. He said that if he found out anything else about this man, he would definitely contact him. After that, he left the office and closed the door behind him. Left alone, the main character began to think that this whole story would be something very far from the battles he was used to. He understood that he needed to become stronger, otherwise the world would be doomed to destruction. Meanwhile, the story returns to the dungeon that the protagonist and Hayes just left. Isaac's body still lay motionless among the pile of stones. At this moment, someone entered the dungeon, using a magic sphere to determine that someone had been here recently. They felt traces of a spatial crack, and one of the strangers ordered his servants to punish the stranger, saying that he did not want to dirty his hands. It turned out that a mysterious cultist was monitoring what was happening in the dungeon using a magic ball, and they were discussing whether to report it. One of the cultists said they had no evidence, but another noted that the spatial crack was the work of that person. However, another cultist objected that this was an insignificant problem. The stranger had already escaped to another world, and their pursuit could be endless, and they had little time. Meanwhile, the main character tried to recreate some artifacts using magic. He managed to copy a bracelet that had a normal level. This bracelet was the last item he had left to copy. At that moment, Hayes approached him and asked what he was doing. The hero replied that he was copying objects to then give them to her. She then noticed a stack of books next to him. The hero explained that these were his new spells. He had to look through about 2,000 books to find them. However, he was sure that it was worth it, because he learned several 3rd and 5th class spells. Suddenly he noticed that the girl had cut her hair. She explained that this was necessary for her determination. Dylan didn't understand what she meant, so she explained that she wanted to get used to her awakened powers and improve her strengths. She said she had a plan in case she could return to where she used to live. In that case, she wants to take revenge on Wendell with her own hands. The girl said that she would do everything to become stronger, despite all the difficulties, and that is why she needed Dylan's help. At that moment, they noticed that the light in their room suddenly went out. The girl didn't understand what was happening, and Dylan said that he had recently met people who were watching his house to attack. However, they failed, and apparently they became more aggressive. At that moment, someone who looked like a half-monster, half-human appeared behind the girl. He flew through the window and rushed straight at Dylan. When he tried to hit him with his fist, the protagonist managed to use the shield. He then opened a small space in his defense and used an energy missile. The blow was so powerful that the intruder was thrown aside. When the smoke cleared, the protagonist saw that Camilla and Julia were on the ground floor. He looked at them through the open window and asked if they had decided to come and visit without asking. Camilla, deciding not to respond to the provocation, said she would be brief. She said he was wasting his talents in this small country. Then the girl turned to him and offered to go with them. She promised that they would give him everything he wanted: strength, wealth, and power. However, Dylan categorically refused to go with them. Then Camilla said that they had no other choice. She ordered her subordinate monsters to attack him and capture him. However, the protagonist's reaction was so fast that the two monsters collided with each other and hit each other with their weapons. Taking advantage of the situation, he found himself behind the girls and prepared to attack them. He fired an acid arrow towards Camilla. When she turned around, an ice shield suddenly appeared in front of her. When the shield disappeared, the girl froze in place, not knowing what to expect next, but she felt that the temperature in the room dropped sharply. Her attention was distracted, so she didn't notice Dylan appearing at her side and using a fireball. The blow was so strong that the girl was thrown somewhere away. Julia watched in horror as this man did what he did to her beloved. At this moment, two subordinate monsters appeared above the protagonist, intending to attack him. Akron and Irene decided to intervene and save their master. The main character indifferently asked the girls if they could do anything other than control puppets. Meanwhile, Camilla lay encased in ice blocks. Half of her body and face were covered in ice, but she could still speak and asked the guy if he really thought he could just kill her. She then kicked the ice with her free foot, and at that moment, ice spikes grew all over the floor. At first, the main character was confused, not understanding what the girl was doing. When he turned his attention to his golems, he saw that they were encased in ice. Meanwhile, Julia sank to the floor in front of her frozen puppets. Realizing that this skill was still very strong, she realized that if she waited a little longer, she and her puppets would freeze to death. Dylan's skills were much stronger than she expected, but he still couldn't remain unscathed from such a blow. Meanwhile, Camilla finally rose from the ground, but half of her face was frozen and looked inhuman. The main character walked around his ice chamber, tapping on the ice, testing its strength. Then he turned his gaze to Camilla and asked if this was all she could do. When the girl realized that her skill didn't work against this guy, she screamed in anger, saying that it was impossible, and released ice spikes straight at him. At that moment, her whole body seemed to be covered in ice. Icicles flew straight at the main character, but it didn't seem to bother him too much. He easily knocked away all the icicles, and when Camilla saw this, she rushed towards him with lightning speed and struck him in the chest. When she stepped back further, she saw that steam was starting to come off the guy. The girl did not understand what was happening. and when she looked at her weapon, she saw that it was half melted. The hero raised his palm, enveloped in magical fire. Camilla said that he must understand that such a small flame cannot defeat him. But Dylan replied that he was not going to go with the girls, no matter how much they tried to persuade him, and used a fireball. He then used the dimensional gate and sent the ball straight into it. When Camilla realized what he was going to do, she immediately screamed at Julia to get on the floor. However, the girl was in an icy prison, so she did not hear her friend's words. At that moment, portals opened right above her, from which fireballs rushed towards her. By the time the girl noticed them, it was already too late. Shortly after, Dylan and Camilla heard a huge fiery explosion that occurred right next to where Julia was sitting. Camilla turned around in horror, calling her beloved by name. When the smoke cleared, she saw the girl lying on the floor, as if unconscious. Camilla immediately dropped her ice armor and ran up to the girl, begging her to wake up. At this moment, the hero announced that it was all over now. However, suddenly someone came up to him from behind and put a hand on his shoulder, saying that this would not happen. Dylan turned around in horror to see who it was. However, when he turned back, he realized that there was no one behind him. When he turned back towards his apartment, he saw a man in a black cloak with long white hair coming inside. When Camilla saw him, she immediately fell to the floor and began to cry, begging her master to forgive her. The man said he even made a doll for her, but she still couldn't handle it. At that moment, Dylan was thinking about the fact that Camilla had just called this man a master. Then the hero realized that in front of him was the master of the Tewa Guild, Valerio, a fighter of the SSS rank. Dylan then turned to him menacingly, asking why he was following him. Valerio said it should be obvious to him since he does it because of his skills. The man said he was one of those people who always gets what he wants. After this, he did not hesitate and immediately rushed into the attack. The main character saw that a sharp thorn almost touched his face. However, at that moment he heard someone rapidly climbing up his building. As it turned out, it was Veronica. She had already assumed her fighting form and in an instant found herself on the right floor. She pulled out her weapon and stormed into Dylan's apartment, determined to fight back against Valerio. However, the man also noticed her and fired a magic projectile in her direction. But Veronica managed to dodge it. At this moment, the main character noticed that a bright glow appeared in the middle of the sky. Soon this bright glow released a bright beam, which caused a huge explosion at the place of impact. When the smoke cleared, Valerio looked defiantly at Veronica. He said that she came earlier than he expected. He addressed the girl, calling her his dear. She told the man that she was not going to play with him. She asked if he knew that the Tewa Guild was currently dealing with and managing the Awakened, but Valerio was unaware of this. She said that now all the dolls that are at the scene are not identifiable, and they cannot use them as evidence. Hearing this, the man said that in that case they would leave now. He sighed with displeasure, saying that there were already too many extra eyes here. Then he waved his cloak and said that they were leaving. He summoned a magical portal, with which he took 2 girls from the building, and after that, the portal closed. All this time, Veronica stood in front of Dylan, protecting him from possible attacks. The main character was very angry, realizing that this man was incredibly strong. After some time, the situation in the main character's apartment finally calmed down. The man said he didn't think the branch manager would arrive so soon. Veronica replied that Dylan might have heard about it before from other people. He remembered Morgan telling him that he was now under the protection of the agency's leadership. The girl said that she thought she would be late. But as it turned out, she arrived just on time. The protagonist understood that if she had not come, he would have lost an eye from Valerio's attack. He then turned his attention to the puppets and asked what kind of dolls the man kept talking about. The girl said that they are used by the guild to kill the Awakened. All their identification marks are erased, so even if they are caught, they will not be able to find out what organization they are from. They undergo a special consciousness-blocking procedure, as a result of which they lose their individuality and memories. These dolls are the main driving force behind why Tewa Guild is #1 in China. Dylan said that if Valerio had gotten to this point, he was scared to imagine what would happen next. The girl said they are also not sure that the people targeting Dylan will only be from China. She recalled the incident at the mall and said it was a target for many people. So management must try to protect him and Hayes. The next day, the story moves to Zhongsong, to the basement of the guild, namely to the training room. The man who was on the training ground tried to fight the drones. He put all his strength into one crushing blow. However, when he struck it, he realized that the drone was protected by an incredibly strong shield. The guy didn't understand why it was so difficult for him to defeat this drone. At that moment, a drone flew up behind him, managed to free itself from under the shield and decided to launch a sneak attack. Shortly after this, the man fell to the floor. At which point Arya said he had done well and called the next subject. Dylan and Sonia stood behind the girl, and the hero said that they were lucky to have Arya. Sonia said that they both lack teamwork, so it is important to find a third person to fill these gaps. Thanks to Arya, who has a lot of experience in teamwork, they will have to go through many different tests, so the girl thought that everything will go well. However, Sonya was worried that something terrible could happen to that guy after the drone attack. However, the main character replied that the drone was not that strong, especially since it was created specifically to select the third member of the team. At that moment, Arya called the protagonist to her and said that this man says that he knows him. The hero said that the branch manager told him that he needed to become stronger, but he didn't think it was that strong. It turned out that Lily was standing in front of him. She asked him not to worry, and said that she only wanted to join this team to overcome the B rank barrier. So she hoped that they wouldn't give her a special test. Then Arya suggested to start, and the girl agreed. She used her bow and her body began to emit magical energy. Arya and Sonya watched her closely. They knew that Lily was a B rank awakened, and they were curious about what skills she had. After this, the test began, and 2 drones immediately rushed to attack. The girl decided to start with physical attacks and pulled the string of her bow. She then fired several arrows at the drones at once. Her attacks were powerful enough to break through the drones' defensive barriers. Arya then said that in high-ranking dungeons, monsters are immune to physical attacks, and asked Lilia what she would do in that case. But the girl said that everything would be fine. She said that she could also perform magical attacks. At that moment, Arya noticed that her arrow was getting colder. After that, the girl fired a powerful ice arrow straight at the drones. The attack was so strong that it pierced the drone, causing it to crack and fall to the floor. Sonya noted that Lily was the first one to break the drone, and Dylan admitted that he didn't expect that. However, that was not the end. If she fights with a bow at long range, then her close combat leaves much to be desired. At that moment, the remaining drones attacked Lilia from behind. However, the girl saw the attack approaching her and took out a melee weapon. She struck the drone twice before jumping away from it. She said she felt great even without onions. When she turned around to look at the result of her attack, she saw that the drone had been shattered into 4 pieces. As it turned out, in addition to the bow, she also had 2 daggers, which she used very well. The girl looked up and said that she had her own methods. After all the tests were passed, it was decided to accept Lilia into the team. She was accepted not only because she was able to destroy 2 drones, but also because she is an awakened who can use physical and magical attacks in combination. Sonya and Arya were a little displeased, watching the girl act a little arrogantly. Lily was acting a little defiant and asked the protagonist to take care of her. At that moment, Daniela received a message on her phone that Lily had been accepted into the team, and the girl then realized that the team had been successfully assembled. At that moment, Neela entered her office and asked if she could talk to the master for just a few seconds. The girl said that at the moment the White Lotus and Tree Soul guilds were in a dispute with them. Daniela asked her what this meant. The girl explained that apparently these 2 guilds have licenses for the dungeon near Myeongdong Station and are deliberately adding to the scheduled cleaning time. As a result, their attack team will join late, so they will definitely fail in the cleaning. Apparently their official complaint was also useless, since they clear the dungeon according to the laws, and if problems arise, they can simply file a complaint with the management. Management follows a policy of passive intervention and aggressive forgiveness, so they are likely to trust and act on it. Then Neela asked the master what they should do. Daniela responded that both of their opponents were wild animals, and they needed to refrain from a head-on collision to avoid causing the greatest amount of damage. They don't need to rush, because whoever attacks first will lose. The girl said that in that case they would do as Daniela said. Before Neela left, the girl told her not to tell Edion about this, as she did not want to add any extra trouble to him. Meanwhile, the story moves to the area around the Spire of Deus. The main character sat inside and looked at the spellbook. Yesterday he reached level 11 in alchemy, and after that he gained new skills. Moreover, he received Desmond Palace's secret book. He only received it from Hayes today, as the Chinese assassins attacked yesterday. The hero thought that this book had incredible effects, and it was worth trying to use it for revival. At that moment, one of the agents approached him and said that all preparations were complete. Hearing this, the protagonist opened a portal, deciding that it was better not to rush to understand all the secrets of this book. To start with, he decided to complete a B-rank quest. Soon a portal opened in the dungeon, which was located in the middle of the forest. Dylan was a little surprised that a B-rank dungeon was located in the forest. He looked up and saw that somewhere high above the forest there were mountains rising. Since he had a time limit, he had to find the target as soon as possible, but the hero didn't know where he needed to go. At that moment, he felt something dripping onto his head from above. As it turned out, there was a huge black lion standing right behind him. The hero was horrified when he realized that this was the same black lion he had met some time ago. When he turned around, he saw that the animal had let out an incredibly loud roar, and a bright light began to come from its mouth. His roar was so strong that the main character was thrown aside. He found it amazing that he could feel such power just from his roar. However, Dylan knew that he too had changed since their last meeting. He used the Fire Hand's skill, causing a huge explosion in the middle of the forest. At that moment, Bernhard, who was flying past, felt something strange, but he couldn't believe that it was really what he was thinking. That magic definitely came from Dylan. However, the Black Lion's power is so great that even 6th class mages cannot deal with it. So Bernhard didn't even know how long Dylan could hold out. Suddenly, he stopped in the middle of the forest and saw a huge fire. And then he realized that they were in about that place. Mac used his abilities to track their location. When he simplified his gaze, he saw something that struck him very strongly. He saw the Black Lion waving its paws angrily, trying to hit its opponent. He struck one blow after another, but they seemed to miss their target. He saw that Dylan had created copies of himself, and they were the ones taking all the blows. At this time, the hero thought that if this battle dragged on for a long time, he would not be able to meet the time limit. Then he realized that he needed to end this urgently and used his spells. Bernhard didn't understand why he was using a spell that was clearly not enough to defeat the Black Lion. Then the old man realized that it would be bad if he did not intervene. With his magic staff, he drew a magic circle and sent it towards the battle. At this moment, Dylan and the Black Lion felt like they couldn't move, and it was as if an invisible magical energy was at risk. When the protagonist looked to the side, he saw Bernhard approaching them, who said that it was time to end this whole mess. He smiled and said that he hadn't seen Dylan for a long time and offered to talk to him. After that, they went to a safer place, where there was a portal to exit the dungeon. Bernhard said he didn't think he and Dylan would meet like this. However, he was still curious about how the guy got here. Then the hero said that he entered here through the gates of the dimension. Hearing this, Bernhard was very surprised. He asked if they still used these rifts called dimensional gates, and the hero said that they were somewhere nearby. 10 minutes later, they arrived at a place that looked like a tavern. Then the hero told the old man that he had a time limit of 50 minutes. He said that it was displayed on his status window, and if he was even a little late, he would die. Bernhard was surprised when he heard this. He said that the rifts he was talking about were created by Deus's essence, and not long ago one appeared in this world. It originated on the continent of Itamansia, which is several months sailing distance south of here. The entire continent was brutal, once home to the Carlonian ogres, but they disappeared, and now it is overrun with demons and evil creatures. The protagonist did not believe that there were really ogres there, and Bernhard said that he had another guess. In his opinion, there is some entity that used the rift to transfer all the ogres to another dimension. Dylan thought that the gate had been opened by accident, but Bernhard said that if that were the case, the waves would have been the same length as those that appeared in the Empire 50 years ago. Besides, Ebenar, a powerful Carlonian ogre, would not have disappeared into the rift without a fight. Then the main character asked the old man again if he had heard Ebenar's name correctly. The guy then said that his name was mentioned in his system. There was a skill that used his blood and spatial stones. The man said that it would apparently allow him to move between worlds. In that case, the old man decided to tell him about Ebenar's weaknesses. According to the records of Swordmaster Galen, who fought him, he has weaknesses. The only unprotected place on his body is the back of his neck, if the matter comes to him. Then he should take a closer look at this place. After this, the old man stood up from his seat and said that they had become a little distracted from the conversation. He said that spatial rifts continue to appear in this world, the wavelength of which is the same as Ebenar and the Desmond Empire. Thus, Burkhard came up with a hypothesis. He suggested that there was an entity that was creating a large number of spatial rifts in order to intentionally increase the imbalance of worlds. In that case, to prevent the catastrophe that would come from this imbalance, there is another entity that created the awakened system on Earth to make people stronger. Then the hero asked him if he really thought that this was Deus. Bernhard said that since a spatial rift connected their worlds, there must be a reason why Dylan came to this dimension. Then he said that if the guy was interested in knowing anything else, he could ask him. Then the main character took out a book from another space and said that he could not fully understand its contents. Soon after, the system reported that the dimension gate would be opened in 15 minutes and 30 seconds. So Bernhard and the boy returned to the forest, and the old man asked him to do something. He told him to feel the flow of magic in his body. The man said that normally there was only one inner core that could be used for witchcraft, but perhaps since Dylan was awakened and properly transformed, he would have two. Therefore, just like in the previous battle, he can use two types of magic at the same time. However, Mom had to go in her own directions, but nevertheless got confused, and he was unable to use his full potential. However, at that moment the main character raised his hands and announced that he had succeeded. Then Bernhard asked if he now understood the content of the book, and the hero replied that now everything was clear to him. The man said he was happy to help, and stated that he had written the book as an introduction to the study of magical classes, and hoped it would help Dylan. The main character was very happy when he got this book into his hands. After this, Bernhard suggested that they slowly move forward and continue their conversation along the way. Soon they headed down the path. The old man said that after he heard about the book, he wanted to ask Dylan something. He wondered how he had met the Empire's last emperor and empress in hiding 50 years ago and managed to obtain this book, and then 50 years later he managed to meet him again. At this time, space simultaneously continues to distort, and the next Bernhard that Dylan meets may already be from another time. The hero confirmed that this is quite possible. After this, the man took off his necklace and opened it. Inside it was a portrait of a girl. After this, the man's body began to exude magical energy. He took the necklace in his hands and squeezed it, trying to get the memories out of it. He then handed it to the protagonist and asked him to take this necklace with him. However, Dylan said it looked very expensive and doubted he could actually take it. However, Bernhard said that the necklace was given to him by his wife, who died 10 years ago. He didn't know what else to give, but that's why he asked to take this necklace. And if Dylan meets him in another time, then that Bernhard will surely be able to help him. Hearing this, the main character thanked the old man for his help. Then he said that, apparently, their meeting had come to an end. And then Bernhard decided that it was time to say goodbye. He said that if fate allowed them, they would see each other again. The main character said that he was very glad to meet the man. After this, the quest to complete rank B was completed, and the protagonist returned back to his dimension. He was met by one of the agents and said that he would take him out of here. However, Dylan asked him to hold off on this, saying that he wanted to check his statistics. The agent replied that in that case he would go first, and the guy could stay here as long as he wanted. The first thing the main character decided to do was to put the statistics in order. Then he picked up the necklace that Sir Bernhard had given him. He wondered what else Deus wanted from him, other than a rank increase. Dylan knew it would be a lot easier if he answered him. But now he had no choice but to become a little stronger in order to prepare for what fate had in store for him. However, at that moment, a system window appeared in front of him, reporting that one had been delivered to all the awakened. It said that the Carlin Ogre tribe had chosen a dimension called Earth, and the army of the Carlin Ogre Lord Ebenar would invade in 48 hours. Meanwhile, Veronica was in her office, looking mysteriously out the window. At that moment, Morgan burst into her office with urgent news. He asked if she had seen the recent report of a new outbreak. The girl said she saw him. Now all the news is buzzing because of this mega wave. She then decided to turn to Morgan, as she had important business with him. She said that if the senior manager started such a panic, then everyone else would follow suit. So Morgan had to act like the second in command that he was. However, she understood that he had come to her not only to tell her about this, and asked what had happened besides that. The man then closed the door behind him and asked if Veronica was going to ask Dylan for help, like she had during the last outbreak at the station. He asked the girl to think about it more carefully, as it could improve the reputation of the department. At first, Veronica thought about what she should answer. After that, she asked what ranks and positions had to do with the current world crisis. She thought it must be a question of how effectively they could deal with their enemies. At first, Morgan hesitated, not knowing what to answer the girl. Meanwhile, Veronica continued by saying that Dylan is not their competitor, but a talented and promising person that the management wants to have. So Morgan's train of thought was correct. The man wanted to apologize to her, but Veronica said that he didn't need to do that. Moreover, she needed to tell him something else. The girl said that the White Lotus and Tree Soul guilds would soon attack the Jongsong guild. The thing is, these guilds know the management trends better than anyone else, so they think that they won't have a better opportunity than now. Morgan said it was sad news because the global crisis that would result from the mega outbreak could be an opportunity for some. Then Veronica said that since they were thinking the same thing, they needed to monitor it, so they would use passive intervention and aggressive forgiveness. She suggested to see how the balance between the awakened world class would change. Meanwhile, Daniela was in her office. While she was writing something on the paper, she suddenly heard someone's voice saying that she didn't look very well. The girl immediately rose from her seat and shouted, asking who was there. Then she saw small flashes of light near the seats. At that moment, as if out of thin air, Dylan appeared on the chair and asked the girl for forgiveness for scaring her. He said that his visit was secret because he had something to tell her. Daniela didn't really like this action on his part and asked what he wanted. Then the guy said that he came here because of rumors about the White Lotus and Tree Soul guilds. He thought that now was the time to make a winning move. Daniela asked him what he meant by a winning move and how much he knew. Dylan replied that he knew everything up to the current unstable situation. The girl said that since it was a guild matter, she didn't tell him because she didn't think he cared. Still, she was glad that all the guilds had activated their emergency systems in preparation for a mega outbreak. However, the hero asked why she found something joyful here. He said that while the awakened ones summoned by the management were actively participating in blocking the mega outbreak, the White Lotus and Tree Soul guilds would definitely take advantage of the time to lift the bans, and then they would target them. At first, Daniela didn't believe his words, asking if these guilds were really using all their power to target them. Dylan said that the person who tried to kill him was hired by the White Lotus Guild, namely Maria. It is quite possible that this woman will not miss such an opportunity. The girl could not believe these words, but the hero continued, saying that unfortunately, it would be too late due to the method of passive intervention and aggressive forgiveness. Then Daniela asked him how they could defend themselves against these two largest guilds in that case. The hero grinned slyly and said that he had one idea. The story moves to the early morning of the next day at an abandoned factory in the area of one of the stations. Several black cars arrived there. Inside sat the Plum Blossom Guild Master, Lizzie, and she said that she never thought they would be called at such a late hour at night. Moreover, 10 other leaders of the best guilds in the country were also present. Charlie said that all the guilds are here except White Lotus and Tree Soul. He assumed they wanted to lure them to their side, and then Lizzie said they needed to go and find out. Shortly after, Daniela came out of the barn, said she was glad to greet everyone and thank them for their time, then said she had one request. When she gathered all the guild representatives inside, she said that Jongsong was currently in open conflict with the White Lotus and Tree Soul guilds. The reason she gathered everyone here is nothing more than cooperation. The guests said that everyone had heard about it, but by getting involved in the conflict, nothing could be changed. One of them also asked why they should interfere in such matters, because they are not the management. At this point, Lizzie said that they were definitely saying the right things. Lizzie was shocked when she realized it was Dylan standing in front of her. The man said that this problem does not only concern Jongsong, since they themselves may end up in their place in the future. Daniela thought that, as she had expected, Dylan knew that words alone would not solve the problem. In such matters the master is too soft. Perhaps it is a matter of a sense of justice or conscience, but if so, then it was not very good. Some of the guests started to wonder why Dylan came here. So the guy said that he would be brief and asked if there was anyone here who could proudly say that their guild was better than Jongsong. Because if White Lotus and Tree Soul managed to get hold of Jongsong's resources, they would not stop there. One of the guys said that after the fall of Jongsong, it was not a fact that the other guilds would find themselves in the same situation, but the hero replied that if the guilds united, then no one would suffer. However, if another guild were to become a victim and they just sat and watched, they would all fall in an instant. Lizzie screamed that this couldn't be happening because management wouldn't just watch and do nothing. However, the hero convinced her that they would remain apart until the very end. If they could establish order among the awakened under the influence of the two guilds, then that would be more than enough for them. He asked if they really thought that the management would always guarantee their safety. One of the guys said that they could just all team up together, excluding Jongsong. In that case, even if Jongsong was destroyed, they wouldn't have any problems. Dylan asked him if he was sure of what he was saying. After that, he stepped forward and said that he wanted to demonstrate something. Meanwhile, the story moves to the main building of the White Lotus Guild. The representatives of the Tree Soul Guild arrived there and reported that all their preparations were ready. They agreed that all low-ranking fighters were stationed near the dais spire. When they asked if there was any movement from the management, Maria said that there would be no problem with them, as they were currently busy preparing for a mega outbreak. Connor said that they also confirmed that Jongsong is also preparing for an outbreak. After this, the deputy of the Tree Soul immediately proposed to divide all of Jongsong's property equally. When Connor got the papers he needed for this, he saw a photo of Daniela among them. After that, he pulled out a knife from his pocket and stabbed it right at that photo, saying that it was time to get rid of this damn guild. Meanwhile, there were about 10 minutes left before the invasion. The story moves to a place near the station where the outbreak was supposed to occur. The main character has already arrived there, realizing that everything will start soon. He prepared everything he could. All of his team members also arrived at the scene, including Hayes. The most important thing was to find out where the main boss would appear. Soon the system reported that the invasion had begun. Suddenly, one of the awakened teams felt an earthquake under their feet. The next moment, the asphalt began to crack, and dark aura began to emerge from underneath it. When the man looked up, he saw something terrible in front of him. It was a huge stone golem, looking at him with murderous red eyes. At that moment, his partner ordered him to get ready. Then the man realized that the golem was not going to hesitate, and he immediately attacked him. He hit right where the thoughtful man stood. At the last moment, the man managed to turn around, watching as a demonic hand almost pinned him to the asphalt. However, some members of his team did not have time to dodge and lay among a pile of stones. At that moment, ogres began to emerge from the ground. They were a little smaller than this golem, but were still huge. When the awakened ones saw this, they immediately began to attack them in various ways. They aimed arrows and charges of various types at them. Soon, a powerful explosion was heard at the place where the ogres appeared. The protagonist watched all this, and at that moment he was informed through the earpiece that strong activity had appeared near the spire of Deus. Then the guy said that he would arrive at the place soon. At this point, the fighters who were fighting the golem waited for the dust to settle to see if they had managed to destroy their opponents. However, when the dust settled, the leader of the ogres turned to them and asked if this was all they could do. After that, he raised his hand and created a fireball in it. The fighters were terrified and stood frozen for a moment, not knowing what to do. With each passing second, the fireball in his hand grew larger, and soon it became 10 times larger than he was. When the ball was large enough to hit all the people in its path, the ogre released it forward. The ball was so huge that it rolled along the road, sweeping away everything in its path. Meanwhile, the story moves to the area in front of the market, which also had a hole in space. More ogres began to emerge from this hole. However, as soon as they came out, fists immediately flew into their faces. As it turned out, Morgan was already waiting for them at this place and was preparing for an attack. He used his fire fist to deal with the ogres. After that, he released a huge amount of fire energy from his fist, thereby pushing the ogres back and burning them. The monsters tried to resist him, but the fire was so strong that they simply burned alive. After that, the blast wave finally disappeared, and Morgan was able to look at the result of his attack. At this moment, Veronica was also on the battlefield, surrounded by several ogres at once. She decided to use her battle form and changed back into her spider form before launching an attack. In one swift movement, she rushed through all the ogres at once. While they were confused, she dealt them hundreds of crushing blows with her sword. Since her strikes were explosive, a second later, a powerful explosion was heard behind her. At that moment, Morgan ran up to her and said that they had problems. As it turned out, they had just been informed that an S-rank boss had appeared near the station. Veronica said that Dylan is there, so everything should be fine there. When the boys looked up, they saw several pairs of ominous red eyes peering out at them from the cracks in space. At this moment, one of the ogres announced that everything was just beginning. Meanwhile, the story moves to the vicinity of the station where Ebenar has arrived. He ordered his warriors to advance forward and attack the enemy. The ogres immediately picked up their weapons and ran into battle. Suddenly, one of them noticed a green glow in the middle of the fog on the road. He tried to look at it, but at that moment several magical projectiles flew at him at once, as well as a poisonous arrow, and this attack smashed his head. Shortly after, Dylan emerged from the fog and looked at the dead ogre with satisfaction. After this, he turned to the others and asked where Ebenar was now. The ogre immediately screamed, asking how he dared to speak the name of his great lord so casually. The monster said that he would crush this man like a pathetic insect, and immediately rushed at him along with his partners. The two ogres struck with their weapons simultaneously, right at the spot where Dylan was. However, when the smoke cleared, the ogre leader saw Dylan standing in his place, holding back the attack of 2 stone swords with one hand. Then the hero turned to the ogre and asked why he assumed that he was here alone. At that moment, Arya and Sonya appeared behind him along with their weapons and armor. Arya told Dylan to keep his distance, and Sonya confirmed that close combat was her job. After that, they dealt a series of crushing blows to the ogres that were attacking their partner. When the monsters were dealt with, they landed on the asphalt in front of him. However, when the girls looked up, they were horrified. They saw a hail of boulders flying towards them. At that moment, they also saw that in addition to the boulders, arrows and missiles wrapped in red energy were approaching them. Each arrow and projectile hit the boulders that were flying at them, causing a powerful explosion, and then the stones were split into small fragments. As it turned out, it was Lily, who had been covering them from above with her bow the whole time. She said that they could provide support to her and do whatever they wanted. When Arya realized that it was Lily who saved them, she thanked her for her help. After this, there was an awkward silence in the group. Arya then got down to business and asked if he was fighting alone again. Then the guy said that he was the one who had to defeat this ogre mage. However, Arya stopped him. She said she would clear the way for him from these minions. This way, Dylan will be able to defeat that guy with ease. The story moves to the place in front of the main building of the Jongsong Guild. Connor had already arrived there and said that they had confirmed that all the main forces had left Jongsong. His partner said that Veronica and Morgan were also fighting near the station. Connor replied that their team was at the main gate. The rest of their team will enter through the back entrance. So, a team of criminals decided to infiltrate the guild and take it over. Meanwhile, the confrontation between people and ogres continued. Arya used her weapon, which she turned into a powerful weapon of mass destruction. Her braid burned with a red, terrifying flame, and then she rushed into battle. At that moment, the hero realized that he should do something useful and activated his spell. When Arya realized that Dylan was safe, she immediately rushed to attack. With one deft movement, she rushed through the monsters, and they didn't even notice her presence. In literally one instant, she found herself behind their backs. After that, the girl looked at the place where she was literally a second ago. and called upon a spell called the Death God's Scythe. At that moment, the projection she left in the original place rushed to attack. She dealt hundreds of crushing blows to these monsters, and when she saw that they began to rapidly fall to the ground, she also landed on the road near them. The girl was pleased with her work, but since this spell was tiring her out quite a bit, she stopped for a while to rest. She didn't notice how a huge ogre appeared behind her, and asked her how she dared to attack his subordinates, after which he swung his huge fist at her. When the girl turned around and saw the leader of the ogres behind her, she was horrified. Using his weapon, the ogre dealt her a powerful blow. His fist seemed to be engulfed in flames. However, at that moment, the main character appeared near the girl and used the Shield of Chaos on her. Arya was prepared for the fact that she was about to die. However, when she opened her eyes, she saw that the monster's attack was absorbed by the shield. After that, the hero used a poison arrow and a web. The ogre laughed, asking if they thought they could hold him back with that. He yelled at them, telling them not to underestimate him. After that, he let out a loud roar and waved his hands. Arya was horrified when she realized that even using her abilities, she could only delay him for a moment. She understood that if things continued like this, it would be the end for them. However, at that moment the ogre raised his head and saw Dylan flying straight towards him. The monster didn't have time to react, so the hero dealt him a powerful blow with his fist. He had been preparing this spell for some time, so it turned out to be incredibly powerful. The fist landed right on the monster's face, and then the protagonist used Rocket Punch and Fireball. At that moment, a powerful explosion was heard in the place where the monster's head was. The shockwave was so strong that Sonya had to put up her shield. At that moment, Lily appeared behind her, concerned about Dylan's safety. However, Sonya blocked her way, saying that he was fine. She said that it was dangerous to come any closer now, and then Lily asked her if she really didn't care about him. However, the girl replied that she saw the demon use skills before entering the battle, and his fire resistance increased to 100%, so he would not receive any damage. Besides, they were talking about Dylan, and that man can do the impossible. After some time, the system informed the protagonist that he had defeated the ogre mage Crudelis. He also received 2 spatial stones and additional attack damage to Karlan ogres. At this moment, the hero wondered what other guys could be dropping these stones from. Moreover, he absorbed the energy from Crudelis' heart and eyes, and his stamina and intelligence were enhanced. At this moment, the hero thought about how many more titles he could get. Then Arya approached him and asked if he was not happy with the victory, but the hero said that it was not yet fully achieved. Suddenly, Dima felt that other S-rank bosses had appeared in the area nearby, and so they needed to hurry there. Meanwhile, the story moves to the main hall of the Jongsong Guild building. The attackers had no trouble getting inside, but they soon realized something terrible. Connor reported that they were surrounded. Realizing that this was not what they were expecting, he didn't understand why representatives from the top 10 guilds in the country were waiting for them inside. Daniela, who was at the head of the guild representatives, said that they were aware of all their plans, and now they would pay for throwing away their fundamental obligations to the awakened of this side. One of the attacking men asked if it was really her doing. However, the girl said that the trap was set by a man known as Pain in the Ass, referring to Dylan. Connor was furious when he realized that this guy had something to do with all of this. After that, he turned to the blue-haired guy who was standing behind Daniela and asked how he could do such a thing, since if they had cooperated, they could have destroyed Jongsong and gotten whatever they wanted. However, the guy asked if he really thought he would trust bastards who could betray him at any moment. On the other side, through which Maria and her team were moving, Lizzie appeared with her guards, saying that the attackers must surrender. They, together with Daniela, said that their song was already sung. As it turns out, the day before the Mega Flash, the protagonist said that he would henceforth transfer exclusive rights to all of his products to Jongsong. He also meant bombs and identification scrolls. This time he will also add a new product called the Glory Potion, which increases all stats by 7% for 2 hours. The blue-haired boy asked if he was trying to lure them in this way. However, the hero said that this was just a survival strategy. He said he was giving them all a chance. It gives them a chance to get rid of 2 crime-committing guilds at once. Then Lizzie asked him if he really wanted them to cooperate with them during the war. Dylan said that's exactly what he meant. Those 2 guilds would definitely ambush Jongsong during the mega outbreak, and it would be a simple self-defense. So, thanks to Dylan, they were able to convince all the other guilds. Daniela knew they could gain control without major losses. Lizzie reported that they had also managed to subdue Maria's crew without much loss, and Daniela thanked her for her help. However, the girl said that they failed to catch Maria and Connor themselves who were here. Daniela said that they lost them too. Perhaps they used their guild members as bait and escaped at the very beginning. Then the blue-haired guy told them to leave the search to them, and the girls said that they would count on him. Then Daniela said that now they must help fight the outbreak, since the danger has not yet completely passed. Meanwhile, the story moves to the square where the ogres were still fighting. Now the fighters had to fight with the general of the Carlonian ogres named Kazdan. He was an S-rank boss. Veronica said that before she thought that he was a simple warrior. But as it turned out, Ebenar is also a powerful magician. In addition, another lord appeared on the battlefield. The girl then suggested asking for help, but Morgan said that the Mega Flash was happening all over the world. Thus, it will be difficult for them to count on help from abroad. After this, he ordered the magicians who stood next to him to attack. Ebenar saw several magical projectiles flying at him, but he remained standing. Then he put out his hand and stopped all the projectiles with one movement. He then directed them back, causing them to explode in the sky above his head. Veronica was horrified when she learned that this monster was capable of such a thing. After that, she saw that the ogre once again extended his clawed paw. Then the earth suddenly shook, and all the people standing near him began to fall to their knees. They felt incredibly severe pain in their heads and simply could not stand on their feet. After this, he ordered Kazdan to kill these people. When Veronica was able to raise her gaze, she felt that the next moment she would face inevitable death. However, when she saw the ogre's leg in front of her, Akron appeared above her body and protected her from the blow. Meanwhile, a strong blue glow appeared in the sky behind the window. After that, the power of the glow went straight to the ogre's head and hit him with all its might. The blow was so strong that the monster flew to the side, right to the place where its leader stood. At that moment, Veronica realized that Kazdan's power had weakened. Then she immediately jumped up from her seat and rushed to attack the ogres. In just one instant, she dealt hundreds of crushing blows with her spider legs. However, at that moment, Ebenar pointed his paw at her and asked what she was up to. Suddenly, a sudden pain pierced the girl's entire body, causing her to lose the ability to move. After that, she felt as if an unknown force was pulling her towards the ogre. When the ogre realized that the girl was in his grasp, he formed a dark sphere in his hand. With one deft movement, he brought his palm straight to Akron's head. At that moment, Irene descended from the sky and took Veronica, who was unable to move on her own. The robot used its wings and carried the girl away from the scene. At that moment, Ebenar used Ice Storm. The next moment, a huge ice hurricane appeared at the site of the battle, destroying everything in its path. Seeing this, Veronica was horrified. She could not believe that this was magic. Soon, a huge block of ice remained in the place of the hurricane, which looked like a huge ice flower. At that moment, Morgan realized that it was a combination of magic and golem power. At that moment, the main character appeared behind him and apologized for being late. Seeing that Morgan was injured, he used his healing abilities on him and said that if he was attacked by the same freak who was now in the ice, then he would soon break out of there. He then asked Morgan if he could stall for a little while. The man said with a smile that he would try to do it. At that moment, an ominous red eye of an ogre looked at him from behind the ice. At this point, the men decided to combine their efforts for maximum efficiency. They rushed in different directions, intending to confront their opponents. At that moment, Morgan saw that the ice flower began to crack. The next moment, Ebenar burst out of there, his face filled with rage. He then pulled out his sword and swung it sharply towards Morgan, but the man was able to dodge it. Taking advantage of the moment, he activated his fire glove and prepared to strike. After that, he dealt a crushing blow to the ogre leader. The blow was so strong that at first the ogre thought he was losing the fight. However, he was still able to stay on his feet and only moved a little to the side. This blow only made him more excited. At that moment, Morgan realized that his attacks weren't working. Then Ebenar decided to use another attack and formed another dark sphere in his palms. After that, he directed it at Morgan, and the man, just like Veronica, experienced incredibly strong pain. After that, he began to be pulled into the ogre's palm. Seeing this, the protagonist decided to use his abilities and used the anti-magic field. Meanwhile, 5 minutes before arriving at the battlefield, Hayes informed the protagonist that it was already late, but she wanted to tell him something. She said that if this was the same Ebenar, Lord of the Carlin Ogres, as the system said, then she knew something about him. The main character was interested in this information. Then the girl said that the thing is that in the past, Ebenar Sergarin left a deep scar on his neck, and he is also able to use secret arts to instantly attract distant targets to himself. The girl said it was very important that Dylan knew about this. Then the hero asked if this secret art was magic, and the girl replied that it was magic. Dylan thanked her for the information, and said that if these secret arts were magic, then this information would be very valuable. After this, Hayes turned to him again and asked him to be careful. The story shifts back to the battlefield at the moment when the protagonist used the anti-magic field. At that moment, Morgan felt the force of gravity disappear. However, he still felt in danger, as he was right above his opponent's sword. However, at that moment, the main character appeared behind the ogre and told Morgan not to be nervous. Dylan then put his hands out and summoned lightning. He touched that same spot on the ogre's neck and used a lightning arrow to hit its weak spot. The ogre looked at his opponent in horror, calling him a rat. After that, he swung his sword, but Dylan was no longer there. He moved to a safe distance and used his skills again. After this, Morgan also joined the fight, activating his fiery hand. Taking advantage of the enemy's temporary confusion, he used the stone skin skill. He then charged at him using his second fist, which was enveloped in dark energy. In an instant, he delivered a crushing blow to the face, realizing that thanks to Dylan's help, he could attack him calmly. He realized that this enemy needed to be crushed by force, and so he began to deal him crushing blows one after another. Soon, the ogre felt as if his strength was leaving him. Then his whole body seemed to be enveloped in dark magic, and he roared loudly. Morgan had absolutely no idea what was happening and looked at his opponent in surprise. In just a few seconds, the ogre transformed into something more terrifying. He became several times larger, and his entire body seemed to be permeated with magic. In an instant, he was next to Morgan and grabbed him by the head. After that, he dealt him a crushing blow, crushing the man into the asphalt. The man screamed hysterically from the incredibly strong pain. However, when the ogre raised his head, he saw that the entire space above him was covered with poison arrows and magical projectiles that were flying at him. Soon all the shells collided at one point, but the enemy was no longer there. Suddenly he found himself in a completely different place, and at that moment Dylan felt claws piercing his body. Due to the ogre touching his real body, the invisibility spell disappeared. The main character was terrified, and blood started coming out of his mouth. Morgan watched everything that was happening from a distance. There was a look of shock on his face, and he had absolutely no idea what to do. Veronica and Hayes, who was treating her, also watched in horror as what was happening. When Hayes realized what had happened, she broke her spell and looked in horror towards where the fight between the ogre and Dylan was taking place. Meanwhile, the ogre was still holding Dylan, his hand piercing through his chest. After that, he suddenly pulled his hand away, causing blood to gush from the wound on the protagonist's body. After the hero fell to the floor, the enemy raised his huge sword over him. There seemed to be absolutely no emotion on the protagonist's face. At that moment, the ogre lowered his sword, and with one powerful blow pierced the body of the protagonist. Dylan fell into a pool of his own blood, and the ogre watched with pleasure. Unable to bear it, just sitting on the sidelines, Morgan jumped up from his seat and was about to strike his opponent. Ebenar said that his life thread was quite strong. However, Morgan was not so fast, and so the ogre was behind him in an instant. Before Morgan could think, the monster grabbed him by the legs. After that, he threw his body aside with all his might. While Morgan was flying, the ogre pointed his palm at him, in which a magical sphere had already been formed. Due to this spell, Morgan's body stopped in midair, and an incredibly strong pain pierced him. Then he began to be pulled again straight into the monster's palm. Ebenar said that although the boy was tough, he wouldn't be able to stand it if he broke his head. However, at that moment, an incredibly bright column of energy appeared behind him. The monster turned around to see what it was. At that moment, an angel appeared over the main character's body, bestowing his blessing on him and activating the immortality skill for him. The angel lowered his palms to the protagonist's head and lightly touched it. The system informed him that all magical power and stamina had been restored, and the negative effects had been removed. But now the protagonist had become mortal again. However, he was still under the blessing of the angels, so Dylan quickly rose to his feet and faced his opponent. Seeing this, the ogre laughed, asking if this was all his power. The system also informed the hero that for 10 minutes, all stats would be increased by 50%, and all types of damage by 100%. The ogre said that just a moment ago he thought Dylan was a simple man who could use unusual magic, but now he had the same power as him. This time, however, he was determined to finish off the man. However, at that moment, the main character took out his pistol from the adjacent space. He used the mana ignition skill, and suddenly it was as if a huge spirit appeared above him. The spirit's arms wrapped around the ogre's chest and shoulders. The system informed the protagonist that all of Ebenar's magical power had been absorbed, and that Dylan now possessed that power. The ogre was horrified and asked how this bastard dared to steal his power. He rushed at him with his sword, but at that very moment, Dylan activated the dimension gate. While the monster was trying to attack him, a portal opened behind him, from which magical projectiles flew straight at his back. Then the protagonist opened another magical portal and shot poison arrows into it. No matter how much the ogre tried to attack the protagonist when he appeared in the portals, Dylan continued to open more and more new dimensional gates without end. Soon, 100 magical dimensions appeared around Ebenar, through which Dylan and his copies constantly jumped. When the monster realized that he was starting to lose, he became furious. The protagonist realized that he had a chance, as long as the ogre remained immobilized. Then he took out his pistol again and aimed it in his direction. At that moment, Ebenar stood up from his seat and roared loudly. Its roar echoed throughout the area and left behind explosive waves. At some point, the main character even had to cover his ears because the sound was incredibly loud. The ogre took advantage of this moment and found himself right next to his opponent. However, at that moment, Dylan used the armored skin spell and defended himself from his sword strike. At that moment, the ogre dropped to the ground with force, causing the asphalt to split into many small stones. After the dust settled, he saw that his opponent was right under his sword. Dylan's gun, meanwhile, was directly above his head, hanging in the air. Then Ebenar said that since Dylan had missed his chance, he must die. However, at this moment, the protagonist finally reached for his sword and asked the monster if he really thought so. After that, he immediately jumped out from under his sword and appeared in the air behind him. Ogre said that even using these clones would not help him win. However, Dylan replied that it was not something he should worry about, and opened another dimensional gate. After that, he showed his opponent the middle finger and said goodbye to him. He then fired his gun straight into the dimension gate. The explosion was so powerful that it looked more like the aftermath of a bomb. The ogre could only watch in horror as a huge fireball came towards him. After this, there was an incredibly powerful explosion that blinded everyone who was in the square at that moment. Veronica, who had come to her senses at this time, watched everything that was happening. When the dust settled, she saw a huge hole in the asphalt at the site of the explosion. She couldn't believe that they had finally won. At that moment, a portal opened behind her, and a voice from there said that everything really was over. It was the protagonist who carried the wounded Morgan in his arms, but declared that Ebenar had been defeated. However, he stated that Morgan had problems and asked to call a doctor. The wounded man said that now he leaves everything to Veronica. After that, they both collapsed on the asphalt, and the girls immediately ran towards them. Meanwhile, active searches were taking place in the area around Daniela's guild. Her subordinates tried to find the escaped Connor and Maria, but the criminals were on the roof of one of the buildings at that time and watched everything that was happening. Maria approached her boyfriend and asked what they should do now. The man turned to her and said that there was no point in them staying here and hiding, hoping for help from the Tree of Souls. He said that they needed help from the Chinese guild. The girl asked if they were really going to go that far. Connor replied that they had no choice. The Tewa guild under Valerio's command could provide them with protection. Meanwhile, the story moves to the ward where the main character was lying. When he woke up, he realized that he was in a hospital. He quickly realized that this was a medical center owned by Jongsong. Suddenly, he saw a man near his bed. As it turned out, it was Sonia. She had been sitting next to Dylan's bed all this time, but at the moment, she was sleeping. At that moment, Daniela entered the room and asked not to wake the girl, saying that she had been looking after the guy all this time. Then the girl greeted the main character and said that they had not seen each other for a long time, and so she brought him some fruit. Seeing this, the protagonist thanked her for the first-class treatment. However, he wondered how long he had been out cold. Daniela replied that many interesting things had happened while he was sleeping, and she would tell him everything in order. First, Ebenar was defeated, and now his body has been taken away by the administration. Morgan, who fought alongside Dylan, was alive and well and was also in the hospital. At present, China and Japan are facing the same situation. Even now they are in the midst of a large-scale battle in China. As there have been many outbreaks all over the country, the damage is said to be quite serious. The surprise attack on the White Lotus and Tree Soul guilds was successful, and ended with both guilds being defeated, after which they fled. The Tree of Souls is now in Mokpo, and the White Lotus has fled to China. The girl said that all this happened in 3 days. Hearing this, the hero said that he was sorry that he had not been able to catch all the leaders. At that moment, Sonia woke up and began rubbing her eyes. She was very surprised when she saw that Dylan had come to his senses. As soon as she saw his face, tears immediately appeared in her eyes. She threw herself into the guy's arms, despite the fact that he did not expect it at all. She was shaking and she said that she'd been very worried about him all this time. The girl admitted that she thought something had gone wrong and Dylan had died. Hearing this, the hero stroked her head and thanked her for her concern. At that moment, Daniela, who had been standing next to them all this time, cleared her throat, drawing attention to herself. Sonia didn't even notice that the girl was in the room and immediately stepped aside, asking when she managed to return. To which the hero replied that she had been standing here for quite a long time. Daniela just laughed, saying that the management wanted to meet with Dylan, but since he was busy, she could kick them all out. However, the hero said that he was fine and ready to receive guests. Meanwhile, the story moves to a secret apartment in one of the provinces of China. As it turned out, upon arrival in China, Maria and Connor were tied up and delivered to this apartment in this state. They threw them on the floor, not giving them a chance to move. When the girl looked up, she saw a man sitting on the throne in front of them. Seeing his guests, he greeted them. The white-haired man asked with a smile on his face if they knew who he was. In response to this, Maria screamed, asking him who he was to treat them like that. She asked him if he thought he could get away with all this, and then said that they were under Valerio's protection. She said that she was talking about Guildmaster Tewa. Hearing this, the man laughed and asked if they didn't understand anything. He said that the one who chose this place as their temporary base, and the one who forced them to investigate, was Valerio. When the girl heard this, she was shocked, and at first could not even believe what was happening. Then the man, looking gloomy, explained to them that they had been deceived. The girl stated that Valerio had no reason to betray them. Soon after, the man stood up from his seat and said that she could think whatever she wanted. He said he just had to do his job. He then walked up to Connor and used a spell on him. He placed his palm on his forehead and squeezed it tightly. At that moment, Connor felt incredibly strong pain and screamed in horror. As it turned out, the man wanted to get his memories of Dylan in this way, but realized that he didn't have that many of them. After that, with one movement of his hand, he split his head open, saying that he was just a nobody. Seeing this, Maria screamed in horror. Then the man turned his attention to her, deciding to check what interesting things he could find in her head. When Dylan woke up in the hospital, many questions were resolved. After the department examined Ebonar's body, it was handed over to him. Soon he managed to obtain his blood and also create a legendary rank spatial fragment. After his full recovery, he set about learning all the skills that Sean had found for him. At the same time, he checked the trophies he had received from the battle with Ebonar. Among them were 12 spatial fragments. He also received an absorbed life force. His heart was thus improved, and he also received the title of Spatial Guardian. Meanwhile, the story moves to the Deus Market. The man standing on the stage announced that they had presented the guests with what they had been waiting for so long. They announced that they were going to sell some great goods that day, and then they took down the screen and invited the guests to look at them. As it turned out, there were 5 unique weapons under the screen that Dylan had put up for auction. All the guests were delighted when they saw the weapons, and then the host announced that the starting price was 80 billion won. Meanwhile, the main character watched the auction from the corner. At that moment, Lily came up to him and said that Dylan had not been here for quite a while. The hero said that during the last outbreak, he acquired several things that he now wants to get rid of. The girl said that his level is growing every day. The main character said that the starting price for this class usually starts at 100 billion, so most likely the girl was right. Although he made this weapon using the water book on magic circles he received from Berhard and the spatial stones he received from Ebonar. Then the girl said that there was someone in this room who showed great interest in the hero's things. She told Dylan to look at the man sitting in the corner of the 3rd row on the left. Then the hero turned his attention to a man who seemed to be the only one who was not actively participating in the auction. The other guests offered different amounts, including 110 billion, and then the host asked who could offer more. At that moment, the mysterious man raised his hand and said that he would give 650 billion won for all these weapons. When he said this, there was an immediate silence in the room. Then the hero asked Lily if she really meant this man. The girl asked him what he thought about it. Dylan said that this man was on a completely different level than the other awakened ones present here. As it turned out, he was right. It was Jurian, an awakened SS rank from Germany. At this point, the host asked the other guests who was willing to give more than 650 billion won. However, none of the guests dared to offer a larger sum, so the auction was declared closed. The girl asked the hero if he was really leaving now, and asked when the next time they could meet to have a drink and talk together. Dylan said that until the serious clearing of the dungeon began, he would be able to find time for this. Then the girl said that in that case, she needed to tidy herself up so she would go. At that moment, Urian approached them and greeted the main character. He asked if they could talk a little and have coffee. After that, he offered him a bottle of drink and asked Dylan if he knew how the whole world treats him. The hero replied that he knew that they treat him as a promising awakened one. He said that he became famous because of his scrolls, so Urian decided to tell him the reason why he came to Korea. The man said he came here to warn him as an FBI representative. He then handed him a phone with a photo on it and asked if he recognized the face. It turned out that the photo was of a mutilated Connor, the head of the White Lotus Guild. The man said that his body was found a few hours ago. He said that Ghost Ant did it, and it looked like he had Dylan's name on his list. The protagonist realized that Urian had arrived to warn him about this. Urian said Dylan needs to be on guard. He then handed Dylan the device and said that with its help he would be able to contact him. If the ant ghost found him, then he should report it. After this, Urian thanked Dylan for the conversation and headed towards the exit of the hall. Soon after, the protagonist went to the parking lot and stood near his car. However, at that moment he heard a strange sound. Behind him, someone shouted that they were ready to attack, and at that moment, a bright glow appeared. When the main character opened his eyes, he saw several projectiles flying at him at once. All these shells were aimed at him and his car. When enough smoke had risen, one of the mercenaries in a bulletproof vest jumped on Dylan, intending to strike him. At first, the hero was horrified, because he did not expect an attack in the parking lot at all. He saw that the projectile was almost a millimeter from his face. However, he quickly pulled himself together and dodged the attack. Thus, the mercenary's blow hit his car, not his face. When the hero saw another shell flying towards him, he jumped, and the shell landed on his car, breaking it into pieces. In an instant, he found himself right above the head of his assailant. The mercenary then shouted to his partner that Dylan wouldn't be able to just dodge now, so they needed to attack him. The other mercenaries, located on different sides of the parking lot, fired another batch of shells at him. Some of them began to rush at him with melee weapons. Soon, the hero realized that several mercenaries were flying towards him with knives in their hands. At this moment, he decided to use the infravision skill. If you count those who were hidden, there were 13 attackers in total. After that, the main character used the dimension gate. The mercenaries were horrified and decided that Dylan had simply disappeared. However, at that moment he found himself behind one of them and prepared to attack. He grabbed the man by the neck and began to hit him with his magical attacks. He used disintegration skills that disintegrated one of his opponents. In an instant, the man he was holding by the neck simply disappeared and vanished into thin air. The other mercenaries were horrified to see their partner killed in such a manner. They didn't even understand what kind of spell it was. At that moment, another person appeared behind them. He ordered them to stop panicking, saying that he would not be able to constantly use any spells, and just wanted to scare them. Dylan recognized the stranger by his voice, and realized that the person standing in front of him was a man from the Soul of the Tree Guild, Kim. The man took off his mask, called Dylan a bastard, and said that because of him, he had gone through a lot of suffering. The protagonist asked why Kim came to him personally, and said that he would spare him only if he calmed down. Kim then said that because of Dylan he became the most wanted criminal, and now he is going through hell. He was lucky that he met Dylan at the auction. Now he intends to kill him for disrupting all their plans. After this, he ordered his mercenaries to rush into battle. Dylan shouted that they only had themselves to blame for deciding to attack another guild during a dangerous mega outbreak. However, seeing that Kim was not going to back down, he told him that he had asked for it. After this, the protagonist rushed into attack, using a fire arrow on his opponents. Soon, a powerful explosion was heard at the location of each attacker, causing their bodies to explode. He then used his mirror image skill and sent copies of himself straight towards Kim. The man was terrified because he couldn't see anything because of the smoke. At this moment, the main character decided to use the infravision skill. He realized that his enemy was very close to him. Before Kim could even process anything, a huge bright flash appeared behind him. When Kim turned around, he was horrified, finding Dylan's actions impossible. He realized that when Dylan jumped the first time, he had found out the location of all the awakened. After that, they realized that this freak knew all their positions, and Kim ordered his partners to fight, covering each other. Meanwhile, the main character watched the movement of these guys. He noted that they were standing just as he wanted them to. At that moment, he used his grab skill and rushed at them. When one of the mercenaries turned towards him, he realized that Dylan had cast a spell that would keep all enemies within a 5-meter radius for 20 seconds. Then they saw the enemy running straight towards them. They tried to attack him with magic projectiles, but Dylan deftly dodged everything. In literally an instant, he ran past all the opponents and attacked them with his hand, which had an active fire spell on it. Then he turned around to deliver a crushing blow. He used the firewall skill, and after that, a huge pillar of flames soared into the sky. He then used the shield when he realized that 2 mercenaries were trying to attack him from behind. He was so strong that he pushed each of them away with one hand. When he looked up, he saw Kim trying to attack him from the sky. The man hit him with a powerful fire blast using his weapon, hoping it would kill Dylan. However, at that moment, the main character used the reflection skill. In this way, he directed the full force of the blow back at Kim. The man was horrified when he was doused with his own fiery energy. After that, he fell on the asphalt and bounced far from the battle site. The blow was so strong that he could not move, and his sword was also broken. With his dying breath, he asked Dylan if he thought it would all end when he died. However, the hero said that he understands that in the future everything will only get worse. The more friends, the more enemies. Kim stated that this was just the beginning, and that the time would come when he would join Dylan in hell. After this, the main character approached his body and looked at him gloomily. He said menacingly that everything would happen exactly like this. Kim died shortly after. Seeing this, the protagonist turned to the remaining mercenaries. He asked them if anyone wanted to continue. At this moment, the mercenaries looked at each other, coming to a common decision. Then they threw down their weapons and raised their hands, saying that they surrendered. At that moment, Lily ran up to the main character from behind. Dylan turned to her and said that he would leave the cleaning of the place to her. Meanwhile, the story moves to the next day at the Seoul branch office. Morgan reported all the information about the battle that took place yesterday. Veronica asked if Kim and his subordinates were dead. Morgan confirmed her words and said that the 2 survivors were arrested by his men. He checked the CCTV cameras at the scene and found that the awakened rank A Kim was unable to do anything against Dylan at all. Veronica also looked at the CCTV footage and asked if Morgan had seen Dylan resist Kim's punch. Morgan said Kim's attack was initially successful, but then it seemed to come back to him. After this, Veronica turned to her deputy. She asked him to keep the information about Dylan's skills a secret, saying that nothing good would come of it if everyone knew how his spells worked. However, Morgan didn't understand how they could do something like that. After all, if Dylan decides to leave the country, then all their merits will go to someone else. At this point, doubts about Veronica began to appear in Morgan's head. He asked if she was hiding something from him. The girl asked gloomily if he didn't trust her. Veronica said that if that was the case, then he needed to focus on finding the criminals from the White Lotus and Tree Soul guilds, and she would keep Dylan for herself. Morgan had no choice but to agree. When he left the office, Veronica looked after him gloomily. Meanwhile, the story moves to one of the amusement parks. The protagonist arrived at the meeting place because they were going to meet here with Sonya. He would never have thought that the girl would be the first to raise this topic. As it turned out, while he was in the hospital, the girl asked if he was free this week. When she found out that Dylan would be free, she said that if he had time, there were some things she would like to go with him. Meanwhile, Sonya arrived at the appointed place. When the main character looked up and saw the girl, he was delighted with her appearance. She was wearing a white dress and a pink blouse. Moreover, her hair had already grown quite a lot, and she looked completely different. She quietly asked Dylan what she looked like. The main character responded with a smile that she looked great. If he had known how she would come, he would have dressed better. But Sonya said that he also looked great. After that, he suggested that the girl go inside the park. However, at that moment Sonya took him by the hand and stopped him. She awkwardly asked if she could hold his hand. The protagonist smiled broadly and agreed, taking her hand firmly. He said that their schedule would become more and more busy in the future, so today they needed to have some fun. The girl was very happy to hear this, so they spent the whole day riding on various rides. Then they stopped at a cafe to take a little rest. The hero asked the girl if she was feeling well. Sonya replied that she really liked to spend time leisurely. And then the main character said that today they rode only those attractions that he liked, and asked the girl if she wanted anything. Sonya began to turn her head to the side, thinking about what she wanted. Then she suddenly said she wanted to go on the Ferris wheel. Soon they went there and occupied one of the cabins. The girl looked thoughtfully out the window as they rode silently in the cabin. She noticed that Dylan was also fascinated by the view from the window. The girl nervously clutched the hem of her dress and decided that now she had to do what she had wanted for so long. She then turned to Dylan, her cheeks turning red. However, at that moment they saw that the light in their cabin had gone out. The couple began to frantically look around, not understanding what was happening. When they looked out the window, they saw that the light in the entire park had also disappeared. Then the main character suggested waiting until everything was turned on and not to panic, since this was a completely normal occurrence. However, when he turned his attention to Sonya, he saw that she was covering her face with her hands. He asked her what happened, but the girl said that she was fine. In fact, her face was incredibly red, and she was trying to cover herself up in shame, not understanding why the lights went out at that particular moment. However, when she looked up, she saw that something in front of her began to glow. She removed her hands from her face and saw that Dylan had used a spell to brighten up their cabin a little. He then turned to Sonya, asking if she was feeling better. But the girl pretended not to understand what he was talking about. Dylan explained that she had lowered her head after the lights went out, and he thought she was afraid of the dark. But the girl turned her head and said she was fine. However, the main character did not calm down and continued to ask her what happened. However, at that moment the light above their heads came on, and the light in the entire park appeared again. The voice over the speakers apologized for the brief power outage and the stoppage of the rides and said that visitors could now continue to have a good time. After that, their cabin began to slowly descend, and the main character noticed that Sonya had a very sad expression on her face. He asked her what happened, but the girl continued to say that she was fine and that he shouldn't pay attention to it. After some time, the hero remembered the moment when Veronica saved him from the attack of the killers. They had to move to a place with better security so that they could train with Hayes. There was also a large training room there, designed just for them, and when the protagonist entered there, he wondered if the girl was training now. He opened a large bunker-like door and called the girl's name. When Rukini heard this, he immediately jumped on the guy. It landed right on his face, just like last time. The main character caught the kitten and asked him what happened. Then the kitten poked its paw somewhere forward, indicating that the guy should go there. As it turned out, Hayes was lying not far from them, hugging her wolf apparently. The girl was overtired and fell asleep. There were small wounds on her face, as well as several bandages. When the main character saw the girl, he smiled tenderly and brought her a blanket, since she might freeze. Since he had raised his mechanic level, he needed to improve it while he had time, and so when he headed back to the training hall, he summoned Akron and Irene. The next moment, the robots appeared in front of him. Dylan said he needed to use the leftover ingredients properly. After that, he summoned a virtual computer and began typing something on it, intending to upgrade his robots. He knew he needed to fix Akron first, as he had been badly injured in the previous boss fight. Soon the system informed him that the golem had risen to the rank of a combat golem. Then the main character decided that the drone could also use a rank increase. Thus, the drone rose to the rank of a combat drone. All this upgrading took a lot of energy and caused some explosions, one of which was so strong that it created a huge pillar of energy. Hayes woke up from the sound. She stood up from her seat and looked around sleepily, not understanding what was happening. She soon discovered that she had been lying on her wolf the whole time. After that, she stood up from her seat and walked towards the training hall to take a look inside. When she entered, she saw that the main character was standing in front of something that was smoking heavily. She asked Dylan if he still hadn't gone to bed, and the protagonist was pleasantly surprised when he saw that the girl had woken up. He said that the effect of the relic allowed him to stay awake. Then the girl asked him what he did all night. The protagonist was not particularly keen to tell that he had spent the night at the amusement park with Sonia, but Akron, who appeared from the fog at that moment, saved him from this unwanted conversation. As it turned out, Akron had become much larger than it had been, and now it looked much more impressive. Irene also increased in size and gained the rank of a combat golem. After this, Dylan summoned 2 of his drones to him. He turned to Hayes and asked what she thought about all this. The girl touched the golems and said that now they look much stronger and cooler than before. Then the hero said that apparently the girl had trained hard and her magical power had definitely increased. Hayes said she didn't even have time to rest because she was training so hard to get revenge on her bullies. Dylan said that after the last battle, including Desmond's B-rank dungeon, several places were active, and they would be heading out soon, so they needed to prepare. Moreover, they didn't know whether they would be able to get anything in the previous dungeon. Then the girl said that she would train more. At that moment, the main character's phone rang. As it turned out, it was Veronica. When the guy picked up the phone, he asked her why she was calling him in the middle of the night. However, he was very surprised by what the girl answered him. At that moment, he noticed that Hayes, who was standing next to him, was a little embarrassed and felt out of place. However, when she heard that Dylan would contact Veronica as soon as he made a decision, she immediately looked up at him, realizing that their conversation was about to end. When he hung up, the girl asked him what happened. Dylan said he just received an order from management to clear out the dungeon. After that, he looked closely at Hayes and asked if she wanted to join him. The girl was very happy to hear this proposal and said that she agreed. However, she guessed that if they personally asked Dylan, as a high-class awakened, then the dungeon must be quite difficult. The hero replied that it was the imbalanced dungeon on Jeju Island. However, the girl did not understand what an unbalanced dungeon meant. The hero explained that unlike a normal dungeon, it had quite strict requirements. The number of participants was limited. The participants had to meet the rank requirements, and there was also a rank limit, and no more than 5 people with rank SS or higher could enter this dungeon. Then the girl said that she would prepare well for the trip to this dungeon, to which the hero replied that she would have a week. Until then, he suggested that they train together, focusing on their teamwork. The girl was very happy, and said that she would try her best. Meanwhile, Sonia went home, but she couldn't sleep and decided to call her friend Arya. Arya was surprised that the girl was calling her at midnight, but Sonia said that she simply couldn't sleep. Arya guessed that since she wasn't asleep yet, her date hadn't gone too well. Then Sonia told her friend, who was in London at the time, everything that happened on their date. However, even though Arya understood that this was a rather sad situation, she decided to support her friend. She said that Sonia shouldn't be upset about it, and that she shouldn't worry so much about things like the atmosphere or the venue. She should just do what she likes. Arya added that not all is lost for Sonia yet and that she needs to stay strong. Then Arya said that she had a fight coming up soon, so she had to say goodbye to Sonia. She promised to wait for good news from her, and Sonia thanked her for her support and said goodbye. Left alone, Sonia thought that Arya's words were true. Sonia was determined to stop complicating things. At that moment, the main character wrote to her and asked if she was busy now. When Sonia saw this message, her face immediately turned red. A week passed, and the day came when the protagonist and Hayes had to go to the dungeon. Hayes watched in awe at the views that opened up before her from the helicopter window as they flew to the island. For the first time in her life, she saw the sea, and could not contain her cries of delight. She told Dylan that she had only seen the sea in pictures before, and now she realized how beautiful it really was. However, she soon realized that she was acting too excitedly and suddenly fell silent. She apologized, saying that when she lived in the Empire, she couldn't travel too far, so she was a little nervous now. Dylan said that she shouldn't worry about it. He added that if it weren't for the dungeon, he would have gone to see the other sites too. At this point, the pilot reported that they were almost there. They soon saw a helicopter pad that belonged to the branch office on Jeju Island. They got off the helicopter to meet with representatives of that branch. A girl in a suit immediately came out to them and greeted them. She introduced herself as Layla, an employee of the island's management department, and said that she would be accompanying them today. Layla also added that the rest of the group had already arrived, at which point Dylan thought they were late. However, Layla said that there were still 30 minutes before the meeting began, and the protagonist breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Sonia and Lily were already inside the building. Lily told Sonia that she had just been told that Dylan would be arriving soon. However, she noticed that Sonia seemed strange, especially when it came to Dylan. Then Lily went up to Sonia and asked if everything was okay with her. Sonia joked, saying that everything was fine with her. Lily noted that since the unbalanced dungeon is more difficult than usual, her physical condition is very important. If Sonia is not well, they can start tomorrow. However, Sonia assured that she was fine. And just as she was about to explain the reason for her strange condition, the office doors opened. Layla and Dylan walked in, and when Dylan asked Sonia how long she had been waiting, the girl hiccuped in surprise. Dylan noted that Sonia looked somehow different than last time. Hearing this, Sonia looked away and said that at that time she simply grew her hair and put on nice clothes. At that moment, Lily realized what was the reason for Sonia's strange behavior, and quietly chuckled. Then Lily stood up from her seat as everyone was assembled. She suggested introducing ourselves to each other. She then pointed to the man sitting at the end of the table, saying that his name was Jacob and that he would be fighting with them. Jacob, who had awakened as a B rank, stood up and greeted the rest of the team, looking very impressive, his body literally made of muscles. The main character looked at the new team member with delight and said that he was glad to meet him. He noted that Jacob was quite tall, but Jacob did not laugh and said that he was 2 meters tall. Lily added that Jacob is 39 years old and uses 2 battle axes in combat. Just like Lily, he can deal both physical and magical damage at the same time. Then the protagonist said that since Jacob was older than him, he could address him without formalities. After that, they all headed towards the dungeon together. The main character looked ahead and saw a dense forest and incredibly high mountains in front of him. Jacob also said that this was the first time he had seen something so spacious, to which the hero noted that the size and terrain of the dungeon changed depending on his rank. The protagonist then opened portals from the otherworldly space and summoned 2 of his drones. He sent them to reconnoiter the area. Jacob said that if he had one of those things, it would make fighting easier since he didn't know how much longer he could carry his body. And Dylan assured him that he was still at the peak of his powers. He soon reported that, based on the drone search results, they would not be able to rest inside the canyon. So he suggested to his team to stop here and prepare. After that, he used a barrier spell on them. Jacob was pleasantly surprised when he felt the boost from Dylan. It felt like he had risen a whole rank. The hero then turned to Hayes and said that as a summoner, she needed to watch over the rear and protect them. After that, they went deeper into the forest, protected by a barrier. The protagonist asked Lily to keep an eye on the sky so that they could not be attacked from the air. However, Dylan suddenly stopped his team abruptly, sensing something strange. Jacob also said that he felt some strange smell. The hero thought that this smell seemed familiar to him. Jacob and Sonia prepared for a possible attack. At that moment, Sonia heard something strange and turned towards the sound. When she turned her head, she saw a whole crowd of monsters with red holes instead of eyes running towards them. These monsters were exhausted A-rank renegades. At that moment, someone called out to the main character from behind. It was Hayes. She reported that monsters were also attacking them from behind. Then he said that he and Hayes would clear the rear, and Jacob and Sonia would have to hold out for a bit and repel the attack. Hearing this, Sonia put a shield in front of her to protect herself from the monsters flying at her. Their blows were strong enough that she had to put in a lot of effort to prevent them from breaking through her defense. At that moment, Jacob delivered a crushing blow with his 2-handed axe. His blows were so powerful that they caused a shockwave that knocked back all nearby monsters. However, he noticed that with each passing moment there were more and more monsters. Then he decided to use ranged weapons and started throwing magic discs at them. On the fly, these discs turned into something like a wide, sweeping blow that knocked down several monsters at once. When Jacob realized that he had managed to thin out the old line a little, he prepared for close combat. However, he soon heard something huge appear behind them. It was an incredibly ugly monster of enormous size with massive legs, between which was a toothy mouth. Soon this mouth opened and a dark liquid began to flow out, emitting a gloomy energy. Then the heads of those monsters that the boys had been fighting all this time began to appear from it. Jacob watched everything that was happening in surprise, not understanding what to do with this creature. As the monsters rushed towards him, he began to think about the strategy he needed to use to win. Meanwhile, the updated Akron arrived on the battlefield. He immediately put his hands out in front of him, preparing to use his fiery strike. He then directed his fire at the crowd of monsters in front of him. Irene also arrived with him, flying from the air at high speed. When she was a few centimeters from the ground near the main monster, she suddenly changed direction and rose into the air again. When the smoke from the attack cleared, she could finally see the monster they were about to fight. The golem then used the projectiles to deal hundreds of magical blows to the monster. Soon, all the shells hit their target, and a powerful explosion was heard in the middle of the forest. The monster minions watched in horror as hundreds of projectiles flew towards them. Jacob assumed that after such an attack, the number of monsters should decrease. However, when he opened his eyes, he saw that the large monster didn't care about their attacks at all. It seemed like half of its body was torn off, but inside there was something like a red crystal. Then the man realized that this red object was his real body, and that he was recovering very quickly. Sonia assumed that the red object was his weak point, but Jacob said that he believed that the object was resistant to magical damage. Then Sonia suggested using golems to open the way, and Jacob would have to destroy this thing. After that, she rushed to attack, saying that she would use the provocation skill, and the man would have to attack immediately. Jacob then ordered the golems to protect Sonia while she used the taunt. The girl immediately rushed to attack, but a crowd of monsters immediately attacked her. However, she was protected by golems who cleared the way for her, so she was able to reach the boss without any obstacles. The girl realized that the moment to use the skill had come. She raised her shield and charged it with magical energy, calling upon the skill of provocation. At that moment, the eyes of all the monsters lit up red, and they immediately rushed at the girl. Sonia was determined and ready to hold off their attacks. Meanwhile, Jacob stood up and rushed straight towards the monster. However, as he ran, monster hands began to emerge from the ground and grab his legs, preventing him from moving. The man was horrified to realize that the monster had decided to attack him from underground. Sonia was already carrying out her part of the plan, but Jacob couldn't move. Then Irene came to his aid. She appeared in the sky, quickly descended to the man and grabbed him by the shoulder. She then blew up the monster's hands that were holding the man by the legs with projectiles, after which she picked him up and flew with him to the target. When they were close enough, Jacob ordered Irene to let him go. Irene released the man, and he flew straight towards his target, holding axes in his hands. He imbued them with magic, causing the axes to merge together to form one giant axe, and headed straight towards the monster, aiming for the red core in its body. After that, he dealt a crushing blow, which split the monster's body in two. The impact created such a powerful blast wave that the monster's entire body, including its powerful legs, was split into two parts. At this point, the story moves to a strange temple, in the middle of which there was a bowl from which a green magical flame was blazing. The man in the cloak approached the bowl and looked at it thoughtfully. When he looked into the flame, he saw that same red core, split into hundreds of small particles. Then he thought to himself that the toy he had created was broken. At that moment, another person entered the room and addressed the man as Sir Odium, saying that they had a problem. He said that uninvited guests had appeared and were destroying their renegades stationed in the canyon. He said that the Sir should see it, but the man said that he already knew everything. He then turned to his subordinate, asking if he was taking on too much. In an instant, Odium was at the man's side and grabbed his face, asking if he had lost all his fear. He stated that he did not need such cowardly and weak subordinates. He then cast a spell directly into his head, causing the veins on the man's face to appear and turn purple. But Odium said that he would allow him to be reborn again. After this, the man's lifeless body fell to the floor. Odium then used a resurrection spell, and arcane magical energy began to pulsate around him. It was so strong that it caused cracks in the floor, from which ugly monsters began to emerge, missing half of their bodies or limbs. Odium then ordered them to block all exits and eliminate the violators, saying that he would deal with them soon. Meanwhile, the story moves to the cave where the main character was hiding. He didn't expect it to rain in the dungeon, but it was for the best, as they could take a little rest and leave the canyon. However, they didn't have much food, so they couldn't stay here for long. Next to him sat Sonia, who was drying her hair with a towel. When their bodies accidentally touched each other, she turned to the guy. The girl quietly asked him if she could talk to him. Dylan was surprised that the girl had not yet gone to bed, but Sonia said that she could not sleep. The guy said that in today's battle she tried hard and suffered more than anyone else, so she should rest a little. However, the girl said that it was not because of fatigue. She moved even closer to Dylan and quietly whispered his name. Then she said she wanted to talk about what she wanted to say back then, on the Ferris wheel. Summoning all her willpower, Sonia asked Dylan to start dating. She looked at him firmly and asked if he wanted to go on a date with her. After she said these words, her face turned very red, but Dylan's face was no less surprised. However, at that moment, Lily entered the cave, saying that it was now their turn to stand guard. However, she soon realized that she had come at a completely inopportune moment. The next morning, when it became lighter, the rain miraculously stopped and the wind died down. As the teamwork of the protagonist and the others improved, the speed of clearing the dungeon also increased. Later, they were shocked to find themselves attacked by the dead bodies of the awakened who had been here before them. However, they got rid of them quietly. So, in the end, they still came to some temple. They did not understand why there was an entrance to some altar at the top of the mountain. When they looked down, they saw a green liquid flowing down the steps of the temple, steaming and bubbling. Soon the heroes saw that monsters were emerging from this liquid. They were ugly monsters like ghouls, and they said they could not allow them to enter in the name of their master, Odium. At that moment, they noticed that one of the monsters was different from the others. And unlike the others, he was talking to them. The hero thought that he heard the name Odium the time he cleared the dungeon to get rank D. Odium was the head priest of the temple back then. But after he was defeated and now he is Wendella's subordinate. The main character could not even imagine that he would be the main boss of this dungeon. Seeing the guy's thoughtful face, Sonya asked him what happened. Then the hero said that he was surprised that the apostate could speak, but he did not think that he could say anything valuable. So he said they just needed to finish him off. After this, the guys rushed to attack. Intending to kill all the monsters that blocked their path to the temple, they struck one blow after another, and these monsters could do nothing to counter them. Meanwhile, Lily and Dylan covered their tanks from behind. Soon there was a powerful explosion that killed all the evil spirits that were in front of the castle. At that moment, Odium, who was inside, heard a loud roar. He chuckled, saying that even he couldn't stop them. When the protagonist entered and met Odium, the ghostly man asked if Dylan was going to kill him too. He said that until now, everyone who was looking for him came for his life. And of course they all went to hell since there was no salvation for them. But the main character said that this time, everything would be different. Odium said that this guy was different from those he had seen before. Then he asked if he was the one who killed Isaac, and the hero said that he was the one who did it. Odium realized that Dylan was the intruder who had penetrated all the spatial rifts, so he asked who was helping him, since it should be impossible with his power. Dylan said that the name of his assistant is Deus, a being who will hinder all his opponents who do evil in the world. Then Odium said that for all these creatures they were just pawns, and when they were no longer needed, they would simply be disposed of. He said that after he was left alone in this world, a great idea came to him. He stated that it was all a test, as he did not trust Mr. Wendell from the very beginning. Then Odium darted into one of the hall's passages. After that, he appeared before the main character again, absorbing all the energy that was contained in this temple. He stated that if he destroyed them, he would be able to return to his homeworld. After that, he stretched his hand upward and began to spread his dark energy. He then cast his spell called Tears of Despair on the protagonist. Tears of Despair had a negative effect, causing stamina to decrease by 100 points. If the target's stamina was less than 100 points, an encroachment effect would be activated, transferring all points to Odium. Dylan then turned to his team, telling them to proceed as planned. Hearing this, Sonya immediately rushed away from Dylan, holding her shield in her hands. Then Odium said that he didn't yet know what Dylan was planning. After that, he suddenly dissolved and disappeared. The next moment he appeared in front of Sonya, saying that in any case he would not be able to escape. He then held his palm out in front of him, intending to kill the girl. Sonya was confused because she didn't expect the monster to turn on her. She watched in horror as the magical sphere that was in Odium's palm flew straight towards her. Soon, Odium released his blow, which was so powerful that it knocked back everyone in its path. At this moment, the main character ran up to Sonya and tried to bring her to her senses, since the blow was very strong and she was on the verge of passing out. However, soon the girl screamed, saying that more poisonous arrows were flying at them. Then the main character threw the girl aside so that she wouldn't get hit. The next moment, the arrows reached their target, and a powerful explosion was heard at the place where the main character stood. As it turned out, Odium transformed his arrows into something like tentacles that came out from a magic circle that was on his back. After he hit the protagonist with them, he turned his attention to Sonya, who was running back to her shield. She was very worried about Dylan's condition, but he told her not to worry about him and just run away from there. With tears in her eyes, the girl obeyed, picked up her shield and ran away. However, when Odium saw this, he sent his tentacles after her, saying that he would not let her escape. When the tentacles were literally a centimeter away from the girl's body, he used the absorption skill. However, soon after, his tentacles turned purple and seemed to stop in place, causing the girl to run forward unhindered. Odium was confused, not understanding why his attack had stopped. As it turned out, at that moment, the main character rose to his feet and used a spell that stopped the tentacles. Odium was surprised that this guy could even block his spell. Dylan then declared that as long as he was alive, Odium would not be able to touch anyone. Meanwhile, the story shifts to the inner corridors of the temple a few minutes before the boss fight. As the group moved down the corridor, Dylan saw a strange passage ahead. He asked Sonya and the rest of the team to stop for a moment, saying that he wanted to say something before the boss fight. He stated that he had some explanations regarding the battle with Odium. Jacob was confused, not understanding how the hero knew the dungeon boss. But Dylan said that he understood that they had a lot of questions, but he would answer them later. The guy said that there are 4 rooms inside this temple. They need to destroy the magic stones in the 3 rooms surrounding the boss so they can defeat him. He said that Hayes and Lily would go down a different path. Once they reach the designated place, they will come across a magic stone. This stone contains magical power. It will also be protected by stone statues, and each statue has its own characteristic pattern. In the case of Hayes and Lily, it's a pattern of rage. Sonya will have a statue with a speed pattern. Jacob will meet the statue with defensive power. Finally, if the stone is overflowing with magical energy, then what will happen is that all living things within the temple will be destroyed. So they need to remove all these stones to prevent this from happening. The story then shifts back to the room where the battle between the protagonist and Odium took place. The ghost once again used its tentacles to attack the boy, but he easily dodged them. Taking advantage of the moment, he used his power shot skill and aimed his projectiles straight at Odium. However, the ghost's body was covered by a shield, and so the projectiles did not cause any damage to it. He turned to Dylan and asked how long he planned to run, stating that this mark was also incurable. At first, the main character did not understand what the boss was talking about, but he noticed the pain on his cheek. It turned out that there was a mark on his cheek called Death's Healing. This mark remains on the victim until Odium dies, and any stamina recovery effect is replaced by a stamina drain effect. Taking advantage of the protagonist's confusion, Odium teleported right to him, saying that he was very careless. He then stabbed him with his tentacle, causing blood to gush out of Dylan's shoulder. The ghost then violently grabbed the boy by the shoulder, asking him if he felt pain. Odium stated that he feels everything because of his weak human body. At this moment, Dylan didn't lose his head and used the stone skin skill, so when the projectiles that Odium fired touched him, they simply bounced off to the side. Then Odium said he wanted to see how long Dylan could hold on. At this moment, the main character thought that his team had better hurry with the statues. At that moment, he heard strange sounds, and when he turned around, he saw that the magic ring behind his back began to crack. He didn't understand why his magic suddenly started to disappear. He began to guess what was happening, but he could not believe it, since the stone statues were not so easy to defeat. Dylan replied that Odium had no idea how long he had been fighting him in the game. However, Odium had no idea what he was talking about. Dylan said he knows when it's time for his magic to start fading. After that, he grabbed the monster by the hand and said that he had been waiting for this moment for a very long time. He then used the Blazing Sun skill directly on his opponent. Meanwhile, Lily and Hayes were in the room they were sent to according to the plan. Magical stone balls were flying all over the room. The girl said that now that they had broken so many stone statues, each of them had lost most of their power, and it should be easy to approach the magic stone now. Lily said that in that case she would attack and leave support to Hayes. After that, she ran away, thereby provoking the magic stones, which apparently served as observers. They immediately turned towards the girl, and their aura lit up red. However, the girl was fast enough and ran between the spheres without any problems. After this, the spheres began to shoot lasers at her, but the girl deftly dodged each attack. Soon she found herself near a place that looked like a huge red portal. At that moment, Hayes ordered Ruka to use his shield. Thus, her shield protected Lily from the portal's attack. After that, she quickly threw herself into the air, pulled her bow and pointed it straight at the magic stone that was in the middle of the room. She used her magic arrow, aiming straight at the target. When she fired, the arrow emitted a large circle of magical energy and then flew straight into the stone, causing it to crack into hundreds of small pieces. At that moment, Sonya was in the dungeon, where she also needed to destroy the stone. She remembered Dylan's words about how the statues she would have to fight were fast, but they had extremely weak defense. Also, their attacks are predetermined, so Sonya just needs to know their trajectory, and then she can destroy them with one attack even as a tank. While the girl was thinking about this, the statue decided to stab her in the back. However, the girl had foreseen this, and at the moment when the arrow was practically flying towards her at a distance of several centimeters, she turned around sharply. Then she thrust out her sword and it absorbed the entire blow. This attack was strong enough that the girl had to put in a lot of effort to block it. When a statue resembling a jaguar jumped on her, the girl was ready for it and put her sword out just as the statue flew past her, sawing it into 2 pieces. When the statue was broken, it exploded right behind Sonya. Meanwhile, Jacob was also fighting with the statue in another room. He knew that the statue he would be fighting had high defense, so it would be difficult to destroy. However, if you attack her with combinations of physical and magical attacks, then it is quite possible to defeat her. So Jacob followed the protagonist's advice and began to hit her with physical and magical attacks alternately. Soon, he saw that a huge crack had appeared on the body of the statue. The man then struck with 2 of his axes. The blow was so strong that the statue literally fell apart into stones. Meanwhile, the protagonist continued to fight the ghost. A fiery hurricane swirled around them, which was a consequence of the protagonist's skill. Odium asked him why he continued this futile struggle, but the hero was not going to give him an explanation. After that, he used the intelligence enhancement skill. In his opponent's hand, he used an area damage boost. Dylan knew that with this enhancement, he would be able to move his arm again. He gathered all his power and put it into his wounded arm so that it could move. When it all worked out, he grabbed Odium right by the head. At the same moment, he used the fireball skill and released an incredibly powerful fire straight at him. The impact was so strong that Odium's body flew into the opposite wall and smashed it into stones. When the smoke died down, the hero looked towards his opponent. He saw that under the cloak was hidden an ordinary monster, practically no different in appearance from those they had met near the entrance to the temple. However, Odium was still not dead. This attack only made him even more angry, and he angrily asked Dylan how he dared to do this to him. Then he rose to his feet, raised his hands and began to call upon magic. Then the hero realized that he needed to get rid of him as quickly as possible before he did anything else. He then put his hands in front of him and used a force fireball. This powerful attack was aimed straight at the place where Odium was sitting, who still could not fully recover. However, at the moment when the fireball was about to touch him, a wall suddenly appeared in front of him. Then a huge stone hand seemed to emerge from the pile of stones. After this, Odium was surrounded by thorns and said that he wanted to enjoy watching Dylan suffer. However, he decided that now was the time to end it all. After this, something resembling an unopened flower emerged from the pile of stones, but its petals were incredibly sharp and covered in mucus. Then the monster that Odium had summoned began to emerge from the ground. Then the hero realized that this monster was similar to the renegades he had seen earlier. However, when he looked up, he saw thousands of skulls that adorned the body of this monster. This monster was not like anything the protagonist had seen before. This huge monster was not the same renegade he had seen before. When the monster saw his opponent, he immediately put out his fist and said that Dylan needed to prepare for death. After that, he brought his fist down on the ground with all his might, causing the floor to crack. At this moment, Lily and Hayes felt a strange feeling, as if they were right in the middle of an earthquake. Then Lily guessed that it was most likely a powerful release of magic in the center, and so they needed to hurry. Sonia and Jacob also sensed it and rushed to Dylan's aid. When the dust from the blow cleared, the monster saw that the guy was not there where he had struck. Then he assumed that he was trying to hide from him in this smoke, as it turned out. At that moment, the main character used his clones to distract the enemy's attention. At that moment, the monster began to summon energy again from somewhere in the temple. He then launched spikes at Dylan's clones, saying that he would not be able to avoid his attacks anyway. The monster stated that he would die a miserable death for simply angering him. However, when he looked down, he saw that his spikes were not piercing a real person, but only copies of him. Meanwhile, the main character took advantage of the moment and found himself right behind the monster. When he was close enough, he used a light projectile and a force projectile. He then delivered a crushing blow straight into the monster's back. However, when he got a little closer, he was extremely surprised. The monster was surrounded by a bright green shield, and when Dylan flew at it, dozens of monstrous hands immediately rushed at him. The monster stated that with that level of magic, the guy wouldn't even be able to break through his defense. He then delivered a powerful blow to him, sending Dylan crashing into the ground. The protagonist could not escape the strong grip of his hands, and all he could do was endure and rely on his allies. The system informed him that his stamina had dropped to less than 10% due to the bleeding, and Dylan knew then that he couldn't wait any longer. At that moment, Jacob appeared in the hall. He immediately rushed to save Dylan, cutting off those nasty hands with his axes. The monster laughed and said that he didn't even expect them to appear so quickly. At that moment, Sonia used a shield strike on one of the opponent's legs. The blow was so strong that the monster fell to one knee. Then Sonia turned to Dylan and told him to begin. At first, the protagonist did not understand what she was talking about, but soon he realized her plan. In an instant, he rose to his feet, and like lightning rushed at the monster's wounded leg. Using all the strength he had left, he jumped onto his arm and headed straight for his head. As he ran, he saw demonic claws flying towards him. However, when he turned around, he saw that every claw had been blasted away by arrows. As it turned out, Lily, riding on the wolf Hayes, was covering him from the sky. As she drew closer, she drew back her bow and fired another shot. However, the monster stated that no matter how much they fought, they had no chance of overcoming his barrier. At that moment, Sonia called the main character and threw her sword in his direction. Dylan deftly caught the weapon and continued running towards the enemy's head. He then used the enchanted weapon skill and raised his sword to strike. He struck the monster's barrier, causing it to crack, however. Since the barrier was incredibly strong, Sonya's sword also cracked into pieces. The next moment, he saw the monster's barrier crumble into small pieces. After that, he took out his pistol from the otherworldly space. When he was close enough to the monster, he put the barrel of the gun right to its large eye. He then firmly told the monster that it was all over now. After this, the hero fired a shot that resulted in a huge destructive blow. After the monster was defeated, Dylan dropped to the ground and walked over to its corpse. He knew it was quite dangerous, as the system told him that his stamina had dropped to less than 5% due to the bleeding. At that moment, his partners came up to him from behind and praised him for his good work. Dylan said that if they had arrived any later, the consequences would have been dire. Jacob noted that they were lucky. He ran right after the destruction of the statues. However, Dylan didn't expect the boys to finish so quickly. Lily reported that it was all thanks to him telling them how to deal with these statues. Jacob said that Dylan had previously said that he would tell them how he was able to find out the way to defeat them. At that moment, Sonya came up to him and said that Dylan had done a great job. The hero turned to the girl and said that she had also done her part of the plan perfectly. She threw him the sword at the most opportune moment, even though it was in pieces after that very attack. However, the girl said that she acted this way because she knew that the monsters in the canyon were strong against magic. Suddenly she noticed that the brand on the protagonist's cheek was burning again. She was surprised, because she thought that after Odium's death it should disappear. The hero was also surprised, not understanding why the brand was still on his cheek. When Sonya looked down, she saw that bright green magic was beginning to glow from the cracks in the floor. Then she suddenly shouted to everyone present to be careful. She then rushed towards Dylan and pushed him away from the cracks with her shield. The main character did not expect this and fell to the ground in a place where there were no cracks. When he looked up, he noticed that the spikes that appeared from under the floor had pierced Sonya's body. The guy was horrified and immediately shouted the girl's name, running towards her to save her. At that moment, Sonya felt her eyes begin to close. Soon after, Sonya was taken to the city hospital. It took some time for her to recover, and she spent almost all of her time in a hospital bed. One day she opened her eyes because she heard the sound of birds singing. At first, the girl did not understand why she was in the hospital, and did not even know how long she had been there. At that moment, Dylan, sitting next to her bed, said that she had been here for 3 days already. When the girl turned her head and saw the main character next to the bed, she was a little surprised. Then she suddenly remembered that she had been injured by those spikes that had suddenly appeared from the ground in that dungeon. She then jumped out of bed and asked Dylan what happened after that moment. But the guy said that she shouldn't be so nervous since she just woke up. He said that the attack that hit her was the final blow from that boss, after which they immediately destroyed it. Then they took all the loot and left, so the girl didn't have to worry. She just needed to rest after being wounded. The girl took a piece of apple that the main character peeled for her, and thanked him for his concern. While she was eating, Dylan decided to approach her. He remembered the day he was hospitalized after fainting. He also remembered the day she protected him in the dungeon. He stated that all he does is cause trouble for the girl. However, Sonya was in no hurry to refute his words, and said that in that case she had a proposal. She said that since he owed her, she wanted him to answer that very question. At first, Dylan didn't understand what she was talking about. However, then he suddenly remembered that in the cave she asked him if he wanted to be her boyfriend and go on a date with her. The main character was also a little confused by this situation, so he did not give his answer right away. However, he suddenly apologized to the girl, saying that he had no idea how she felt about him. Then he reached out and grasped her hand with his palms. He said that he really liked Sonya and asked her to be his girlfriend. When the girl heard this, a blush appeared on her face, and she smiled sweetly, saying that she would be very happy to become his girlfriend. Meanwhile, the story moves to the port of Mokpo. The ghost ant stood on the ship and thought about how much time had passed since he came to Korea. At that moment, a person appeared behind him. Her legs were wrapped in bandages. The ant turned to her, saying that if it weren't for her, the wanted criminal, everything would be much easier. He asked Maria what it was like to return to her homeland after so many years. When the girl looked up at him, he saw that one of her eyes was glowing red. Soon after the events in the dungeon, the main character returned home. He used the internet to find the price of the materials he needed, and soon realized that the materials alone were worth almost $1 trillion. He had no idea that so many materials would be needed to produce the Deus Relic. After clearing the dungeon, he obtained a legendary quality spatial stone. He was also given the famous blueprint for the drones. Moreover, he received the legendary Odium Ring, which increased his charisma, magical power, and intelligence, and also granted him abilities called Holy Healing, Attractiveness, Heretic's Fate, and Death Healing. However, this was not the most important thing. When the main character put on the ring, lightning began to flash from his hand. All the spatial stones he had were combined into a spatial token of unknown class. Immediately after Sonya collapsed to the floor, this strange synthesis took effect. However, they were busy running away, so he didn't pay attention to it. Dylan couldn't even imagine that he would be allowed to produce Deus-class equipment. However, the biggest problem now was one of the materials. The heart of Ikazel was the most important of them all, as the conditions for obtaining it were to deal a fatal blow to the dungeon boss. To get it, he must go to a dungeon in Alaska, which is currently owned by the American Guild Freedom. Since he had no idea how to do this, he decided to contact the guild. Meanwhile, the story moves to the American Guild Freedom. Brox was informed that Dylan had spoken of many important things. He said that either they would grant him the right to clear the dungeon, or he would join one of their attack teams. The man replied that the Ikazel dungeon was where they had sent all their best warriors, and even then there had been many casualties. He believed that the dungeon was insurmountable, and he wondered why Dylan wanted to go there so badly. The man was then told that he needed Ikazel's heart, which was very strange since it was known that this item gave its owner a 1,000-unit increase in stamina. But the catch was that Dylan was a spellcaster. Brox guessed that if he was a magic caster, he would be interested in the Asura dungeon, which was located in China. Carla agreed with the man, saying that Dylan was nevertheless quite cunning, and said nothing more to her. At that moment, the man stood up from his seat and looked towards his books. He thought it would be a good idea to take this opportunity to see Dylan's skills. It was no secret that he was interested in him not only as a potential member, but also as an awakened one. He then told Carla that they would assemble an attack team and go with Dylan, but only on 2 conditions. Brox reported that the rent for the Ikazel dungeon rights would be set at 300 billion won per team member. Secondly, before the attack, all team members will be assessed and must be accepted unanimously. If Dylan fulfills these conditions, Brox will take full responsibility and guarantee him Ikazel's heart. However, he asked me to convey to him that he had absolutely no intention of cleaning up after him. Carla realized that this was his way of telling Dylan to expect that he would have to survive on his own, but she agreed and said that she would pass on his message. After that, the man hung up and smiled slyly. He assumed it would be quite fun, while the protagonist was thinking about how he should rest a little. Since the guild said that they would announce their decision tomorrow, suddenly a notification from the system appeared in the middle of the room. The protagonist realized that the translation was already finished. He noted that he had been at a fairly constant level lately, so he had already stopped paying attention to it. He wondered if he should even check the translation to see if it was a win or a loss. However, he still decided to check the translation, and the system told him that this book was created to enhance spatial energy. In order to enhance spatial energy, it contains formulas and the language of the gods that cannot be understood by humans. If the correct procedures are followed, and the sealed energy of the book is removed at the designated location, the user will be able to use it for its intended purpose. However, when Dylan opened the book, he realized that the pages were blank, so the system asked him to proceed to the top of the nearest Deus spire and open the first page. The system said that if the reward in each dungeon increased, then each awakened one would also have their growth efficiency increased. So she asked to take this book with them to the designated place to prepare for the appearance of the Dimension Gate. The protagonist thought that this most likely meant that another wave would appear soon, as it had with Ebenar. And since the nearest spire was mentioned here, he only had one place in mind. Meanwhile, the story moves to the Seoul office of the branch office. The main character arrived there, which surprised Veronica very much. She said that she did not think that he would ever decide to climb to the top of the spire, but the guy did not answer that he had personal business there. Veronica said that even though management was on his side, in order to access the top of the spire, they would need permission from the director of the Korean branch. Since, by a happy coincidence, the director is in their reality today, she prepared a meeting with him for Dylan. Then the hero asked her if it would really be a one-on-one meeting. The girl answered in the affirmative, saying that if they wanted to be polite, then it could not be ruled out that it would be an interrogation. After that, they walked together down the corridor to the required office. When they reached one of the doors, Veronica said that the director was waiting for Dylan inside that room. Before the guy entered there, the girl asked him to cooperate with the director and not to say anything unnecessary. The guy assured her that he would do everything as needed. He said that he would only give him the information he needed. After this, Veronica opened the office door and informed the director that she had brought Dylan. The man stood with his back to them and looked out the window. Hearing the girl's words, he thanked her for her work. At this moment, the hero began to understand that in front of him was indeed the director of the Korean branch. The man, without turning around, said that he had heard a lot about Dylan. Then he turned around and said his name was Lewis, and he was the director of the Korean branch. After that, he looked at the guy a little conspiratorially and asked him to sit down. Dylan and Veronica sat on one side of the table, Lewis sat opposite them. When he looked at the information the protagonist gave him, he said that what he was saying was based on the books he obtained on his own. He asked if all awakened ones could increase their efficiency through clearing dungeons. Dylan said that it was true. Not only he could do it, but all awakened ones could. He then stated that he needed to climb to the top of the dais spire. Then the director asked him if he thought it was a little strange. He asked why all these things were happening to Dylan, to which the hero replied that he could only say that he learned about it when he identified the books found in the dungeon. When Lewis heard this, he said that he, too, wished he had such an amazing ability to identify. Then he suggested ending this conversation and returning to the conversation about the Deo Spire. He said that the summit can only be reached with code S. There are only 5 such people in Korea, 2 of whom are himself and Veronica. He then stated that there was nothing good in this place, and if you provoke Deos's anger, you can even say goodbye to your life. So he said that he had to check the book that the main character was talking about. He extended his hand, saying that since Dylan was now a national figure, he should do it. In this way, he can prevent future dangers that may happen to him. The hero smiled, saying that this book could only be used by those who identified it. Then Lewis said that this was the first time he heard about it. Veronica said that it was a rather strange situation and that it also happened to them for the first time. She reported that not long ago, legendary-level spatial stones appeared, and many other things happened before the 20th anniversary of the first wave. Then Lewis suggested looking at the power of this spatial amplifier. He said that there was no reason not to do this, since the efficiency of all awakened ones increases. After that, he suggested heading towards the spire. Once they were inside the Dea Spire, the man said they were there. They found themselves in front of a huge door, and the man said that this was the entrance to the top floor of the spire. He said Dylan could go, and that he and the branch manager would wait downstairs. After this, the main character thanked the man for his help, and then opened the doors and went inside. When he found himself inside, it seemed to him that he had entered a completely empty space. He didn't understand why he couldn't see anything around him. However, then in the middle of the empty space, a strange glow appeared, emanating from a round sphere. As it turned out, the road along which the main character walked led to a pedestal on which a sphere was located, and some details seemed to be circling around it. As he got closer, the system asked him to open the first chapter of spatial amplification. The main character took out his book, and as soon as he opened it, letters began to crawl out of its pages, forming something like tentacles. Soon these tentacles began to spin and form a small circle, and then the system reported that the spatial enhancement seal had been removed. After that, the signs went straight to that sphere and began to be absorbed into it. The system reported that there were 5 minutes left until the activation of the full power of spatial amplification. At that moment, the protagonist heard a voice that said that someone seemed to have found the key. Dylan looked up in surprise, asking who was talking to him. Then the voice said that he is the Alpha and Omega, and of the awakened systems, he is a being called to start everything over again. Also, people call him Deus. He said he would let Dylan ask one question since he had found one of the hidden keys. After thinking for a bit, the hero decided to ask a question. He asked if he had chosen the right path, considering everything he had done up to that point. Then the voice told him that he was right and superior to everyone else. Hearing this, the hero was delighted. He clenched his fist in joy, whispering the words that Deus told him. He realized that he still had a long way to go, so he had to become stronger. Soon the system informed him that the spatial amplification power had been fully activated. She also reported that this power was spread throughout the world. After that, a huge beam of energy burst out from the sphere that was in front of Dylan and headed somewhere upward. After this, he saw that the book he had handed over seemed to take on a more mundane appearance. The system then reported that the spatial amplifier had been converted into an 8th-class spellbook called Iron Skin. Then the book fell into the hands of the main character, who did not expect at all that something like this would happen to him. The system said that through the spatial enhancement, a new class, Pathfinder, was unlocked, and Dylan also received Pathfinder's blessing and Pioneer's enlightenment. Now in each country, a golden gate has been created on the top of the Dea Spire. Information about the Golden Gate will be spread to all awakened ones within 5 days. At the moment, the Golden Gate has been sealed. Shortly after, the protagonist left the spire, thinking that since he was near the office, he needed to pick up the books that Sean had found for him. He thought it would be nice if there was a high-level spellbook among them. However, when he went to the office, he saw something strange there as it turned out. There was someone sitting behind the manager's chair. The main character opened the door wide and asked who was there. Soon he saw that the stranger's body began to be enveloped in a strange energy. At first, Dylan couldn't believe his eyes. However, when the girl turned to face him, he realized that it was indeed Maria in front of him. But now she looked a little different than before. The hero did not understand what she was doing here, because he remembered that she had fled to China. However, the girl did not respond to this. She only stood up from her seat and continued to look out the window. Then the hero shouted, asking how she got there. At that moment, Maria turned around sharply and shot the main character several times. However, Dylan managed to use his shield and block the attack. He knew that Maria was a C rank awakened, so he couldn't let his guard down. Meanwhile, the girl created several copies of herself and began to shoot the guy from all sides. Soon his shield could not withstand it and began to crack. When the girl saw Dylan trying to escape, she put out her hand, which began to transform into a weapon. She flew right after him, her hand gradually transforming into a long-range, powerful weapon. At that moment, the protagonist turned around and decided to use his skill to attack the girl in return. However, when he looked at her, he saw that her right hand had turned into a bazooka. After that, she fired a powerful energy blast that was more like an explosion. At that moment, Dylan realized that this was an unusual trajectory, a mixture of spells and natural laws of physics. He knew it would be very dangerous if he got hit by that shot, so he quickly opened the dimensional gate and jumped into it. Realizing that the shot was almost upon him, he quickly extended his hand to touch the portal. For his final destination, he chose a place not far from here, which was also destroyed by a powerful explosion. A portal appeared in the middle of the ruins. Soon the main character jumped out of it, escaping from the attack. He realized that he was in a place where there was no floor, and so he was now floating in the air. So Dylan decided to use a flight spell to avoid falling and getting hurt. As he flew past the place where Maria was originally, he saw several magic bullets flying towards him from there. In an instant, they found their target and headed straight for him. However, the main character managed to cover himself with a shield while in flight. At that moment, Maria flew out of the building and ended up right above the main character's head. Her eyes were full of fury, and then she brought both her hands together, summoning an even more powerful weapon. Her arms turned into a huge scythe, and she dealt a crushing blow to the protagonist's shield, causing it to shatter into several pieces. Dylan watched in horror as his shield fell and shattered into pieces. When his defenses finally fell, he saw that the girl had summoned 2 pistols and was aiming them at him. At that moment, he summoned a power missile and aimed it at the girl, who had already started shooting at him. In this way, they tried to shoot each other while dodging the enemy's attacks. At that moment, the main character realized that he was not afraid of all these attacks that were falling on him. Looks like he lost his ego with these guys last time. So now the only thing he could do was to immobilize Maria. So the protagonist decided to use a power rocket and also mix it with an ice storm. After that, he directed this attack straight towards Maria. The next moment he saw that the girl's body was frozen. Literally in 1 second, a huge block of ice appeared in front of him, which restrained the girl's movement. He said that since she was no longer even human, there was no point in bothering her, and he decided to leave her to manage. Meanwhile, the ghost ant, who was nearby, watched everything that was happening and noted that this guy really had tremendous strength. However, knowing what Maria was now like, he understood that this was not enough. The hero thought to himself that he couldn't believe that he was trying to stop a former awakened S rank, who had also been modified. At that moment, Maria used all her strength to break free from the icy shackles. She transformed her right hand into a bazooka again and aimed it at the protagonist. The ghost ant understood that this girl was driven by vanity, which made her feel superior to her opponent. At that moment, Maria flew close enough to the main character and put the weapon right to his chest. However, Ghost Ant knew that this vanity would lead to her death. After that, the girl shot Dylan in the chest, and he quickly began to fall down. She just watched his fall with indifference. Soon the main character landed on the asphalt with a very loud sound. After this, Maria went down to him to see what had become of her opponent. When the smoke cleared, she saw a large crater that had formed where Dylan had fallen. When she got closer, she saw that the guy was lying in the middle of the crater, unconscious. Then she summoned a demonic sword and stood over his body. She took the sword in both hands and raised it over Dylan's body, intending to strike him. After that, she made a strike. At that moment, an ominous red portal appeared nearby. From there, the ghost ant came out to assess the work of his puppet. As he looked at the crater, he thought that perhaps he had overestimated Dylan. He didn't expect at all that Maria would be able to defeat him. However, when he turned to the girl, he realized that she was not responding. Suddenly, in the midst of the dust, the man saw someone's eye, which was shining with a blue flame. When the smoke cleared a little, he saw that Dylan was still alive, but half of his body was frozen. He couldn't believe that he had withstood Maria's last attack with that spell. As it turned out, it was an iron skin spell that would nullify all physical damage. After this, the main character noticed the white-haired stranger and asked who he was. The man replied with a smile that he was a ghost ant, although he himself did not understand why he was given such a nickname. When the protagonist realized that it was indeed the same ghost ant standing in front of him, he shouted at him, asking what he wanted. The man said that they should first choose another place to talk. since there were a lot of prying eyes here. Then the hero indignantly asked him why he thought he would calmly follow him. The ghost ant extended its hand and summoned a red sphere. He said Dylan's opinion on the matter was not taken into account. In literally an instant, the sphere expanded to the incredible scale of the ghost ant and Dylan. Then the sphere collapsed, leaving behind only a small glint, and the men disappeared. When the main character opened his eyes, he discovered that he was in a place completely unknown to him. At that moment, a white-haired man approached him and said that this was a secret place that he had created using a barrier spell. However, he asked Dylan not to worry so much. He stated that he was there to talk to him. He then asked Dylan how much he knew that could be obtained in the game, but the hero did not understand what he was talking about. The ant asked him why he was so surprised, because there was nothing special in this question. However, the hero realized that he had never mentioned that he had experience in the game before, and so he asked the man what exactly he needed and how much he knew about him. The man said that he knew that Deus had chosen him to awaken the world from that game, because all the skills and even the spells he used against Maria were obtained through the game. However, Ant thought that this was far from all he was capable of. He was very curious about what else Deus had given Dylan. This question tormented him so much that he began to use a spell to squeeze the truth out of the guy. However, the hero said that he was not going to tell him this. At that moment, a man appeared behind him and asked him to think carefully. Dylan had absolutely no idea when he had managed to move behind him. The white-haired guy said that he saw the way the hero was looking at him, and apparently, he was not ready to talk to him yet. He assumed he was too early, and then walked past Dylan. After that, he chuckled and said that for his sake he would remove one of those who was following him. The hero asked him who he was talking about, but the man said that he would find out himself when he turned on the awakened news tomorrow. After that, he stated that the world does not revolve around Dylan. He is just one of many cogs in a huge system. However, the hero said that he had never even thought of such a suggestion. However, the ghost ant said that he was wrong and asked the boy not to be so vain. He stated that Dylan is not the only chosen one in this world, and he needs to always remember this. After that, he tore the space and told Dylan to think carefully about who he was, what his destiny was, and how awakened he had become. After that, he said goodbye to him, and said that they would meet again. At that moment, the protagonist saw that the space they were in began to collapse, and he again found himself in the same place from which the man had taken him. When all the fragments of space finally collapsed, he found himself standing in the same crater he fell into after Maria's attack. In the morning, the main character decided to follow the advice of the ghost ant and turn on the news. The reporter reported that yesterday at about 10 o'clock in the evening, there was an explosion in one of the buildings. Fortunately, no one was hurt, as the building was empty. The reporter said that a huge column of ice was discovered after the explosion. It was also reported that the department is already investigating the incident. At that moment, the hero thought that he was glad that there were no civilian casualties. After this, the news anchor said that they should move on to the next news. He said that at 3 o'clock today, Julian, a famous awakened person of one of the organizations, was found dead at the Eden Hotel in Gangnam, and the department has already started investigating. The protagonist couldn't believe that the awakened SS rank was dead. CCTV cameras reportedly showed no signs of forced entry either outside or inside the room. At that moment, the hero could not believe that this had really happened. He remembered the ant's words, that for Dylan's sake, he would remove one of those who was watching him. The hero knew that an SS rank was far from an ordinary awakened one, but the ant killed him so easily. At that moment, Daniela entered the room where he was, saying that Dylan had arrived quite early. Then the hero asked the girl what she was doing there. Moreover, he was curious about who the two men behind her were. Then the girl said that after seeing the news, her father assigned her several bodyguards. However, she still doubted that an S-rank fighter needed security. Then the protagonist stood up from his seat and said that this was the first time he would be working with her. Daniela said that she was looking forward to going with Dylan into this dungeon. However, he was worried about whether he would be able to pass the Ikazel dungeon test with his team. Then the girl said that he definitely shouldn't worry about it, since the skills of his teammates would definitely satisfy him. Before leaving the office, she said that they were now heading to Alaska. Meanwhile, the story moves to the Freedom Guild, or more precisely to its base in Alaska. The underground training base was where the tests were taking place, in which Brox participated. In front of him stood a large magical stone that he had to destroy. The man summoned all his strength and put it into his attack. After that, he rushed towards the stone and dealt it a powerful blow with his fist. However, he saw that his blow did not leave a single scratch on the stone. And then the man realized that his strength was still not enough. At that moment, two men approached him and asked if Brox was warming up, to which the man said that he did not expect them to come so quickly. The man with long hair and purple eyes was Ian, an S+ rank fighter. He said that he couldn't be late for such fun when Brox invited him to clear the SS rank dungeon. There was another man standing next to him named Arsini. He was an SS rank fighter. He said that he heard that their teammate had unique abilities, and he just wanted to look at his strength. Then Brox came up to them and said that he had already voted for this guy. He didn't think Dylan would perform so well in an S-rank dungeon. He then told the men that they had done a great job of coming all this way and tried to hug them. But Ian asked him not to, saying it was disgusting. He then asked the man if he received this enhancement, would he be able to break this stone. However, Brox said that for them it is a measuring device, so it is unlikely that he will be able to do this. However, he promised that the men could count on Dylan's support because he was equal to his rank. At that moment, Daniela entered the training room with Dylan. The hero noted that it was a rather unusual place. After this, Daniela went to the men, saying that she had not seen her uncles for a long time. Brox smiled when he saw her, saying that she had matured a lot, and Ian said that he was not so old to call him uncle. Then the hero asked the girl if she knew these people. Daniela replied that she met them in her youth, when she lived with her father in America, and they still keep in touch. Brox then noticed that Riley had also arrived with them. Then he said that finally everything was assembled. He said, as he had said before, they needed the consent of 5 people besides Dylan to join, and hoped that the guys had already made a decision. Daniela said she saw the skills with her own eyes, so she agrees. Riley stated that she didn't think ratings mattered during the last attack, so she agreed as well. So there are 2 more agreements left. However, Arsini said that he had to test Dylan's skills. Without waiting for his consent, he put out his hand and rushed through the protagonist, striking him with his claws. However, when he turned around, he saw that the main character had iron skin. Dylan laughed and asked if that was all he was going to check. Then Arsini said that in that case he would not hold back. He used a spell that caused magical threads to bind the protagonist's body. Then Arsini used his hands to pull these threads tighter. Riley thought about how they hadn't had that rule last time, and wondered how strong Dylan had gotten since then. When Arsini was convinced that his skills couldn't break through this guy, he said that his skill that changes his body is simply amazing. So he was more than satisfied with his abilities and agreed to Dylan joining them. Then they shook hands and Arsini introduced himself, saying that he was looking forward to their cooperation. Then the hero realized that there was one last consent that Jan had to give. Meanwhile, the man was already preparing for battle. Half of his body was engulfed in flames, and he asked the protagonist to take care of him. Dylan turned to him and asked if he wanted to fight him. The guy said that he wanted to make sure of his abilities, but at that moment Brox intervened in their conversation and asked Ian to wait. He said that even though it was just a test, it was too dangerous to fight an S+ rank fighter. Instead, he suggested testing Dylan's enhancement on this stone. However, Jan doubted that this was what he wanted. Brox then turned to the protagonist and asked him to strengthen Ian, but the man asked them to wait. He said that he would try to break the stone himself first. After this, the man released his power and summoned a huge fire hurricane. It was so strong that even the main character felt this powerful fiery heat. However, when the fire disappeared, they saw that there was no trace left on the stone. Then Brox laughed and asked Ian if he really thought he could do it. After this, he turned to the protagonist again and said that he could begin. Dylan then used several boosts and eventually used a mass boost. The fire on Jan's body flared up even more, and he also saw a system notification that all of his stats had been increased many times over. In literally 1 second, the fire on his body flared up to incredible proportions, something he had never seen before. After that, he completely transformed into a huge fire monster and immediately rushed into the attack. His impact was so strong that it caused an earthquake beneath the training hall, terrifying the workers there. The protagonist was surprised by how much of a boost he had given to the guy, causing him to knock out the wall of the training room with his punch. The girls who were in the room were also horrified by what was happening. The impact was so powerful that it simply burned the wall and created a huge tunnel leading outside. After that, the whole team went to prepare for the raid. Brock said that he was surprised that Ian broke through the reinforced wall. Then the main character apologized for overdoing it with the reinforcement. However, the man said that he did not need to apologize, because all this happened because Ian was drunk with his power and could not control himself. The man then placed his palm on the scanner to open the door to the dungeon. The protagonist noted that there was a lot of security in this place. Brock said that the reason was that while they were inside, they did not know what would happen outside. He then turned to the team and asked them to pay attention to his words. The man asked everyone to remember that it was Dylan who had to deal the final blow to Ikazel. After all the team members confirmed that they understood the plan, they headed inside the dungeon. Once they were inside, the first thing the protagonist did was send his drones out for reconnaissance. It was very foggy here, so it was difficult for them to see anything, so everyone had to stay alert. Soon the boys came across monsters that looked like huge snakes with human arms. The monsters turned to the people, asking how they dared to trample the temple with their dirty feet. However, Brox didn't want to listen to this and immediately rushed into battle, hitting one of the snakes with his strong fist. The blow was so strong that the monster flew off somewhere deep into the forest. However, the man intended to finish off the monster and, quickly jumping away from the trees, rushed after him. Then he dealt a crushing blow to his hand, which served as his main weapon. He then delivered another blow to the snake's chin, sending it flying back. After that, it was Arseni's turn, who used his magic threads to immobilize the enemy. He used the skill of total restraint. At this point, Brox asked him why he was moving so slowly. Arseni replied that containing such a number of monsters takes a lot of time. After that, it was Jan's turn, who had already assumed his fighting form. He snapped his fingers and declared it was over. After this, Arseni's threads, which encircled all the monsters, caught fire and began to burn the bodies of their opponents. With a snap of his fingers, the threads exploded, and then the guys were able to freely move further into the dungeon. At that moment, the protagonist realized how good the skills of the awakened SS rank were. The man then said that they needed to move even further. Thus, the guys spent 2 whole days in the dungeon. And at one point, Riley informed them that monsters were attacking them once again. When the boys looked up, they saw more snakes flying towards them at great speed. They used their huge hands to attack people. However, Daniela was a very strong fighter, so she was able to easily dodge their attacks. Taking advantage of the moment, she quickly dealt one of the snakes a crushing blow with her weapon, causing blood to gush from the monster's body. The girl's eyes burned with a murderous fire, confirming that she would fight in this dungeon to the last. However, she soon saw that a whole horde of monsters was advancing on her. Suddenly, the monsters opened their mouths and bright green energy began to glow from there. The girl did not understand at what point there became so many of these monsters. She knew that the first thing she needed to do was avoid the attack they were spewing from their mouths. However, this time the girl was unable to dodge, and one of the monsters grabbed her with its tail. As it turned out, it was the same monster she had recently stabbed, yet Daniela couldn't understand how he was still alive. Brox was horrified when he saw that the girl had been captured by the monster. But at that moment the protagonist immediately rushed forward, saying that he would take care of it. Meanwhile, the other 3 monsters prepared their attack and aimed it straight at the girl, who was immobilized at that moment. However, at the last moment, the main character appeared in front of her and used the reflection skill. Daniela was scared, but at the same time happy that the guy appeared in front of her at the right moment. Once his skill had absorbed all of the opponent's skills, he was ready to send them back to them. He opened a portal and fired poisonous energy back at the snakes, killing them. Meanwhile, the story moves to a hotel somewhere in China. In one of the rooms was Julia, who was beside herself with rage. She screamed that she would never forgive Dylan for what he did to her. At that moment, Camilla appeared in front of her, half of her body covered in armor. She noticed the terrible state of her beloved. She remembered the day when they were defeated and their master came to them. Then Camilla asked if he was really going to leave Julia without treatment. Valerio said that with her current skills, she would never be able to defeat Dylan, so there was no point in treating her. So until she draws out all her inner strength, they need to leave her anger towards Dylan as it is. Moreover, half of her face was damaged in the fight with that guy, and now this ugly face will always remind her of it. So he asked Camilla to stir up this anger in her. Julia was incredibly furious and seemed ready to kill everyone around her. She yelled at Camilla, saying that she didn't protect her. Then Camilla said that they were on a battlefield, and Julia couldn't allow herself to think that she would have dealt with Dylan if Camilla hadn't protected her. She stated that Julia was too weak and the only right choice was to just up and run away. The girl also said that it would be nice if Julia could just continue to live with this ugly face. At that moment, Julia burst into tears, telling Camilla not to dare say such things to her. She asked if Camilla thought she was going to stop there, that she was going to tear Dylan apart with her own hands. Meanwhile, the 3rd day of the protagonist's group's stay in the dungeon began. At one point, Brock stopped them and said that they had entered a dangerous area. The hero asked him what this place was, and the man said that Dylan was here for the first time, so it would be faster. At that moment, they saw a powerful energy flying towards them from behind the trees. Soon, A-rank monsters called Katina emerged from there, and they looked like fish with human limbs, and also had armor and huge weapons. Brox then explained that they had entered the Catan colony. In the past, at this stage, there were not so many of these creatures. Then Arseny said that it was a long time ago, so it is quite logical that from that moment there became more of them. At this point, to the surprise of everyone present, the protagonist suggested that they should simply break through them. Brox asked him in surprise how he was going to do it. The guy then asked if he could ask the rest of the team not to make any sounds around the monsters, and the guy said they could do that. In that case, Dylan said he had an idea. As it turned out, he used the permanent invisibility skill on all members of the squad. Arseny and the others were delighted when they saw the power of this guy's spells. The protagonist said that this spell would be able to protect them, and now they can only hope that the monsters do not have the ability to detect. Thus, the guys, under the protection of complete invisibility, headed straight into the monster's lair. They walked past them calmly, and the monsters didn't notice them at all. As they entered the safe zone, the spell began to fade away. Arsini said that at first he thought Dylan's spells were just a show, but his abilities exceeded all his expectations. The main character smiled and said that he was very glad that the guys liked everything. Then Brox reported that they had passed the danger zone, so now they needed to speed up a little. He said that they had so little time left to reach the boss area. They needed to rest and continue tomorrow. After that, they made a fire and decided to rest, sitting on broken columns. Brox thought it would be difficult for him to recruit Dylan because of Daniela. His abilities are too good to be treated with distrust. At least he decided that it was better to think about the Jongsong Guild and then about the Freedom Guild. At that moment, the main character approached him. However, he had no intention of staying there, and quickly jumped up and flew off somewhere to the side. The thing is, thanks to the limitless ring, he didn't feel like sleeping at all. He thought about Ikazel, the SS-ranked boss monster. The hero understood that they were leaving tomorrow, but he needed to look around just in case. He had been wondering why the monsters had called this place a temple, but now he saw that they were right. Suddenly, a spatial token appeared in his hand. As he looked up, he saw lightning flashing in the sky above him. Then the system informed him that the spatial token Dylan possessed was creating a unique power and resonance emanating from the Temple of Despair, and the system put the user into a resonant state. However, Dylan did not understand what this resonant state meant. When he opened his eyes, he realized that he was in a completely different place. At some point, suspicions crept into his head that this was all a trap. The system then informed him that the resonance had caused the false Ikazela's spatial body to stop functioning. The system then warned of the awakening of Ikazela, who was located right behind the protagonist. When Dylan turned around, he saw that inside the monster's chest was an organ similar to a human heart. Soon he saw that a human silhouette began to appear in front of him. It began to form piece by piece, and soon a human face appeared before him. After this, the monster rose to his feet and said that he had been waiting for this moment for many years. This monster turned out to be a man with a human face. He had long blonde hair and black horns. He smiled and said that his name was Ikasela. He said that while wandering through the dimensions, God blessed him to be reborn in this place to protect him. After this, the monster stood up and headed straight towards the main character, saying that he had been waiting for him. Dylan was extremely surprised, but he knew that he could get out of here if he wasn't caught. After this, the monster said that he lost his eyes in the battle. However, the eyes of the abyss will allow him to see much more. He then took out his sword and pointed it towards Dylan, telling him to stop hiding and come out to him. Then the hero asked him if he could really see him. Hearing this, Ikasela laughed, praising the guy for doing everything right. Then he smiled and said that the real battle was about to begin. The monster said that if Dylan wins, he can take from him whatever he wants. Then the hero asked him why he was waiting for him. The monster replied that Dylan resonated with his power, and therefore his power could free him. This information was given to him by his god, and so the monster was looking forward to this day. However, he got tired of wagging his tongue, and decided to start a fight. As he raised his sword, it was as if an incredibly strong wind swirled around him, causing the protagonist to be thrown to the side. Then Ikasela looked at him menacingly and said that he was finished. After that, he rushed straight towards where Dylan was. The hero was horrified, as it was the first time he had seen such a terrifying attack. However, before the monster could hit him, he used his flight skill and flew away from its attack. He knew that he had to deal with the monster's attack first, so he used his fire skill while in the air. He fired a fireball at the monster. However, it seemed that Ikazel didn't care at all about his spell. He didn't even move from his place. He only said that it was a very pleasant warmth, and then delivered his blow, which flew literally a centimeter from the protagonist's face. When Dylan opened his eyes, he saw that the monster's blow had cut his fireball in two. However, the blow still managed to wound Dylan, and blood gushed from his body. Taking advantage of the moment, the monster rose into the air and was about to attack the main character from above. He raised his sword to deliver an incredibly powerful blow. However, just when he thought it was over, he saw that Dylan had used the Iron Skin skill, and so the blow dealt him absolutely no damage. As it turned out, the blow hit him in the shoulder, but the sword seemed to freeze in place and did not cause him any harm. After this, the main character took advantage of the moment, rose to his feet and threw the enemy away from himself. Dylan thought to himself that he was a fool when he asked an SS-rank boss for a quest. Now he realized that he should have given it his all from the very beginning. Dylan then used the Ice Storm skill to hit his opponent and reduce their ability to move. Soon Ikasela found himself encased in ice, but he could still speak and said it looked great. However, he did not intend to remain in the icy prison for too long. and began to deliver crushing blows with his sword from the inside. After that, the ice cracked and he came out, saying that he had been waiting for such a fight for a long time. After that, he rushed at the main character, who at that moment used the hymn of healing on himself. After that, he decided to use the boost. Then the main character exposed the enemy with fiery arrows. Their number was astonishing. The monster felt like 1,000 arrows were flying at him at once. However, he repelled them all with one blow of his incredibly powerful sword. His sword took the form of a scythe and deflected every arrow that flew at him. When the protagonist realized that the scythe was now coming towards him, he immediately dodged the attack. From a safe location, he thrust out his fist, intending to cast another spell. He fired another round of arrows at the monster from behind its back. At that moment, the arrows reached their target and a powerful explosion erupted. The shockwave was so strong that the main character had to cover himself with his hands to avoid going blind. When the dust cleared, he saw that Yahello had fallen to the ground and was on one knee. The monster was surprised that he was able to be knocked down. He realized that the guy used a consistent increase in strength, as well as all kinds of magic. When he looked up, he saw several copies of Dylan flying towards him. However, the monster had no intention of giving up, and stood up, intending to defend himself. At that moment, the real Dylan attacked him from behind. However, the monster said that as he had been told before, he had the eyes of the abyss, and therefore he could see much more. So as soon as Dylan got close enough to him, he struck him with his sword. However, the protagonist foresaw this and used a spatial gate, so the attack came straight at them. In literally an instant, he opened another spatial gate near his enemy, thereby Yahello dealt a blow to himself. The monster was horrified when he realized that, despite all his abilities, he had been fooled. He continued to attack Dylan, but the boy dodged all of his blows. Soon he was behind him and called upon a lightning spell. After that, he summoned a chain of lightning and directed it straight at the monster. The impact was so strong that Yahello was thrown into the opposite wall and crashed into it. When the lightning disappeared, his body was still sparkling with electricity, and he left a deep dent in the wall. When Dylan approached him, the monster said that he had never seen such different and fast magic. However, for him it was great fun. After that, he rose to his feet and laughed quietly. He said that he now intended to show him all the power he had accumulated here. At this moment, the protagonist noticed that Yahello's magic opened the entire sky. He realized that the monster was currently absorbing all the magic that was present here. Soon, a huge energy pillar appeared in the middle of the arena, which sucked the monster's body into itself. When he came out of there, he took on a completely different hue. Now there was nothing human about him. He was just a huge monster. It seemed that his body and hair were made of flame. The main character understood that now he had shown his true strength. However, his body cannot withstand the magic, and is gradually destroyed as he is enraged and enters the second phase of large scale. So his health decreases by a certain amount of percent every second. So the monster didn't hesitate and took out his demonic sword, which seemed even bigger. After that, he quickly swung several times, and the blows flew straight towards the main character. Dylan saw the attacks coming towards him and prepared to dodge them. He once again used his spatial gate skill and jumped into it. He moved himself to a place that the monster had not yet reached. But he did not even notice that Yahello was right above him at that moment, and raised his sword to strike. After that, he hit the main character and slammed him into the ground with all his might. From such a strong blow, the main character's shield broke, and he flew to the side, and fiery geysers also began to appear around the entire perimeter of the arena. Dylan watched in horror, not knowing the monster was capable of such a thing. Soon a bright column of light pierced the entire arena. At that moment, Brox felt some strange magic that he had never encountered before. Then Daniela ran up to him, looking extremely worried. She reported that Dylan was missing. His tent was empty. She hoped that he hadn't gone into that dungeon first, to which Brox replied that that couldn't have been the case, since he wouldn't have attacked an SS rank boss alone. However, at this moment, Akron intervened in their conversation and said that his master was already in the temple. He said that he would protect them, according to his master's orders. At that moment, Brox remembered his words about how even if the team members were confident in their skills, they still couldn't know what might happen inside the dungeon. Brox couldn't believe that the main character was risking his own life for some kind of excitement. Daniela then turned to the golem and asked him where Dylan was now. But Akron replied that his job was to protect them from danger. He said that he could not take them to a dangerous place where the master was now. Then Brox said that in that case there was nothing they could do. However, he asked them to prepare the others as soon as possible and follow him. Despite the golem saying it was dangerous, Brox rushed from his place towards the temple. At that moment, Irene appeared on the site, saying that she would follow the master's orders to protect the team members. After that, she flew after Brox. At this moment, the fight between the protagonist and Yahello continued. The monster said that he thought he still had his energy. and looking at what he had managed to accumulate so far, there might be a limit to that power too. However, the main character was not going to give up either and used a power rocket. Thus, the two spells collided with each other. After this, Dylan touched one of the stones that the arena where they fought had broken up into. Then he began to quickly jump between the islands flying in the air. However, wherever he went, a monster appeared next to him. He attacked the parts of the land where the main character was, and so Dylan had to use acceleration. He then used the spatial gate to confuse the enemy as much as possible. While moving between the portals, he used a spell. When he got behind the monster, he placed a death mark on it. At that moment, Icasella realized that Dylan had inherited this skill from Odium, which Dylan had also dealt with. Then he wrapped his tail around his hand, saying that he would take revenge on him for this. After that, he turned around and started to strike him with his sword one after another. Since the protagonist was immobilized, he was unable to dodge these blows and saw scratches appear on his body. The monster then told him that his resistance was pointless, seeing that the boy was about to use a healing skill. However, the main character directed his skill not at himself, but at Icasella. The monster didn't understand what was happening as he used healing towards him. Then he realized that he had a death mark on him, causing the effect of increasing the target's health to change to decreasing it. At that moment, a wild pain pierced him, and he relaxed his grip, releasing the main character. His body seemed to be burning with fire, and the monster could barely breathe. Taking advantage of the moment, the protagonist jumped away from him and used a spell, summoning magical nails. He aimed them straight at the monster, and each nail sank into its limbs, which turned out to be a containment spell. After that, Dylan raised his hand up to cast another spell. Several magic rings appeared around his palm. He used a spell called Eternal Binding, and each of the rings headed towards one of the large islands that were around it. He tied the other ends of these bonds to the nails that were in the monster's body. After that, he clenched his fist, and Icasella saw several islands flying at him at once, tied to him with magical threads. The protagonist watched as several huge stone cliffs fell on the monster at once. At this point, he also took out his pistol, preparing himself for the fact that he would still have to fight. As it turned out, he was right, because literally a few moments later the stones began to glow with bright red energy, indicating that the monster was about to split them. After this, there was a powerful explosion that threw all the stones away from the place where they fell. Then Icasella flew out from there with lightning speed and immediately rushed at the enemy with his sword. There was anger in his eyes, and he clearly had no intention of losing. He continued to press on the protagonist with his sword. At that moment, Dylan noticed that energy clots that belonged to the monster were approaching them. However, he did not lose his head and used magical portals in all the places where these clots were. At that moment, one drone flew out of each portal. They then used the reflect skill, and every magical attack was reflected off the protagonist and his shield. The monster had no idea why his attacks were useless against this guy. Then Dylan laughed and said it was just the power of science. However, he understood that the spell would not last long this way. At that moment, the monster struck him with a powerful blow with his sword, throwing him aside. Thus, the main character flew out of his shield, piercing it with his body. After this, the monster was able to direct its magic arrows at him again. However, Dylan was still conscious and managed to use a fireball to repel the attack. Thus, their spells once again clashed in opposition. Once in relative safety, Dylan pulled out his gun and prepared to attack with it. However, he knew that the battle would not end if he continued in this manner. So he will have to kill the monster with one blow. After this, both opponents used all their power, and their bodies seemed to spin in energy hurricanes. Icasella was furious, and his whole body seemed to be radiating energy. At this moment, the main character used a large power rocket. In response to this, the monster released a huge energy projectile. However, the main character was not going to give up and fired a projectile of the same size towards the monster. Thus, their attacks collided in one place, causing a powerful explosion. Then Dylan put all his power into firing the gun. The shot was so powerful that it caused an incredibly powerful and bright explosion. It was so dazzling that at one point Dylan thought he was going blind. After this, it was as if energy waves began to swirl around the explosion. Meanwhile, the temple they were in began to collapse under the force of the explosion. The walls began to crumble, splitting into many small pieces. Soon, the entire space in which the main characters and Icasella were located collapsed. Thus, the hero left the arena, finally victorious. But the battle had exhausted him so much that he could only kneel. Icasella lay next to him, back in his human form, his leg and arm blown off by the powerful explosion. He said it all seemed crazy, and he never thought Dylan would beat him. The hero said that he also received many wounds from him, so he did not yet know who exactly won in this fight. The monster said that when he placed the death mark on him, he realized that his friend Odium had died at the hands of Dylan. His plan was to absorb all of Dylan's power and then escape from this dimension with this guy, but he lost. The monster understood that he was now in danger of dying at the hands of the guy, and the main character did not deny it. Ikasela said that there are many more beings who are also fighting in their dimensions, but compared to them, the case is not so strong. After that, the monster used its remaining hand and opened a portal. From there, a golem appeared, which the protagonist saw at the entrance to the temple. Then the monster told him to take his transcendental case and leave, to which the golem replied that the last time he saw it, it was a different size. The monster said that it changed according to his soul and magical power, but if a person who does not match his size appears, the body will change to suit him. The hero thanked him for this, and said that he would use it wisely. The monster then handed him his sword Ecates and asked him to kill him with this weapon. He said he wanted to rest in a warm place before his body got cold. Dylan obediently took the sword, and said that he would fulfill his request. After this, Ikasela asked the name of his great adversary, and the hero told him his name. Before he died, the monster said that his last battle with Dylan was beautiful. After the protagonist killed the monster, the system informed him that he had cleared the dungeon. After defeating Ikasela, the others arrived and helped the protagonist get out of the dungeon. After receiving intensive care, he woke up in a recovery room. Dylan knew he now needed to check what he had gotten from the fight with the monster. The system informed him that he had raised 3 levels, and his special skill had upgraded him to A rank. Currently, his mana limit was around 3,000 units. But in order to deal with monsters that would be more powerful than Ikasela, he needed more. Even in the battle with Ikasela, he had lost 75% of his health. Thus, he needed to use higher-grade transcendental magic. This spell would double his total mana. Moreover, after the boss fight, he received a relic from him, bracelets, earrings, and a sword. But most importantly, he also received his heart, and thus fulfilled all the conditions for obtaining Deus's ring. The hero understood that he had worked very hard for this. He then asked the system to start creating the ring, and it immediately began working. The protagonist looked at the glowing sphere that appeared in front of him, and wondered if this was normal when creating a high-class Deus ring. Suddenly he noticed that the color of the sphere changed and it became dark, and lightning began to emanate from it. The system reported that spatial rifts must be used to create the Deus ring. She also reported that spatial energy began to be released, and then the hero saw that the space around him began to crack. Instead of a sphere, something resembling a black hole suddenly appeared in the middle of the room. The system then reported that the source of the crack in the spatial imbalance had been identified in the Planus dimension. The system also reported that a message had been sent through the crack, stating that someone had found the source that had driven them into the depths of the destruction and had asked for an investigation, with the Earth dimension chosen as the destination. After this, the system reported that the signal was interrupted. Then the sphere appeared in front of the main character again, but this time it was again bright and glowing. Daniela was in the same hospital and noticed that paint was starting to fall from her ceiling. She also sensed a large accumulation of magic nearby, so the girl got up from her seat, quickly got dressed, and went to explore. Meanwhile, the system informed the protagonist that the creation of the ring was complete. She also reported that Deus was very pleased with the achievement and awarded him a new status. The system reported that the protagonist's realization status was now F, as was his enlightenment skill. The human language notation was automatically hidden, and upon reaching the SSS rank, Dylan could gain the right to upgrade his status. After that, Deus's ring appeared before him, which was a relic of a unique class. It granted him many new spells. The protagonist was delighted, not understanding why this ring gave so many effects. At that moment, he heard someone knocking on the door of his room, but he did not know who could come to him at such a late hour. It turned out it was Daniela. She said that she felt some kind of magical energy from this room and came here to check if everything was okay with Dylan. The protagonist said that it was most likely related to the experiment he had just conducted, and the girl suggested that it was all because of this ring. The main character wanted to show the girl the ring, but it suddenly began to emit dark magical energy that looked like lightning. Soon the energy became so powerful that it began to crack the space around Dylan. After this, someone's black, inhuman paws appeared from the hole in space. Soon, an entity emerged from there that was unlike anything the boy had seen before. When the entity noticed Dylan, it began to mutter something in an incomprehensible language.